A few people lay among the ruins. They were no danger to anyone now. The girl was holding a suitcase in her hands and was running as fast as she could to get away, puddles splashing from under her boots. She was being chased by several young men. Just a little more, and they would definitely catch up with her. The guys had guns in their hands, and one of them shouted that you can't let this girl get away. Just then, they heard a voice ordering them to stop. They opened their mouths in surprise, droplets of sweat glistening on their faces. A man with blonde hair and a beard remarked that further pursuit would only lead to wasted bloodshed. This was Master Zhong Likyu. He looked intently at the boys and informed them that the most important thing at the moment was the ceremony. Jun stood surrounded by young men and stared intently in front of him at those who were no longer a threat. He saw a guy whose face and neck were covered in blood and recognized him as Kim Si-hyuk. The master came closer and asked the kid if he thought his little nation had reached certain heights, and then remarked that there was still a limit, as the hero of a fallen nation has no right to strive for more. He spread his arms out to his sides and shouted that he was the only one worthy to stand among the gods. There was a smile on the master's face, and he looked up and said that he had kept his promise. The creature replied to him that Zhong Lekyu had indeed done everything he promised. After saying that, the man shrank back. After a few seconds, he smiled again and remarked that it was now his opponent's turn to keep his promise and asked that he make it an earth constellation. He raised his hands up again and screamed for his being to lift him up to the greatness of the so-called creator. That agreed, and a system message appeared in front of the man, which he began to read very carefully. He read that the target was ineligible and couldn't understand what was going on, started stuttering and asking ridiculous questions. System messages alerted that a qualified candidate for constellation status had passed away, and there was no longer any reason to continue fighting in the arena of Earth. Jun frowned with drops of sweat appearing on his face. He couldn't figure out what it all meant. And in front of him, one by one, there were reports that the land lease had been completely destroyed, and that with the end of the galactic arena, the rights to protect the land had been canceled. The creature reported that Jun Likyu most likely lacked qualifications. But the man only gritted his teeth and wondered how he had dared to deceive him. He was angry and confused. Then Jun shouted, "Didn't his opponent swear to him? He says that if he kills Kim Si-hyuk, he will become a constellation." The one replied that he had indeed spoken those words and remarked, "Then as he had desired, he requested his ascension," and calmly added that Litsu was not suitable. The man only frowned harder and started making some incomprehensible noises. The guys next to him also began to scowl, cringe, and yell and roar. Face was shaking with anger. His pupils became like dots. He clenched his teeth and began calling the creature's name. And that replied that it was wonderful, because this moment always feels like something fresh and notice that would happily consume his world. It was a still night in the city. It was very dark. There were no lights in any window, and the rain was pouring down like a bucket. The girl opened the door and started calling Kim Si-moon very loudly. She was in no hurry to enter the room. She frowned and asked what the guy was doing this time. Was he really creating something again? A young man was sitting on the floor wearing white clothes and calmly asked if the girl was here. She asked what he was doing, and noting that the world was falling apart and he was quietly working here, she asked what an alchemist could do other than create. The guy opened the book and started flipping the page. The girl told him about how incredible he was. Then with all her might, she threw the bag she had been holding all this time to the floor and screamed for him to pick it up. The young man froze in place. He opened his eyes wide, his pupils very much constricted, and he stared in amazement in front of him. A few minutes later, he was holding a very beautiful vial in his hands, and the pretty girl asked him what it was. Suddenly, a system message appeared, saying that it was a legendary alchemy artifact, a universal remedy that could affect even a god. The girl covered her nose with her hands and asked if he hadn't noticed. After all, it had happened just as he had assumed. Yun Liu's bastard had betrayed his brother. She thought for a moment and asked how Sai-hek didn't take advantage of it, and the guy's eyes went wide with a twinge. The pretty girl further stood with her nose covered and said that she had thought that the young man would do so, but after all of his guild members died, he instead abandoned her. The young man listened to her carefully, closed his eyes, and calmly said that this was the way it was. The girl began to put her hands to her sides and remarked that she was paying the guy back anyway, and the guy was very much surprised. After a few minutes, he smiled and wondered if she still remembered it. The brunette scratched his head and said that in a way her revenge had caught up with his brother. He replied that that was not the point, for it was just, and then added that the men really deserved to be punished, for revenge and a continental fortress were one and the same thing. The girl walked to the door, grabbed the handle, and added that Kim was completely different, and clarified if he knew it. The guy stood up and said with surprise that the beauty was in a hurry to go somewhere again, and she replied that she was planning to cause havoc, and reported that she had seen Junli Zhu summon something incredible. The young man was surprised, and the girl clarified if he had seen the system message of disenfranchisement. Indeed, there was a report that land protection rights were revoked after the Galactic Arena ended. She said the qualified candidate for status is dead, which was also indicated by a system message. The guy, on the other hand, was holding a vessel, and the girl was thinking about how his brother was perfect for the constellation, and she was the only one who knew his status. A drop of sweat appeared on her face, and the beauty said whatever that meant, but obviously something had gone wrong. The girl remarked that the place was also unsafe, and this time he might also die. Kim wondered why she was not running away. Pretty Lady smiled and replied that he knew her, and it wasn't her style to run, then remarked that she had no reason to keep living anyway. She told him not to throw away what she brought, but to drink it, for the noble sword saint had given his life for it. The girl started to walk away, and Kim noticed that it was from the beginning of his. She thought surprised, but mentally thanked the guy for everything. As suddenly, a status window appeared in front of the young man, showing title, class, nation, and other characteristics. He read the message carefully, then noted that it was just a pathetic statistic, and now it all seemed meaningless to him. Kim squeezed the vial harder in his hand and said that he needed a power source anyway, and now was the perfect time for it. He looked at the vessel and noted the culmination of all his time since waking up, and without the emerald tablet, he couldn't have even dreamed of this. The guy opened the vial and thought about the fact that even though it was overflowing with poison, his mind was clouded, and he was able to create the ultimate masterpiece of alchemy, an elixir. Kim himself was surprised that he was able to do it. The young man began to pour it out and said that thanks to Shi Hyuk and Mao Suk, he was able to achieve the goals he had set for himself in life. He stared at the stone in front of him and wondered if what he had in mind could be done under these conditions. The young man knelt down and reflected that alchemy is always based on the principle of equivalent exchange. He realized it was time to start, so he gritted his teeth and started screaming very loudly. Suddenly, a small part of the city lit up as if from a huge spotlight, as if from a huge lantern, and the stone that lay in front of the guy scattered into different pieces, as if someone had broken it. A system message appeared in front of the young man, informing him that a legendary artifact had been created. He looked in front of him with a smile. A drop of sweat appeared on the guy's cheek, and he thought about the fact that it had been a success. Just a few minutes later, there was a message saying that he would receive 5,000 achievement points and that there had been a deactivation due to the disappearance of this category. And then the guy was alerted by a system message that the legendary alchemy artifacts had been successfully created and the first title of Alchemy Pioneer had been obtained. The young man gazed intently before him, and among the shards of stone he saw an oval, smooth pebble. A system message alerted the young man that it was a philosopher's stone. Thanks to this legendary artifact, any items could be created through the principle of equivalent exchange. The guy picked it up, started looking at it, and said it was a mandatory fee. He cut his finger and squeezed a small drop of blood out of it. It was needed for bound status. It went straight to the philosopher's stone, which literally turned red after a few seconds. The young man looked very frightened when he saw the hovering rock in front of him. He fell to his knees, clutched his chest, and began to scream very hard as the young man felt as if he had been electrocuted. Suddenly, a breeze blew, and the head of the girl who had only recently come to see him was in front of him. He opened his mouth in fear, and the pupils of his eyes narrowed very much, becoming like dots. And she still had time to smile and call the young man by name. The latter answered nothing. He was distracted by the creature, who laughed, then asked if it was the philosopher's stone, and remarked that it was hard to believe, even though he had seen everything with his own eyes. The guy, however, clenched his teeth and stared intently in front of him, thinking about the fact that he was simply astounding. The monster remarked that a dimension could spawn an entire constellation, and added that it was an astounding and amazing discovery. The young man clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that it was all because of those two, Si Hyuk and Mal Suk, and mentally cursed. One after another, system messages began to appear in front of him, stating that synchronization was complete and the philosopher's stone was bound, and that the status had changed to unique. The guy was looking intently in front of him, drops of sweat running down his face. The veins on his neck ballooned, and he was as surprised as he was to receive a unique status. Kim clenched his teeth and thought about what it said, that he could create anything. He looked in front of him and realized that he wanted to do damage right now to the thing in front of him. The young man put his fist to his chest, clenched his teeth, and realized that he wanted to live without feeling powerless. It felt as if it was being turned inside out, thus a suitable target in the owner category was happening. A system message notified him that the search had failed. There was an expansion of the search area using the energy of the Philosopher's Stone. The guy grabbed his head and screamed as the energy needed for an equivalent exchange was not enough. He sat on his knees and a message appeared in front of him, saying that the utilization of the Philosopher's Stone's internal energy would be based on the state of the owner. The young man's eyes lit up and his hands raised. Thus, the autonomous production was triggered. Then system messages began to appear that the appearance of an unseen artifact was causing them to close their eyes in amazement, and their attention focused on player Kim Si-moon. The creature screamed that it couldn't be, it was impossible. It also wondered how a human could manipulate his father's stupid creation. The guy who was just something on his knees fell face down. He passed out. After a while, he opened his eyes and read the system message that the first attraction of the constellation had occurred. Reports began to appear one after another, that 1,000 achievements had been received, and that he had attracted the attention of an unregistered constellation. Kim had read that a title had been obtained, that he was among those attracted from afar, but it was immediately deactivated due to the disappearance of that category. The young man lay face down, system messages changing one after another, and he thought about how he didn't know what was going on. He looked at the girl's head and thought about the fact that he had dealt a very powerful blow to that creature. It was beautiful sunny weather outside, with birds flying in the sky singing their cheerful songs. A ray of bright sunlight tickled the young man's cheek, waking him up, and he opened one eye. The guy began to look at the room he was in. This place seemed familiar to him. Suddenly, he sat up on the bed and opened his mouth in surprise, since it was his old apartment. He thought about it being an illusion, but Kim had a feeling of suffocation, like before he died. The young man could not forget him, but then a sound distracted him from his thoughts and he turned his head to the side. It was a cell phone, which he immediately picked up and read the news that China and the United States were the only survivors. But they too were subject to anarchy. He stared at the screen and thought that it was because of such news that he had stopped using the phone, but then his gaze stopped on the date. The year 2030 surprised him. The young man turned his head toward the window and couldn't believe that he had gone back 11 years. The boy cringed and thought about the fact that he had been reborn at the age of 28. Then he was sure that the Philosopher's Stone was moving his body and creating something. He began to realize that he had gone back in time. The young man started looking at his hands and moving his fingers and thinking about something. His pupils narrowed and he began to realize that this sensation was different from what he had experienced before. Even though he was back in time, in his 28 years, he didn't feel happy about it, for it was the most difficult time of his life after that incident had robbed him of his strength. The young man looked at the table and remembered that his vision was so blurred that he had to wear glasses. All his senses dulled, and as if they had lost their power. He looked at his hands and thought about the fact that now that oppressive feeling of powerlessness and inability to do magic was completely gone. A status window appeared in front of Kim, where he familiarized himself with title, class, and level information. He opened his mouth in surprise as it said something about having a Philosopher's Stone instead of an inability to do magic. Juno put a hand to his chest and contemplated the fact that he must be in his body then. It was amazing to him that it became a character trait after his return, and furthermore, fulfilled his wish. The young man exhaled and said he never thought this day would come, and the inability to do magic felt like chains throughout his life. He stood up and thought about the fact that he couldn't even believe it sober, so he made the decision to have a drink. The guy pulled a can of drink out of the fridge, drank and thought about how more than one or two things had changed here since the inability to magic disappeared. His characteristics returned to their initial state. He rejoiced that he could finally taste the real flavor of beer. Just then, a system message appeared in front of the guy. He read it and was very much surprised by such characteristics. He read that a tinker's strength was 10 points, but it wasn't magic power after all. Kim recalled the system messages that had appeared earlier and realized that the system had informed him of a unique characteristic. The guy looked in front of him and thought about the fact that he had become the bearer of a unique characteristic and it was all on the first level. He thought that even in his past life, a player with unique stats were extremely rare. Most of them achieved high ratings, such as Sai Hek and Junliju. The young man put the jar on the table, laughed mentally, and thought about the fact that life really is unpredictable. As suddenly a system message appeared in front of him, alerting him that he had 1,012,500 achievement points. He couldn't figure out what it was going on, as he didn't even know where he had gotten those points. The young man decided to think about it later when the achievement store opened and decided to look at his awards. A message appeared before him describing a title worthy of his remote presence. Kim was very much surprised, as this title was directly related to employment. He couldn't understand if it was related to his profession. The guy put his fist to his mouth and thought about the fact that even Mao Suk, a high-level player who had appeared recently, dominated thanks to the cheater constellation name. He couldn't even believe he was going to get something like this and decided to see the other titles. He wondered if there was anything else good out there. The young man read the system message that the title was bestowed for attracting the attention of a being calling itself the Forbidden, and it was undoubtedly wonderful. He sat there puzzled, reading carefully and unable to understand when he had gotten all this. The boy thought about the look of the Forbidden. He wondered what it even was. He decided it was some sort of passive option, stretched, lay back on the bed, and remarked that it was better than nothing. The young man smiled and thought about how the most important thing right now was that his inability to use magic was curable. Kim thought about trying it while he had the chance, but first he needed to lay out an ignition formula that needed to be reshaped into a form compatible with magic. The boy gritted his teeth, reached forward, and realized that he then had to input the creature's energy. He frowned and said that it was just as he thought, because even in magic class, the power of creation couldn't be used to cast spells. After a few minutes, he got up and walked over to the desk, opened the top nightstand, and started looking for something. The young man took out his chalk and wondered if drawing a creation circle would change anything, since alchemy always requires a creation diagram. He sat down, began to draw, and thought about how when magic was ineffective, alchemy had many advantages. Just a few minutes later, everything changed. A red mist appeared in the room and the young man screamed. The young man frowned, clenched his teeth, his pupils narrowed, and he thought about his body rejecting it. Kim began to realize that this was all most likely happening because of the Philosopher's Stone. His hand was trembling, and he thought that this was all primitive and inefficient. Was he really using an outdated method? He wondered what happened after getting the Philosopher's Stone, if he had created something. The young man covered his eyes and began to think about what he wanted to create. He wanted to be a spear like Jun Liu's. He was well aware that the stronger the special ability or capability, the much better. Also, the young man was interested in what the cost of manufacturing was, and everything around him was illuminated with a bright light. After a few seconds, the guy got really sick, squinted his eyes really hard, and screamed with all his might. Suddenly, a system message appeared that alerted that the performance power was insufficient to fulfill the requirements for the desired creation. The guy looked carefully in front of him and only mentally swore. He was not prepared for such a development. He clenched his teeth, gripped his chest with his hand, and read the message that the unstable Philosopher's Stone was looking for an alternative solution. One by one, system messages began to appear. One stating that a solution had been found with the rest of the owner's resources, and another that 1,000,000 achievement points were needed to stabilize the state. It was very absurd, but very quickly a message popped up asking if Kim would accept such an offer. Sweat dripped down his face. He clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that the Philosopher's Stone had cured his inability to do magic and brought him back 11 years. So the guy clicked on the system message and talked about how he had proven he could be trusted. After a few seconds, he read that 1,000,000 achievement points had been accumulated. The young man opened his mouth wide in surprise, for he was not prepared for such a development. And yet he had read a systematic report that the Philosopher's Stone was stabilizing its state. Kim smiled wryly and thought about how making alchemical substances had become much easier. The young man snapped his fingers and reflected on the fact that this should have worked by now. Again, the message appeared, but this time it said that the fusion power was insufficient to reach the required level. The guy got really pissed off. He just freaked out as he couldn't understand why this was happening. The young man held his head and thought about why he had demanded it in the first place and said it was all very annoying. He folded his hand into a fist and thought about the fact that even in his despair and with his inability to use magic, he had managed to create legendary artifacts. but now he was unable to create a spear with additional abilities. The system message reappeared, stating that the Philosopher's Stone required 500 points to cover the deficit for an equivalent exchange. Kim had to accept or reject it. The young man was amused that 1,000,000 wasn't enough and needed 500 on top, but he still agreed. He pressed the button and mentally asked for all his investments to pay off, and there were sparks all around him. People who were walking down the street looked up and saw flames from the window. A woman said she was scared, and a man asked what the sudden rumbling was. The guy looked at everything that was going on with his mouth open, drops of sweat appearing on his face. A system message then appeared in front of the young man, alerting him that the constellation XXX was watching him. He also read about the constellation Hermes being in the spotlight in anticipation of the fifth lightning bolt. Another message alerted the guy that the constellation Athena was showing interest in the sudden appearance of lightning on Olympus. Kim couldn't figure out what these constellations were. A message reappeared in front of him that the constellation of Aries was suddenly showing interest. His eyes opened very wide with surprise, and he asked why the constellations were suddenly interested in him. He got an answer to his question very quickly, but naturally the constellations that were in the room said nothing. A system message alerted that the constellations of Olympus were shocked at the marks left on it. And then they began to hide very quickly. The young man read about it. He watched carefully as the creatures in dark robes began to slowly walk away. He also became aware that only the three kings remained in their seats unperturbed. On the throne was a huge man with gray-haired hair that stood smoking and a gray beard. It was the Lord of Olympus, the constellation of Zeus, who took a great interest in the young man. He stared intently at the young man, his forehead furrowed and his eyes glowing white. The guy said with surprise in his voice about the constellations of Olympus receding because of the marks left on him. The young man wondered if it was because of the title, as then a message appeared in front of him. Kim began to read it carefully, and the young man's mouth dropped open in surprise, for the title was given to someone who had attracted the attention of an otherworldly being. Just then, a huge sword appeared in front of him, with flames coming out in different directions. The young man's pupils narrowed, and he wondered why there was such a commotion. He looked in front of him and saw a weapon that had waves of light coming from it and spilling out in different directions. The guy walked over and picked it up. He looked very scared and clenched his teeth, but he kept the sword in his hands. A system message appeared in front of him, alerting him that he was holding Astraph, the spear of Zeus, ruler of Olympus. Could throw lightning bolts, but for some reason could not display its full power. The young man was very much surprised and couldn't understand what Astraph was. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. He wondered if this was not the primary weapon of the Thunder Lord Alexander. The young man knew that he had not lost his position as a high-ranking fighter, even after his exile. The boy remembered that even though Alexander fought with a spear, the power of his strike was not inferior to the magic of the other rankers. And Kim said that no one would have thought that he would be the one to get such a weapon. He squeezed it harder in his hand and noticed that compared to the real Astraph, it was capable of sizzling everything around it, as this thing was rather flimsy. The young man grimaced and remarked that based on the rank, one could conclude that it was an imitation. The young man reflected on the fact that Zeus had only shown interest so far, but had not made any offers. It was no surprise to him. He put his hand to his face and it hit him, for the system had never said fusion was impossible. A system message appeared in front of the guy, alerting him that the power of the synthesis was insufficient to achieve the desired result. He looked in front of him and thought about what would happen if he could fulfill all the prerequisites. Kim clutched his weapon harder. He wondered if he would be able to create a real Astraph. He smiled and remarked that it was suspicious that he was able to cure the magical incapacity at all and regressed 11 years. But if he would create a mythical weapon just by fulfilling all the conditions. The young man looked at his hand and realized that alchemy was an amazing ability. He was very surprised when there was nothing left of the weapon. He asked what it was. Was it really the result of fusion? Kim wondered what about the achievement points then. The young man swore and shouted that he had spent 500 points, which is a lot at the first level. Kim decided to take it back, as now this ability is insane, but in a different way, and he lost 500 points. A system message suddenly appeared in front of the kid, alerting him to the fact that the Philosopher's Stone minimized the backlash. The young man read it carefully, his pupils very much narrowed and a mute question read in his eyes. He read that in proportion to the rank of the Philosopher's Stone, 50 spent achievement points would be returned. The guy couldn't figure out if he was getting his points spent on fusion back and turned to the status window for help. It stated the characteristics of the Philosopher's Stone. namely that it is a mythical item from the realm of alchemy. When an equal exchange is established, anything can be synthesized. Kim looked at the status window and thought about the fact that there was no level, and in place of rank was a question mark. He realized it was most likely due to binding and regression, then asked the Philosopher's Stone if he could ask him a question. The guy asked if the change was due to the binding. It turns out that his growth is then affected by it. The Philosopher's Stone began to burn with bright red fire, with rays coming from it in different directions. The young man smiled and said that was most likely a positive answer to his question. There was real chaos in front of the young man, and he thought about the fact that mages must undergo special preparations because alchemy requires the creation of a magic circle and the preparation of materials for synthesis. Kim reached forward and wondered who knew fusion without a circle could be so effective. Our hero smiled and began to realize that the process is completely different from the similar in using the circle, and this is a real revolution in the world of alchemy. He looked at the things that lay around the place, intact and unharmed, and concluded that he had managed to properly work out the new synthesis method. The young man smiled and said that with this level of alchemy proficiency, learning would seem like nothing. The guy looked at his watch, which had been beaten a few minutes ago, and asked if it would be on at 5 today. He thought about the fact that on January 17th, 2030, at 5 o'clock in the evening, he received his first invitation to train to become a true arena player. The young man looked up and reflected on the fact that of all days, it was the day of training that he had regressed. Kim realized that it was probably to gain territory, and because of his inability to use magic, he couldn't even step forward and was immediately shot in the head. He smiled and thought that he wasn't scared now because he had alchemy with him. The young man reached for his cell phone as he heard a text message come in. He saw that he had gotten over 100 calls from several people, and yet he had never even thought of picking up the phone. The guy read that Sai Heck was among the callers and said that he even felt embarrassed somehow since he was the older brother. Toth also left a message saying that he was accepted into the academy, and then also that he reached diamond rank and got a new characteristic, and he now has 3 of them, but he doesn't know how to use the new one. The young man remarked that his brother had written so much, including asking him about whether he went to meet the sunrise, and noting that he was in his senior year, but didn't have time for such things. Our hero looked at the cell phone screen and thought that his brother was such a cheerful child. What he hadn't realized before was that Sai Heck was actually suffering a lot. The young man now knew that the target of the galactic arena was his younger brother. He could change that from now on, but first they need to establish a relationship with each other. Kim scratched his head and wondered what he should send to his brother, since he had nothing to say. He picked up his phone and began to type a message and wondered why he was even bothering with this. As the young man's mood suddenly changed dramatically, he clenched his teeth and began to consider something. On his cell phone screen, he noticed that Li Yuzhang had been trying to call him for a very long time. His hands shook. The phone almost fell out of them. He remembered that the girl was still alive then. He sat down on the bed and held his head, mentally calming himself down, because nothing had happened yet. He stood up remembering the event that had changed everything dramatically that bloody evening. The young man clenched his teeth, covered his eyes with his hand, and concluded that he could change everything. He began to look through his fingers. His pupils narrowed very much. He knew he had to do this. Suddenly, system messages appeared in front of him, saying that he had been selected to participate in arena training and would be invited soon, so he needed to prepare. The young man stared intently in front of him. He was very much surprised. As new messages appeared here, one informed him that the summoning would be in 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And if he had an arena access device, he needed to put it on before using it. The guy squeezed the betting hard in his hands and thought for sure this time. He was sure that he would get rid of this miserable life of a loser and prevent all troubles and build a new life, so he requested an early start. A system message appeared in front of the young man that he was invited to attend training. Kim also read that the main theme was to take over the territory. It was also stated that the number of participants was 100 people. He began to look around and said that it was the same as last time. The young man had the feeling that he had traveled back in time. A message appeared in front of him to earn points, capture territories, or kill other players. And the next system message alerted him that training was about to begin. Kim began to pace and talked about how he hadn't been in the arena in a while and promised himself to be more careful this time around and would tag in first place. Suddenly, the system message came up again, and he read that the Zeus constellation's interest in him was growing. The guy looked very carefully in front of him, then grimaced in surprise. He read in a new message that the constellation of Zeus was giving him an assignment. The next system message announced that the mission window was activated, and the next one announced that constellation help was activated. The young man opened his eyes wide and thought about the fact that usually the mission and support are closed before training. But why is everything already available to him? In the message, he read that the constellation of Zeus expressed deep gratitude and promised a reward of 1,000 achievement points for first place in the battle to conquer the territory. The young man thought that was what was expected from the Lord of Olympus. He was worried about what would happen if he didn't take the first place. In such a situation, he was finished. Then he remembered that Zeus was offering 1,000 points for training, so the guy made a decision for himself that he owed it to himself and would take first place at any cost. Our hero lifted his head up, looked up, and wanted to say something to Zeus. The young man laughed and added that it would be great if he could add another 100 points to it. Then he scratched his head and started laughing merrily and remarked that he was just kidding. The lad went forward and thought about the fact that for the Lord of the whole Olympus, he was rather greedy. Suddenly, some sounds came from somewhere, and the trunks of the trees colored red. The stranger fell to the ground, and with a huge long arrow sticking out of his neck, he was no longer a danger to anyone. Another kid came up to him, laughed merrily, and remarked that all the awards would now be his. He began to pull the arrow out of the guy's neck and said that such magnitude didn't surprise him at all. The guy began to examine it, smiled, and said that even the consumables here were first class. His name was Kim Min-yoon. He was a member of the Sung Sam Guild. The kid said that his guild members had asked him to just come back alive, but he wouldn't agree to that at all. Min-yoon clenched the arrow he had in his hand harder and thought about the fact that he had been kicked out of the fucking academy, so he couldn't remain an ordinary guild member. His expression changed very quickly, and he thought he was going to make them regret kicking someone like him out. Our hero walked among the palm trees and talked about how he was sure it was around here somewhere. After a few minutes, he saw a rivulet and shouted that he had found what he was looking for and stopped beside it. He stood and watched the river flowing and said that he hadn't seen this river in a long time. And Min-yoon, who was on the Dever, looked at him. The kid smiled. He thought he had an easy prey in front of him since the player was completely out of gear, and it was luck. He eyed the young man and thought about the fact that even if he was good, without armor, he was just another nub. The villain pulled the bowstring, smiled achidically, and thanked him for the free kill. Min-yoon jumped down from the tree and immediately fired his bow. The arrow flew very quickly. And there on the other bank was our hero, who went down on one knee beside the river and bent his head. The arrows were coming towards him. They flew right over the river, which began to bubble, water droplets hitting them. Just a few minutes later, they flew over the young man's head, and he thought about exactly what he had envisioned. Min-yoon was back in the tree. He looked down and thought about whether this was the guy he shot with the bow. He wanted to think about something else as he suddenly began to fall down. This was surprising to him as he held on tightly to the trunk. The villain fell to the sand and began to roll around in it. He also mentally cursed. Min-yoon clenched his teeth, stared quietly at our hero, and thought about the fact that it was a mage most likely. He immediately picked up his sword to shoot, as he realized he couldn't lose to a dude with no equipment. The kid shouted to the young man to catch the arrow as immediately his face changed dramatically. He held the sword in his hands with all his might and opened his mouth wide in surprise, as he was not prepared for such a development. The young man stood in front of Min-yoon and informed the one that he wasn't bad. The villain couldn't understand why. And the guy reached forward and noticed that he was aiming straight for the head and noticed that it was a shame that such a talent was destined to die. The dude clenched his teeth, furrowed his brow, and started yelling at our hero that he was scum. Swords appeared in his hands and he started running towards the guy while asking him what he was even carrying. The young man began to use magic power and attacked his opponent while laughing heartily. And then noticing that he had applied the B-rank quick movement skill, Min's face changed and he asked how he knew all this. The young man looked at him calmly and only smiled. He liked the dude's reaction. The one was already a few meters away from Kim and jumped up to attack him, but the guy calmly used magic. Yun's face changed. He frowned his forehead and sweat dripped down his face. He tried to say something but only mouthed the word academy. The young man was completely calm and wondered if he wanted to ask if he was from the academy. Then he snapped his fingers and informed me that there was no way he would have been accepted into such a place. And noticed that the villain, judging by the full gear, was a newbie from some famous guild, and then said that the one was using a high-quality communication device, so the pain should be minimal. Kim informed him that if this was a real arena, the dude would be dead by now, and he himself realized that he went in without a device. Killing in a normal arena means death. It's not just quitting the game as it is now, it's death in real life. Furthermore, in normal arenas, things don't end with a normal death. If it's not mopped up, there's a rift. And if it's a dungeon, the monsters that aren't killed get into the real world, and that's a very bad thing. For this reason, the number of leaders in a country is directly related to its power. Unfortunately, after that incident, South Korea, like other small countries, was unable to fight back and was destroyed. The guy held his head up and said that until that happened, he needed to think about the present and decided to check on things. A message appeared in front of him about which player was currently in which position. The young man was very much surprised. His pupils narrowed very much, and drops of sweat ran down his face. He opened his mouth and wondered why such a small number of kills, since the training had already started a long time ago. The guy looked at the message and thought about how it was probably because everyone was just being cautious. He thought it was a special event, so the player recruitment rating must be high. The more you have, the more you fear losing. Kim watched the system message carefully and realized that some had already begun to take over the area. The young man realized that there wasn't much captured, which meant they were just starting to do it. And considering the nature of the task, territory capture points were more important than kills. He held his hand up, snapped his fingers, and thought about the fact that he now wanted to better understand how fusion worked. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and the young man said he would go in for the kill and get rid of the quiet ones first. Mingyun, although he was still wearing his uniform, was running so fast that dust was flying from under his feet in different directions. Kim laughed merrily at him, and the dude turned his head, drops of sweat appearing on his face, and called our hero crazy. The young man attacked his opponent with magical abilities, and the latter yelled that the guy was completely off his rocker. Shimong smiled and told his opponent that he was hustling, then stretched out his hand to attack. Yoon fell face first into the dirt, and Kim noticed that he was in steel armor, and it was all because of some speed skill. He stood with his arms at his sides and said that if he hadn't attacked first, he definitely wouldn't have made it. As suddenly an attacker appeared at his back, he clutched a sword in his hands and began to run towards our hero. The one turned his head calmly and looked questioningly at the villain. He wasn't scared at all. Literally seconds later, he snapped his fingers to utilize his magical abilities. It was as if the bandit had been replaced. His face twisted, he began to scream in pain and terror. Kim said he still had to attack from the bushes sometimes, and his opponent only groaned. Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of the young man, and he began to read it carefully. From it, he learned that resynthesizing increased his ability to transform, and from the second, that the level of the Philosopher's Stone had increased. The guy noted that raising stats at low levels was quite a common thing, but he didn't expect the level of the Philosopher's Stone to rise. Kim smiled and said that it was very good that he had decided to deal with the quiet ones right away. He noticed that 11 kills and he would definitely not be attacked sneakily now. The young man began to look ahead and said the area was close and said it was worth going forward. And the young man put his hands in his pockets and set off. He walked along the path between the trees. Suddenly something alerted him very much and he began to stare intently ahead. A very strong wind blew and the sand that was on the path began to swirl from side to side. The guy stood near the trunk of a tree and stared intently ahead. He was very tense. The young man saw a huge amount of corpses and thought about the fact that he wasn't even inside the zone. So why are there so many corpses? He wanted to familiarize himself with the arena rankings, and a system message appeared in front of him. From it, he learned what rank was who, as well as the number of kills and the percentage of territory taken. He was very much surprised by the fact that the first through fourth place players had almost the same percentage of territory. Drops of sweat appeared on the guy's face. He read the message carefully and noticed that all of these players had been at the top since training. The young man furrowed his brow and thought about the fact that they were most likely from the same team. He looked at the corpses and realized that this was all a complete violation of the established rules. The young man stood behind the trunk of the tree and thought that as much as they wanted to take the top spots, how could they unite while studying? He wondered where they were, and an interesting thought struck him about the gambler grouping in the zone. The guy looked ahead and saw a tank in front, an archer behind and 2 warriors on the sides. He realized that everything was perfect, and such a company would be difficult to defeat in one blow. Kim looked at his hand and talked about how he wanted to accumulate as much as he could, since the reward for the mission would be shared. He wanted to use magic skills and said he had no other choice. The guy shouted if they wanted to play by those rules. He was fine with it. He was very stressed. Literally seconds later, he smiled and informed me that he would have to become an intruder as well. The girl stared intently ahead. Her pupils narrowed so much they weren't even visible. The blonde-haired man who was standing behind her asked if Lee Si-yoon had seen anything. She replied that she didn't think there would be anyone else. He clarified if the girl was tired of looking out due to her lack of aura. The girl got angry and asked what he was talking about, then added that her providence worked through magic, not aura. The man smiled, asked if it was true, and said that was great. It came out that she was killing using the remnants of her aura. Lee got angry and asked the guy why he was picking on her and pointed out that he had fewer kills. The guy said there wasn't that big of a difference there and added that everyone but him had more than 5 kills. The girl looked at the guy, took a deep breath, and asked who had told him to play as a tank. The man clenched his teeth, frowned, and replied what he would do if he had those characteristics. Se-yoon replied that she didn't choose hers either. Her opponent started making faces and almost took a swing at her as someone on the sidelines told them to calm down. The brunette said Kim Jae-won has more than 60% of the territory and added that he could get him more kills. The blonde-haired young man looked at his opponent and wondered what he meant. After he realized what the young man was talking about, he got excited and asked if it was true, then informed him that he believed him. The girl looked at the guy, called him brother, and asked him if they could come out already. He was very much surprised by such a question, so he asked his sister again, and Lee noticed that there were considerably fewer players. The hottie then added that they couldn't stick around the area forever, and the guy pondered her words. He clarified if she was worried about that guy named Kim Si-moon and furrowed his brow. Lee told him not to worry and pointed out that she knew almost all the newcomers from the other guilds, and Kim Si-moon's name was nowhere to be found. The brother said that this made it more alarming and pointed out that some obscure type had 11 murders. The girl smiled and remarked that she didn't think they should worry, and added that this time all the players were some kind of nubs. Yoon said that this Kim Si-moon was probably just a sneak attack, because if he was that good, he would have gotten to them a long time ago. The girl smiled and said if her brother was worried, they could just look around, maintaining the same formation, and added that they were well practiced. The young man closed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and thought about her suggestion. Just like Se-yoon had said after their last training failure, they began to train very hard. Because of this, their Scorpion Guild had even provided them with fine equipment. It's all of this together that has helped the players achieve such great results. This was evidenced by the standings, which included places, number of kills, and percentage of territory captured. The brunette started thinking about something, and Yoon told him not to even doubt himself. The girl noticed that they had never even heard of this guy and looked at her brother from under her eyebrows. As suddenly she saw some person standing behind a tree, it surprised her very much. She immediately grabbed her bow and did not hesitate to draw the bowstring to shoot the stranger. The girl stared intently in front of her and then quietly said something about the guy they were talking about being nearby. Her brother was definitely not prepared for this and didn't even realize what was going on at first. Yoon shouted that she could see where her opponent was hiding and immediately released an arrow, one after another. But when she looked in front of her, there was no one else in the place where the guy had been. Just a few seconds later, our hero peeked out from behind the trunk and began to look around. He stared intently ahead and his pupils narrowed very much, became like dots. And the arrow that was a few centimeters away from the guy suddenly snapped in half. Kim stood still, a hood over his head, and a broken arrow flew past him. The girl looked at everything that was happening and opened her eyes and mouth wide with surprise. The blonde-haired guy frowned and wondered if it was magic by any chance. Brother Yoon, also like everyone else, was surprised and scared, so he asked if the mage in front of them was a mage. The young man smiled and said quietly about what he thought was a good hiding place, and then calmly said that the girl used B-rank providence, so even more surprised. She opened her eyes wide, the pupils of which had narrowed very much, and asked how he knew all this. Kim smiled and replied that it would take a very long time to explain, and added that he had studied the skills for a long time. Yoon asked if that was true, then noted that they would see if he was smart enough not to lose his head. She was about to fire her bow when she heard someone demand that she stop. It was her brother, who clutched the weapon harder in his hands and asked our hero if he was Kim Si-moon. The guy didn't answer the question, but only asked his opponent who he was. The latter replied that his name was Kang Ho-yoon. The young man asked if he was the leader, as he was the one who took the top spot in the standings. Khan replied that he was the leader, was quiet for a bit, and remarked that he would be brief with the guy. He frowned, reached forward and motioned for Simong to join them. Yun opened her eyes and mouth wide with surprise and asked what her brother meant. The blonde was equally surprised, so he asked Kang if he was crazy and why he thought Kim wouldn't finish them all off. The guy replied that 11 kills without special equipment, and from that we could conclude that he had a magic ability of at least S rank, and then added that would help him rank first. His sister put a hand on the man's shoulder and asked him to stop, asked if he was sane, and remarked that the bastard was a mage, and he would suddenly attack them, and they'd all be screwed. But his brother calmly pointed out that teaming up with a mage of that rank carried more benefits than risks. He threw his sister's hand off his shoulder and said that mages were rare, especially in their guild. Kang frowned and thought about the fact that moreover Kim had more than 11 kills. No matter how nimble a player was, this number was simply astounding. And he told his sister to think ahead, because if they teamed up with such a mage, their position in the guild would increase. Our hero scratched his head and noticed that the guys were quite funny and asked why they thought he would even agree. Kang Ho-won was very much surprised, and Kim remarked, "Isn't it all obvious since they make it sound like he should join them without a second thought?" The brunette put a hand to his forehead and asked the young man what he didn't like in general. He was quiet for a bit and apologized. The young man spread his hands to the side and said he knew that mages were considered arrogant, but he wasn't one of them. Hoen was very much surprised, so he immediately inquired what the matter was then. Our hero looked intently at the young men and calmly said that the whole snag was in the team. Kang frowned, squinted his eyes, and asked what was wrong with the team. He couldn't understand what the guy was talking about. He smiled and asked if he really didn't understand anything, because it was a direct violation of the rules. And if the passing of the training was broadcast, they would be in trouble. The Atsan frowned even more and remarked that he didn't care, and added that he didn't care about public opinion. Kim only smiled after saying that, and added that judging by their equipment, they were from a notorious guild. And then asked how they were going to deal with the aftermath. Are they really that confident? Kang clenched his teeth. He was pretty pissed off, and said guys swatted a couple nubs and his self-esteem skyrocketed. He held his hand up and pointed out that the Scorpion Guild only cared about results, and if they were good, they didn't care about the rest. The kid clenched his teeth and remarked that they were a perfect four, and added that they were different from the fools he had come across before. He told Kim again to come to their side and held out his hand to the young man. And then he added that this was his last chance. But the young man stood opposite Hoen and remained silent. Our hero pulled the hood off his head and noted that he saw no point in continuing the conversation. As Kim suddenly held out his hand towards Kang and called the guy by name, he and his teammates looked at him. And the guy smiled and remarked that he should have worried about himself first. And the young man took advantage of his skills. Lightning began to flow from him in different directions. The players opposite couldn't stand it, so they started covering their eyes with their hands. A few meters away from the blonde-haired young man, a huge sword landed, and he asked what it was. The guy took it in his hand and squeezed it harder, and then said that first place still belonged to him, and wondered why he would get involved in their dirty tactics and smiled. And Kang Ho-yun pointed his sword at the young man. He frowned and noted that the negotiations were unsuccessful. He called his sister's name very loudly, and she opened her mouth wide in surprise. But very quickly she gathered herself, came to her senses, replied that she knew what to do, and drew the bowstring, which was just loaded. A huge arrow flew towards our hero with the speed of light. A little more, and it will hit him. Kim thrust his hand forward. He was collected and serious and ordered the Astraf to cry. A few meters away from him, everything began to blaze with fire, flames devouring everything in their path. The young men watched everything that was happening and opened their mouths wide in amazement. The fire was slowly getting closer to them, but they stood confused and didn't know what to do. And our hero carefully watched everything that was happening and laughed. He looked at his weapon and noticed that he was the only one using 10% of the power. The guy looked at the kid who was lying nearby on the ground and thought something was wrong. He slanted his eyes to the side and began to think about what was bothering him so much. He saw Kana, who was clutching the sword in his hands hard and started running towards him with a shout. Kim smiled and said his opponent managed to survive and looked at him intently. The young man raised his weapon and pointed it at the guy who was approaching him. And the man had already raised his sword upwards to strike his opponent. He was approaching the young man very quickly. The guy thought about the fact that his opponent was using the A-rank shadow movement skill and was most likely using that ability to dodge the spear. So he put his weapon forward and began to use his magic skills. In the meantime, behind our hero's back stood Khan, who thrust his sword upward to strike. He shouted loudly for the young man to die, scowled and would strike him a little more. But Kim raised his index finger upwards in order to activate his magic skills. Just a second later, he attacked his opponent with his magic, and the latter cried out in pain. He clenched his teeth and told Simu Young that this couldn't be possible, since he had used so much magic, and yet his mana was fine. The guy smiled, gripped his weapon harder, and stated that it was more complicated than he realized. He pointed the tip of his Astrath at his opponent's face, and noticed that there was more than just mana there. The young man smiled and told Kang Ho-yun to calm down, as he had nothing to stick around. Flames began to emanate from Kim in different directions. They were very much like lightning bolts. A system message appeared in front of the young man that he had gotten the full amount of points. In a second that the owner of the entire captured area had been determined. He put his hands in his hoodie pockets and read them very carefully. The guy was very serious. And a few seconds later, a message appeared in front of him saying that the training was over. The expression on our hero's face changed a lot. He was very happy. He also had a system message in front of him about the rankings. Who ranked what, how much territory he conquered, and how many players he killed. As it turned out, he was in first place. He was additionally alerted to this by the next system message, and the second alerted the guy that he was the Lord of Learning. Messages appeared one after another. From the next ones, he learned that he had received 100 achievement points and completed the Zeus constellation mission. The young man also read that he also received 1,000 achievement points. He pressed his lips together and thought about the fact that if he hadn't used the spear, he would have gotten 1,000 points. Then the system message appeared again, and the young man was informed that the constellation of Zeus was extremely pleased with him. Kim thought about the fact that he had earned 750 points, and when he returned to the real world, there would be rewards waiting for him for winning the arena. The boy smiled, for he realized that he had gotten a lot out of this training. He was looking forward to what came next. And a system message alerted that he'd be back to the original distance in a couple seconds. At the headquarters of the Scorpion Guild Seoul City, the guild leader called out to Kang Ho-yun. He was standing a few meters away, along with his team members. The man crumpled up some papers and asked the kid if he thought it all made any sense. And he added that the guy wasn't attacked from behind bushes or confronted by another teammate. The guild leader put out his cigarette butt in the ashtray and added that he'd been stripped of his head by a dude with no equipment. Kang frowned, droplets of sweat appearing on his face, and said about the fact that he had no excuses. The man frowned and stated that the guy was well aware that he wasn't punishing anyone for lack of skill, because that was something that even money couldn't fix. He walked over, closer, punched the guy, and yelled that he just couldn't turn a blind eye to losing. The guild leader looked away, pointed at the young men, and noted that the dude had a team. He shouted that in teaming up, he should think of reputation first. The man asked if Ho-yong understood what it meant, and Ho-yong lowered his head and said he was sorry. And he handed the guy a stack of papers, which he began to read very carefully. And the head said that it was an account for those who, despite the guild's help, couldn't pass the training and caused unnecessary trouble. He noted that for the next 10 years, all awards received will go to the guilds, and stated that they should read the documents and sign them. The blonde-haired guy scratched his head, smiled, and noted that it was overkill. But before they could add anything else, the guild leader grabbed him by the neck. He frowned, his eyes burning with hatred, and the man added that the body would have to answer for its master's stupidity, and then wondered if that was his final word. The guy clenched his teeth. He was in a lot of pain, and he said he was sorry and began to apologize. The young men stared intently at the guild leader, and Kang quietly said something about how the documents had better be signed soon. At the Song Sam Guild headquarters, manager Park Min-chul folded his hands in a lock and talked about how he found it hard to believe. He looked at the boys and informed them that he wasn't accusing them of anything, and added that it was an incredible story. The red-haired kid frowned and remarked that he had the same feeling, and added that it was very strange that the magic worked without spells, and the young man they were talking about had 15 kills. Another dude reported that he did it all by himself and then got rid of 4 highly ranked players, and a third added that he made sure of everything in real time. The manager corrected his glasses and stated that they would establish the details in the report, and the young men could be excused. They looked at him with surprise. The boys had drops of sweat on their faces. They wanted to say something else. But the man in glasses interrupted them and stated that he knew exactly what they wanted to tell him, and added that they shouldn't worry as their guild didn't penalize failure of training. After this phrase, the guys got very excited and started looking at each other. The manager just told them to try harder next time, and the boys replied that they would do their best. He picked up one of the folders and said that one of the players had single-handedly gotten rid of 4 players and asked the girl if she recognized anything. Eun-hee lowered her eyes and replied to Manager Park that they were at work right now. Toth smiled and noted that she would take offense if he called her Woo's assistant. The woman smiled and said she wasn't offended at all and handed the man the folder. The one immediately started reading and said that it was as expected. He was familiarizing himself with the data on the Scorpion Guild. The manager read the document carefully and noted that 3 of the players had B-rank skills and 1 had A-rank skills. He wondered with surprise in his voice how a guild that was known for its dirty tricks was able to recruit so many talented fighters. His pupils narrowed very much and he said that wasn't even the question, because someone had managed to get rid of them on their own. Eun-hee asked if it was a mage, and he was using a unique firepower. And Puck wondered where a level 1 would get such power from, and if such a thing was possible, it would take him a long time to activate the magic. The girl said the report said he activated it at the snap of his fingers and clarified maybe it was such a skill, but then it had to be S rank or higher. The manager had a dramatic change in his face and said that it was definitely possible, but he wasn't sure, so he had a different opinion. He looked at the document and noticed that the first level had its limitations as well, and there was likely something else involved here. Eun-hee checked with him to see if he was hinting at a constellation. He agreed and pointed out that everything falls into place then. The girl closed her eyes and said that guy was just an ordinary level 1 player who had started training. There was no way he could enlist the support of a constellation. Park Min-chul thought about the fact that since the advent of the Galactic Arena in the year 2015, constellations only appeared at the diamond rank or higher, but never lower. The manager said that guy is not an easy player, or there is something beyond constellation. And he added that, whatever the case may be, one thing is certain, they must win him over to their side. Eun-hee remarked that she didn't think the others would like it, and the young man laughed and said she'd have to do a good job. Suddenly, he adjusted his glasses, slanted his eyes to the side, and asked if the guild leader agreed with him. The girl who was standing at his back opened her eyes and mouth wide in surprise. As a huge bright yellow fireball suddenly appeared not far from them, he was very much frightened. A girl came out of the balloon and noticed that Puck could just call her Ms., and wondered how long ago he'd noticed it, then added that it was A-Rang's invisibility. She began to approach the young men, and the manager reported that he didn't understand at first, but as soon as they started talking about Kim Si-moon, he felt a presence. The man adjusted his glasses and asked the blonde what brought her here, since she must be very busy, then clarified she was in her final year of school now. Ta smiled and said that she was just bored, and the academy didn't really matter to her anyway. The manager fixed his glasses and asked if she was so bored, then why not go to the arena? And the blonde replied that she had only recently gotten out. And she asked Min-chul if he had watched the stream, but he fixed his glasses and replied that he didn't have time because there were urgent reports coming in. The girl reached out for the folder the guy had on his desk and said there was no need to apologize. She began to familiarize herself with the document and asked if it was the report that struck him so much. The guy started shaking, drops of sweat appeared on his face, and he asked Lady Yu-jung not to do that and remarked that this was secret information of the guild. The girl smiled and said there was nothing wrong with it, and she owned it and began to read the document. But the young man did not calm down. He tried to snatch the folder from Yu's hands, but she held it firmly in her hands. Park stretched his hands toward the documents, and Lady Yu-jung raised them above her very head, a look of surprise on her face. She opened her mouth and the pupils of her eyes narrowed very hard, all because she read Kim Si-moon's name in the document. Our hero stared intently in front of him and pressed his lips together hard and thought back. He lay back on the bed, laughed, then stretched and said it was finally over. System messages appeared in front of the guy saying that he had received extra experience points as a reward for first place in the training, and that the Philosopher's Stone had absorbed some of the experience points. But that wasn't all. From one of the messages, he learned that his level was raised 2, and the level of the Philosopher's Stone was raised by 1. The young man carefully read the distribution of experience points and said that apparently without the Philosopher's Stone, he could reach the 3rd level. A status window appeared in front of Kim Nova, and he noted that strength, agility, and stamina were heavily hoarded compared to the power of alchemy. He smiled and thought about the fact that the difference was pretty big, but that was a good thing. The kid clenched his hand into a fist and thought about why, the lower his level and the higher the level of the Philosopher's Stone, the more profitable the arena would be. A picture appeared in front of him, which made him realize that the principle was quite simple, because in arenas where all the players were around the same level, everyone was at least at the third level. He continued to familiarize himself with the levels and wondered what if he secretly hit his real level. The young man continued his familiarization and realized that this was even better than any innate characteristic. Our hero presented a fight in which he very quickly became the winner, which he was insanely happy about. He folded his hands in front of him and said that was very good, and now it was worth checking the ranks. A system message appeared in front of the guy from which he familiarized himself with his title, class, strength, and level. He looked carefully in front of him, then noted that his title hadn't changed at all. He recalled his girlfriend's words about why it's so hard to improve the title and said that even Mal Suk can't improve the title. The system message appeared in front of him again, and he rejoiced that he had a new title. It was called Lord of Learning. The young man learned that Lord of Learning, it was a title given to someone who was able to take the first place very quickly and with a gap during the training. He wondered if there was other information, and then came to the conclusion that ordinary titles looked like this. They had been underestimated in a past life for some reason. Kim began to stare out the window and thought about how it was very strange that he had gotten such titles right away, but he couldn't say it was a loss. A message appeared in front of the kid that indicated that it was an achievement shop, its levels were directly related to titles, it was most often opened at gold rank and above. He knew that titles were required to buy points at the commissary, and then he read that there were 2 points left and wondered where to invest them. The young man scratched his beard and asked if he should put all the points into the power of transformation. He knew that the Philosopher's Stone was powerful, but it didn't solve the fundamental law of equivalent exchange in alchemy. The young man held his head and thought about the fact that he had already spent 1,000,000 points. What was this 500 to him? And he needed a more powerful transformation power to deal with everything. Kim realized that he couldn't completely ignore the physical stats and only think about the power of transformation. They come in handy for mages. The guy reflected on the fact that it was a very hard decision. The kid thought about the fact that they needed to be raised to at least an average of 5, and he would deal with the remaining points later. But suddenly it dawned on him. He stared intently in front of him, his pupils narrowed greatly, and he told himself that he should stop. The boy put his hand to his chest and wondered if the Philosopher's Stone could be asked a question. And he asked if he could convert anything with equal exchange. The young man then asked himself if human transformation was possible. He sat and listened to himself, but there was still no answer from the Philosopher's Stone, and wondered if he could understand it. Since human transmutation is considered taboo in alchemy, it's well known that chimeras are the most obvious example of human transmutation. Sometimes they appear in the arena as monsters. Kim knew they could also be used to their advantage. After all, 21st century science had progressed, and the Philosopher's Stone, as before, was silent and did not answer our hero's question. The kid stared intently in front of him and wondered if he could use what he had for a good cause. Then he said that was his intention, and he planned to get much stronger. The young man wrinkled his nose and said if he ever found himself in a difficult situation, he couldn't promise anything. He folded his hand into a fist, the young man adding that he had a goal to achieve after all. Then he put his hand to his chest and remarked that he was well aware of the dangers of human mutation. The stone glowed bright red, and Kim wondered what he was even worried about. He asked if it was the opposite of the Emerald Tablet, as he couldn't understand what the Philosopher's Stone was suddenly about. The young man asked if he meant to say that there was an object that was like an Emerald Tablet, and it contained special knowledge. Nothing surprising, he thought. There was nothing in the Emerald Tablet about human transmutation. A system message appeared in front of him that a tablet ownership test was taking place, and the guy remembered how he had been tested when he had first gotten the Emerald Tablet. The kid was very surprised as he read that the right had been confirmed and the tablet would recognize him as its owner. This was very unusual since a level 1 player had received it. Because of the binding mechanism, making the item unusable by anyone and protecting it from theft by vaporizing thieves. The young man thought about the fact that, to be more accurate, everyone who didn't qualify for possession dies. He felt creepy, for if he didn't pass the test, there would be only ashes left. Kim asked the Philosopher's Stone if he thought he could pass the test for transmutation. He grabbed the bedspread with his hand and wondered if he should just let the idea go then. The young man heard some sounds and asked the Philosopher's Stone if it could partially block the penalty for failing a check. He was quiet for a while and asked me to tell him if the stone could prevent death. The young man began to get out of bed and remarked that since he was an official player, the most important thing for him was not to die, and that way he could recover. A system message appeared in front of him, and the guy said he would invest the remaining points in the power of alchemy first. Then he asked the Philosopher's Stone again if it could roughly describe the transmutation material. The one replied something, and Kim wondered if it was an emerald scroll, but of a different color. He closed his eyes and started thinking about something. After a while, he replied that he understood everything. The kid held his hand up and thought about the color being dark purple instead of light green, and it should work like a modern smartphone and be able to store knowledge. Suddenly, a system message appeared, alerting him that his alchemy power was insufficient for transmutation. The young man opened his eyes, pressed his lips together, stared intently in front of him, and thought it was expected. The next message informed him that about 10,000 achievement points were needed for an equal exchange. Then he had to agree or not. The guy was very much surprised, as such an offer was definitely not expected. And the Philosopher's Stone said something to him and pulsed very hard at that. Kim had drops of sweat on his face and wondered if this was still considered cheap. He stood in front of the system message and noticed that the Astref was only worth 500 points. Kim thought about the fact that he had worked so hard to accumulate 12,300 points, and now all was lost. And then he said he had no choice and decided to take the risk. Literally a second later, a message appeared in front of him, saying that he had sent 10,000 achievement points. As he suddenly saw that white smoke began to spread in different directions from his hand, he looked at it with interest. The pupils of the boy's eyes narrowed. He frowned and noted that this energy was familiar to him. He looked with interest at his hand, from which smoke continued to spread across the room. The guy was very curious about what was going to happen next and didn't take his eyes off his hand. In the meantime, his body was gradually draped as if in a konon, purple huge threads. Just a few minutes later, a similar situation occurred with his arms. They were all wrapped around him. Kim spoke of the object in his hands being alive and was very much surprised by it. A message appeared in front of the young man that he had created an unregistered mythical artifact, and a second one that he had received 5,000 achievement points. He also learned from the message that the characteristics of the title Alchemy Pioneer had improved and an option had been added to it. The guy was very surprised. He opened his mouth and couldn't believe that his title had improved. He began to read the system message carefully and said in a voice that fusion energy absorption was being reduced by 5%. The kid pointed out that it turns out that not only does the percentage of efficiency increase as the level increases, but also the percentage of energy absorption decreases. The young man smiled and thought about the fact that it was no wonder now why Malsuk had talked so much about changing titles and decided that he needed to maximize the efficiency percentage. The system message reappeared in front of him, alerting him to the fact that the constellation of Baphomet was looking at the trail he had left behind with bulging eyes and that it had caught his attention. Kim also read that because of his incredible accomplishments, the entire arena is all but discussing him. The young man stared in front of him, then wondered what else it was. A message appeared in front of him with characteristics about the obsidian tablet. He learned that it was a replica that contained various information, including human transmutation. He opened his mouth in surprise as he had invested 10,000 achievement points, and there was only 20%, and that was another line. The kid thought about the fact that even the Astraf was only 10% and for 500 points. He was breathing heavily from worry. He took hold of his head, took a deep breath, and told himself to calm down, and then stated to just not be told that this item has no rollback. The guy started to look through his fingers, his pupils narrowed, and asked if he really didn't have a backlash. He realized that the tablet was forever, and then concluded that for every 10,000 points there was a 20% increase. The young man rubbed his beard and contemplated 4 more times for 40,000 achievement points. The kid smiled as he began to realize he could get his hands on the mythical item. The young man looked intently at the tablet and cried out that it was all madness. Literally after a few seconds, his expression changed a lot. He heard the mythical stone speak. He put his hand on his chest and told him not to worry, as he was prepared for the punishment that might follow. Kim picked up his cell phone and thought about being able to contact his brother and sister with one tap. The guy talked about how he was used to pain in general, as he had suffered from a lack of mana all his life. And for him, unbearable pain is an eternal companion. He put his hand to the tablet and thought with a smile that, if his guess was correct, there should be no punishment. And that one lit up. On it were written incomprehensible symbols. The young man was blinded by a bright light. His arm was wrapped in purple threads like vines and began to squeeze the limb very tightly. The kid smiled and thought about the fact that everything was as expected. He felt no pain and wondered if the constellation of Baphomet was very interested in him. Just then, a system message appeared in front of him that the obsidian tablet required fusion with the Philosopher's Stone. The boy clutched his stomach and clenched his teeth in pain as the huge ropes began to grip his torso and arms. He looked very frightened, eyes wide with surprise, and drops of sweat appeared on his face. A message appeared in front of the young man that the Philosopher's Stone was accepting the obsidian tablet's request. So he yelled out what was the matter, as he didn't understand what was really going on at all. Just a few minutes later, he fell to the floor and started screaming very hard in pain. Kim clenched his teeth and thought about the tentacles all over his body, squeezing him really hard. There were drops of grotto sweat running down his face, but he shouted that it was enough, because just a little more, and he would definitely be finished. The scream was so strong that the man who was walking near the door of his apartment heard the young man shouting as if frantic. Messages appeared. One notified that the obsidian tablet had successfully merged with the Philosopher's Stone, and the player was also informed that there had been a small change. The Philosopher's Stone had one new option added, and its rank was raised. The last message our hero could not read as he felt very bad. Saliva began to flow from his mouth. The guy was invited to the Galactic Arena. Today's event was called Offense. 50 players were to participate. The message alerted the youngster to the fact that a condition called cooperation had been added, and the kid read that the participants would be divided into groups of 5. But the main point was that the trial would only begin once the groups were formed. The young man read the message carefully and then said that he had just finished his studies and already there would be an attack, still cooperating. He cringed and noted that it was likely part of the entrance testing, then marveled that a silver-ranked event would show up here. The guy thought about our hero and came to the conclusion that it was probably all because of him. He looked at the system message and thought about the fact that this was his chance. After all, he could try to prove himself in a way that didn't work out last time. Suddenly, the kid heard some sounds in the side and turned his head and listened. He thought it was an attack, but saw some young men, one of whom remarked that they were lucky. Someone asked why offense and not defense. The dark-haired guy noticed that the player recruitment rating was high, and he performed well in training. The blonde clarified if he wasn't the reason for the difficulty now, and the man replied that the dude shouldn't be afraid, as he would protect him this time. The red-haired guy frowned, his pupils narrowing very much, and he thought about the emblem. He began to realize that the Scorpius Guild scum in front of him were in front of him, and he was greatly distressed. No matter the rank of the arena, there would always be some bastards, but the Scorpion Guild had long since gone over the edge. First, they have formed a huge posse, and second, they back up their disgusting behavior with stupid logic. But the most important thing is that they claim they are willing to work for victory, but in fact, they are just dirty crooks. The red-haired guy put a hand to his forehead and thought about the fact that they were most likely on the same team. He realized that his chance to prove himself was gone. One of the guys said he heard there should be 5 people on the team, and there's only 1. Everyone started laughing, and the blonde man remarked that the others probably hadn't joined. The other player said he'd be curious who was on the team with them. The red-haired guy thought that the members of the Scorpion Guild were showing off as usual, but a dude approached him and asked if he had the mark of the song Sam Guild on his clothes. The one only looked at her, but didn't answer anything, and the brunette began to ask further. His companion tensed up. One was very much frightened. The other smiled and began to ask if it was true. The dude started asking the redhead what his name was, and he stammered that his name was Kim Min-hyun. The young man put his hand to his face, closed his eyes and said he couldn't recall him because he had never heard that name before. He looked intently in front of him and wondered if the person in front of him was an ordinary rookie who had been trained. The guy was shaking, and the brunette remarked that no matter how bad things were, the Song Sam Guild wouldn't give him equipment below C rank, and clarified if that was true. And then he added that he had heard that the big companies could give A-rank armor if one performed well in the training. The blonde man, on the other hand, said that Kim Min-hyun didn't take any place. The red-haired kid clenched his hand into a fist, clenched his teeth, and mentally thought about how these young men were bastards, and he just had to be patient. He looked at the 3 of them and thought about how he would have arrived them that way, but he knew full well that they were stronger than he was. The kid clenched his hands tighter, closed his eyes, and thought for sure he'd play if he got into a fight. A brunette walked up to Minhyun. He smiled and said, "They'll help the dude get by. He'll just have to do what they say." He clenched his teeth. He was shaking. He thought that the guys wanted to take all his awards for themselves and mentally called them names. Suddenly, they heard a rustle behind their backs and turned their head. The young men saw a cold light. It was our hero who put his hands in his pockets and leisurely approached the group of people. Min Hyen opened his mouth in surprise, staring intently in front of him and thinking about what this guy was doing here. The brunette put a hand to his face, started laughing, and closed his eyes as he was not prepared for such a development. After a few minutes, he calmed down and stated that he couldn't understand the arena's algorithms, because first the kid from Song Sam appeared, and now another nub without armor. The young man smiled and quietly repeated after the brunette the word nub, his face covered. Then he looked intently at his opponent and wondered if he was talking about him. The brunette held his weapon out in front of him and wondered who else he could talk about like that. The young man wondered if they had decided to insult him, exhaled, and laughed merrily. As his mood suddenly changed dramatically, he felt a philosopher's stone stirring in the middle. He asked what the guy had said and noticed that he looked like his face hadn't been smeared on the pavement in a long time. And he added that he would sort it out now, but the young man took hold of his head, and he went on to say that he would tear his face to pieces. Kim smiled and thought about the fact that he had obviously touched his chest, but why did his heart hurt so much? Philosopher's Stone smiled and remarked what he should do if the young man was so concerned about him. Our hero changed in his face. Drops of sweat appeared on him, and the stone began to demand that he still did so. Xiemeng thought to himself that if he had known that this would happen, he would have definitely stopped the obsidian tablet from fusing with the stone. He never thought that there would be such a reaction to a single phrase. And the Scorpius Guild guys started asking each other what the guy was doing, the blonde man noting that they scared him a lot. The brunette clutched his weapon harder in his hands and asked our hero if he was scared, and also called him a freeloader. The blonde man told Gi Yel that there was no need to talk to him since he was dumbfounded with fear. The third guild member laughed and said that the young man didn't even have a guild. The brunette smiled and remarked that Kim had been attacking some simpletons without armor and informed him that he wasn't such a loser. Our hero furrowed his eyebrows, looked intently at his opponent, and asked if that was really the case. Then he smiled and remarked that if it was about the gear, they had it all wrong. Spruce slammed his weapon on the ground with all his might. Pieces of rocks and bullets flew in different directions and shouted that the guy was getting frisky in general. He asked Kim what they misunderstood and said he was trying to walk them through it now. The young man smiled and asked his opponent if his name was Cho Gi-yol and added that it was busy, and then added that mages and supports often lacked equipment. He glared at his opponent and either asked or noted that he had been in the arena for a long time. Our hero was silent for a moment, then asked the brunette if he was from the Scorpion Guild by any chance. Spruce smiled caustically and noticed that the young man had absolutely no regard for manners. Kim smiled back and said he wasn't dumb enough to show respect to retards. The blonde clenched his teeth, folded his hand into a fist, and asked what the bastard had said, his comrade wondering how the freeloader even dared to open his mitt. Guy stepped closer, clutched his weapon harder in his hands, and remarked that Kim was completely underestimating them and added that he would blow his arrogant face off. Our hero was completely calm. He stared intently ahead and put his hand forward to use magic. Spruce was shaking with fear. An invisible force gripped his weapon, which was why he couldn't strike his opponent. He clenched his teeth. The pupils of his eyes narrowed, the kid thinking that this couldn't be happening, that his opponent was stronger than him. The young man, however, smiled calmly and held his weapon with his magical power, while Guy mentally called him a pathetic brat. Kim noticed that he thought the brunette had high agility because of his speed, but his main characteristic was strength. The kid was shaking, clenched his teeth, furrowed his brow, and thought about the fact that his opponent didn't even flinch. His companions watched everything carefully from the side. They clenched the swords in their hands harder and started calling the guy by name. The brunette swung around. He screamed either from fear or exertion. He frowned and his pupils narrowed greatly. A few seconds later, a red-haired guy was at his back and delivered a crushing blow. The third member of the Scorpion Guild had drops of sweat appearing on his face. He began to call out to Sang Bin. That was the blonde man's name. The one didn't answer. The guy got very angry and rushed forward with all his legs. He clutched the weapon in his hands hard. The red-haired kid turned around at the sound, his pupils narrowed. He hadn't expected his opponent to rush towards him, but he was not at all confused, and the man was no longer any danger after a few seconds. Spruce continued to hold his weapon and then shouted that his companions were assholes. He frowned, he felt heavy, droplets of sweat running down his face, and thought that the opponent had the A-rank physical skill, a distribution of characteristics focused on strength and agility. And the equipment is above B rank, and he was well aware that it was all just one hand. After a few minutes, he shouted for all he was worth, why our hero was so strong. Thoth continued to clutch his opponent's weapon even tighter, and wondered if he still had the strength to scream. A second later, he saw the splinter in his hands. Kim held up part of his opponent's weapon and said with joy in his voice that he really liked that look on his face. With his own weapon, the guy stabbed Yell and asked him not to be so offensive since he attacked first, and himself thought about the fact that this arena has an extremely high difficulty due to the high level of player recruitment, and on the other hand, means that the reward will be much better as well. He looked at his opponent, who no longer posed any threat, and realized that this time, the fewer people on the team, the more each participant would get, which was why they had stuck to his gear. A system message appeared in front of the young man, informing him that the ogre's corporeal shell could replicate his physical abilities with only 15% synthesized. The guy was very much surprised by such an indicator, because the risks of possessing such a thing are already high, and now also the hand to turn into an organ hand. The young man smiled and talked about how everything was fine, and he was enjoying everything at the moment. Just a few seconds later, his expression changed. He looked away and opened his mouth in surprise. Kim saw the red-haired guy and asked if he was the last participant. He answered in the affirmative. Our hero asked if they had seen each other before, and added that the kid seemed familiar to him. The latter replied that they had met in training. The young man opened his eyes wide, frowned, and asked if he and the dude were fighting near the river. The one replied that his name was Kim Min-hyun. He was from the Sung Sam Guild and would be happy to work together with the guy. Xing Mong's pupils narrowed, droplets of sweat ran down his face, and he interrogated which guild the red-haired man was from. And he himself thought about the fact that the guild in question belonged to Yu Jung, the beautiful blonde. He pressed his lips together, frowned, and stared intently, and waited for the young man's response. That one felt awkward and asked if maybe he had said something wrong, and Min-hyun also had drops of sweat appearing on his face. Our hero laughed and replied that nothing was wrong. He was just thinking for a moment. He shook the kid's hand and said they'd do a good job, and the redhead asked if it was just the two of them, and added that the mode requires 5 players, to which Kim replied that those 3 died after distribution, so the system won't pick up new ones. Min frowned. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. He couldn't understand anything and shouted that there was no such thing. There were system messages, one reporting that all participants had been allocated, and another that the arena was opening. From the third message, the young people learned that there was a limit, and it was 30 minutes. Min opened his mouth in surprise, and our hero was surprised and very much upset at such news. The guys were very confused, and for a while they just stood there silent. Then Kim said they should hurry up. They already have few players compared to other teams, his partner agreed. A system message appeared, alerting them that the constellation of Zeus was watching them, and the constellation of Baphomet was very pleased with them. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and thought of Zeus still watching him, and now Baphomet as well. He was very curious as to why, after all, he wasn't even that high-ranked and was just being tested. So why were these 2 constellations watching him? A message alerted that usually constellations don't even always watch for funded players, and a second announced that their target was a goblin fortress. After a while, the guys read that they needed to clear the area by any means necessary in the time limit. They had 29 minutes and 59 seconds left. The boys were not prepared for such a development. They were surprised, and Moon clenched his teeth and wondered what kind of fortress this was. Commonly referred to as a checkpoint, this bridgehead varies slightly in surroundings and shape depending on the map, but it is built like a fortress with a bridge. The guy asked what the fortress was doing here, since checkpoints usually appear at platinum rank or higher. And he himself was thinking about the fact that the trio from the Scorpion Guild had originally surpassed the testing level. If you think about it like that, everyone here was of high level, so such a thing was quite realistic. He wondered if it was fair here. This could be a special beachhead just for them. The young man looked up and thought the reward would be generous, and it was only to their advantage. The guy smiled and wondered if this was the way it turned out. He would deal with them and all the rewards, but something distracted him. He called out to Kim Min-hyun and started apologizing to him. He opened his eyes wide and couldn't understand what was going on. Shimung smiled and asked his partner if he wanted to rack up more kills. The one scratched his head and replied that he didn't want to, as he had just finished his training, and goblins were too much for him, and added that he was sorry he was so useless and would rather collect the rewards carefully. Our hero smiled, agreed, and offered to come up with a joint strategy, and added that he could take all the kills for himself. One of the goblins had a snide smile that showed sharp teeth. He laughed and remarked that it was time for a shift change. His partner said he hated standing guard as it was boring. The monster replied to stop saying stupid things as their boss wasn't in the mood. And in the meantime, very interesting events were happening. Someone was coming down to the goblins in a lilac cloud. One of the goblins laughed and remarked that the idiots would be violated, but his partner only smiled. He didn't have time to say anything as someone swiftly descended on neither goblin from on high. A system message appeared in front of the guy. It showed the characteristics of the Black Panther shell. It was 12% synthesized and Kim could use them. The young man had read the characteristics very carefully, and the goblins posed no danger. He couldn't even think that they wouldn't notice anything, as they were usually very sensitive to sounds. And he himself said that transforming multiple body parts is a difficult task. Philosopher's Stone remarked that the very fact that he was doing it at all was insane. A red-haired kid came up to the young man and wanted to say something, then asked if they were sure they could handle it since there were only two of them. Kim smiled and said that he had scouted the area from the ambush and added that the goblins only had rocks and poison arrows as weapons. He noticed that the monsters wouldn't be able to pierce his partner's armor, and the most important thing was to stick to the plan, and then definitely everything would be fine. Min smiled and replied that he understood, but you could still see that he was nervous. The young man took a few steps forward and told his partner to follow him as well. And the boys set off towards the huge doors of the fortress, Min Hen walking a little behind. The goblins sat around the fire, eating the meat, saying it was delicious and noting that it had been a long time since they had eaten such goodies. One of the monsters froze with a piece of meat in its teeth. It heard some incomprehensible sounds. The red-haired young man clutched his weapon harder in his hands and ran forward, pupils screaming. The goblins started yelling that they had people coming in and yelled for all their might that it was an attack. Then one of them clenched his teeth, smiled, and said that there was only one person, so there was no cause for concern. Then the monster added that this man had definitely lost his mind and pointed a slingshot at him. And the goblins started throwing stones at the kid, but he was dodging and swearing. Hen frowned and shouted, "Is that really all?" as not a single stone hit him. The same ones pointed various weapons at the guy and shouted that people wouldn't get through to them. They started running towards the young man and shouted that he was trapped. The boy clutched his huge sword in his hands and was ready to fight the goblins who were rapidly approaching him. He simply waved his hand with his weapon, doing so erratically as the monsters were already almost beside him. Min stared intently in front of him. His pupils narrowed very much. He also frowned his forehead. He thought about the blind spot here. He swung his sword at random and realized that there was only a little bit left. And when the goblins were already near him, the boy shouted with all his might for everyone to come to him. He looked up and started yelling it was about time. He looked very confused and scared, as suddenly everything lit up with a bright yellow light. It was our hero taking advantage of the lightning and Astraf. The goblins began to burn alive while screaming furiously in pain and incomprehension of what had happened. And Kim stood nearby, holding his weapon and watching intently. There were only charcoals left of the monsters, and it was all thanks to the Astraf. The guy squeezed the hand he was in harder. System messages appeared in front of him. The first alerted him that the Philosopher's Stone had minimized the rollback, and the second that 50 achievement points spent earlier had been restored. Hen held on to the wound and noted that it had all happened in an instant, and wondered how that was even possible. But our hero was staring intently at the system window. He was very much surprised, and his pupils narrowed. He noted that the obsidian tablet had merged with the stone, and the rank had increased to E, but the achievement points remained the same. And the Philosopher's Stone asked the young man if he knew what a rollback was, and added that no one is able to handle him. Only he can do it, but you need to reach at least B rank. Kim thought about this information and read the system message. Something appeared in front of him that alerted him that the constellation of Zeus was smiling approvingly because of how cool he had used the Astrophus, so it was giving the guy 100 achievement points. He reflected on the fact that he was being helped with his glasses even without a live broadcast. He was very much surprised. The young man thought to himself that considering the speed of completion of the obsidian tablet and all the transformation to come, it had worked out rather well. He gripped his weapon harder in his hands and thanked the constellation Zeus for his support. Kim thought he could use it again. Even if he spent all the investment, the rollback would continue. He smiled as he was well aware that he hadn't lost much and looked carefully in front of him. He had a red-haired partner at his back and was looking around carefully. As suddenly he heard some extraneous sounds and turned his head, he opened his mouth wide in surprise. Then he said the main point appeared, pointed there with his hand, and remarked that it was time to leave. Our hero looked at the kid, smiled, and spoke about Min-hyun leaving here first. The one opened his eyes and mouth wide and then asked what about him, since the goblins were coming soon, and then wondered if Kim was sure he could handle it. The young man noticed that his partner had seen everything for himself and added that he would finish and join him. The redhead only opened his mouth in surprise, drops of sweat appearing on his face, but he remained silent. After a few minutes, he came to his senses and shouted to the guy to be sure to look into their guild, as they would be sure to repay the kindness. Kim walked forward, and the dude repeated his request again, and also yelled that he thanked him for everything. And the goblins clutched their weapons harder in their clutches. They were shaking with either fear or anger. Our hero clasped his hands together and noticed that it was time to finish what he had started. After a few seconds, a huge axe appeared in front of him. He began to look at it as he didn't realize who it belonged to. Suddenly, he heard some sounds and turned his head at the noise and looked around. The guy saw a huge silhouette in front of him. The creature's eyes were burning and sharp fangs were visible. The monster growled, threw stones at the young man, and gradually approached him, while Kim dodged as best he could. The goblins were very excited. They were jumping and laughing as they saw their boss. The guy, however, stared at him intently and opened his eyes wide in surprise, his pupils narrowing very much. He saw a huge burly monster walking leisurely toward him, clutching a weapon in its hand. The huge metal axe belonged to a large monster. Kim could see that. The monster approached leisurely. It bared its huge, sharp teeth and roared as it did not expect to see a human here. The young man clenched his hands into fists and thought about the hobgoblin in front of him and wondered why he was here. He remembered the system message that the target area was the bridge that was engulfed by the goblins. Kim stared intently at his opponent while a myriad of thoughts swirled in his head. And after a while, he came to the conclusion that most likely that message meant that the fortress had been taken over by goblins. Hobgoblins, creatures that arise when elite goblins are affected by dark energy, and since the captured fortress is filled with this energy, their appearance is inevitable. The guy thought that even with a high MMR, isn't it too much to take on and destroy a hobgoblin, and you need at least platinum level to do that. A system message suddenly appeared in front of him that he had applied the Dark Panther's body shell skill. And the hobgoblin came closer and closer. With shouts, he brought his weapon above his head and shouted that now there was going to be a spectacle for his subordinates. A huge axe, literally a few centimeters away, flashed near Kim's head. The enemy didn't stop. The guy fell to the ground and thought about whether it wasn't all too easy. He dodged as best he could as he realized that the hobgoblin's physical abilities were inferior to the actual abilities of such creatures. Then the young man smiled and mentally considered whether it was unfair. It seemed to him that they had some sort of conscience. Achievement points can be a waste of time, just in case they should be taken off properly, and Kim began to summon the Philosopher's Stone. The latter responded by waiting for him. Suddenly, there was a system message that the constellation of Baphomet was frowned upon due to Zeus's constant lightning strikes. The guy froze in place. His pupils narrowed very much from bewilderment, and he began to think about investments. The system message appeared again, alerting that the constellation of Baphomet was expressing displeasure, pointing to the obsidian tablet. Kim reread it carefully and couldn't understand why this was suddenly happening. Meanwhile, the hobgoblin did not calm down. He screamed like a madman, and his eyes glowed with hatred. Our hero stared intently in front of him and understood perfectly well that something must be done, so he began to attack the enemy. The monster roared, and the guy thought about how the hobgoblin was very dangerous even in a relaxed state. A message appeared again, announcing that the constellation of Baphomet had assigned a mission. The young man read it carefully. He opened his eyes and mouth wide with astonishment. He read that the constellation of Baphomet has a lot of resentment over his use of Zeus lightning bolts, so he needs to defeat the hobgoblin boss using human fusion. The monster screamed like a madman, And from the next message, Kim learned that he would be rewarded with 500 achievement points. The monster began to attack him, and the young man shouted that he had only gotten 500 achievement points for the mission. It was too little. But the guy smiled and thought about the fact that it was already a matter of principle, and remembered that he was, in fact, an alchemist. Our hero looked up, raised his hands, and with a smile on his face announced that he was accepting the mission. Literally seconds later, a system message appeared and notified him that the constellation of Baphomet was expressing joy. The guy pressed his lips together and stared intently in front of him as the messages began to appear again. The first about the constellation of Zeus expressing displeasure, and the second that the constellation of Baphomet was furious. It threatened to visit Olympus. Kim couldn't immediately understand what was happening, and the exertion made drops of sweat appear on his face. A message popped up, and he read that the constellation Zeus was shaking his head and saying that Baphomet never changes. And from the second one, the guy learned that the constellation Zeus had backed off after all. The young man stood confused and could not understand what this atmosphere between the constellations was. The hobgoblin screamed for all his might, screaming at how a human could mock him. The same answered nothing, looked at his hand and said that it was about human fusion. He turned his head, looked at his opponent, and said with a smile that nothing was impossible. And just a few seconds later, it lifted off the ground and flew upward like a bird. He approached the monster, but the monster did not stand still, but ran towards the guy with all his might. Our hero's hands were clenched into fists, and he saw with the corner of his eye the message that he had applied, the skill body shell ogre. And he struck with all his might, but the hobgoblin had time to cover himself with his shield, so he was not harmed. The monster frowned and said that the person in front of him was a man with iron nerves. And then, unexpectedly for the lad, grabbed his head with a huge paw and squeezed it very hard. The hobgoblin laughed merrily. He already felt victorious and continued to squeeze Kim's head harder and harder. The goblins, who were standing off to the side and watching everything, began to laugh and said things about the man being trapped. They said their boss was the best and each fired their guns. Our hero, on the other hand, was cleaning up as best he could and even managed to look around through his palm. He wanted to see what was being done around him. And at the same time, wooden sharp needles flew into his back and dug into his skin. The kid screamed in pain. The hobgoblin was very much pleased with himself. He laughed and asked what the man would do now, for it was a little difficult for him to move. He began to squeeze Kim's head harder and then said that humans are such weak creatures. The monster frowned and said through its teeth that the young man was so insignificant to have fallen for a simple trick and had no defense against the paralyzing poison. He raised the hand that held the weapon and told the guy that he would start by chopping off all of his limbs. The young man answered nothing, and with his hand clutched the monster's huge paw that held his head. He couldn't understand what was going on and began to stammer some words. Drops of sweat appeared on the hobgoblin's muzzle. He remarked that this was all impossible and a normal human couldn't do this. The message that he had used the ogre's corporeal shell appeared before our hero again. As the monster suddenly screamed as if furious, the arm he was holding the guy with cracked. He began to scream as if frantic with pain, as well as not understanding what was happening. The young man looked down at him and remarked that goblins were such weak creatures and wondered if the man thought he would fall for such a simple trick. His eyes burned with hatred, and the young man clarified with the monster if he had any objections. The one clenched his teeth, breathing hard with anger, couldn't say anything to his opponent. The guy didn't think for a long time and hit the monster with all his might, and he sprawled on the ground. The goblins were shaking with fear. They asked each other how this could have happened. They also wondered if their boss was alive. And a message appeared in front of Kim that the Baphomet constellation's mission had been accomplished. He also read that he had received 500 achievement points and that the Baphomet constellation was satisfied with the use of human fusion. But that wasn't all. The guy read that he had additionally gotten 500 achievement points. The next message alerted the young man that he had defeated the secret hobgoblin boss single-handedly and was rewarded with 500 achievement points. Kim said that the secret boss was probably not created just to be defeated. A system message alerted that the galactic arena that had previously discussed him was surprised by his achievement. And from the second he learned that the constellation of Baphomet was taunting. There were a lot of messages near the guy, and he was thinking about the fact that it was probably his personality that was being discussed. Now that he thinks back on it, something similar had already happened when he created the obsidian tablet. Kim thought about the attention of the galactic arena. That was probably a good thing rather than a bad thing. He raised that this is likely a positive, as she always maintains a clear balance between risk and reward. The lad looked ahead at the light and reflected on the fact that as it was, there was nothing he could do now, for it was time to go after his reward. The young man stared intently in front of him. The light from the system message reflected on his face. From it, he learned that the rental stage of the Tainted Goblin Fortress had been successfully completed, while the second notified him that Kim had single-handedly defeated all the enemies in a co-op playthrough with another player. The young man had read that rewards for successful completion were accrued based on results, and the linked trait Philosopher's Stone received a portion of experience points. Messages appeared one after another. He learned that the level had been raised to 4, and the level of the Philosopher's Stone had been raised to 2. Kim also read that he was given a reward called the Hobgoblin Battle Axe, and that he got the victory over the hidden boss alone. The next system message alerted the guy to the fact that he'd still gotten the monster's poison serum as a reward. He opened his mouth and eyes wide with surprise and shouted that he had so many awards, but the messages didn't stop. One alerted that he had completed a hidden achievement, and another that he would receive 1,000 achievement points. The young man didn't avert his eyes. He laughed and asked if the reason was because it was the first boss, and then added that the rewards were incredible, and demanded that a status window appear in front of him, which he began to familiarize himself with very carefully. A smile appeared on our hero's face, and he said that with such rewards, he would quickly gain 10,000 points. He wondered if 10,000 points would be enough for the Philosopher's Stone to synthesize an obsidian tablet. The stone replied that the requirements would vary. Kim looked at the system message and thought that the price was going up with each update, so investments should be made cautiously. He looked at his hand and knew full well that there was no avoiding the investment. But unlike consumables, such as the Astraf, the obsidian tablet was permanent. Guy knew that once created, it could be used without restriction and had the power to change a person. The young man recalled dealing with the Hobgoblin, and the Philosopher's Stone said that for the second stage of synthesis, the growth rate of 20% would apply even if he had a lot of points. The kid clarified if the price would remain the same until 40% was reached. He rejoiced that it would. He pressed the button and thought about the fact that it was better to keep a few points in reserve when synthesizing, since achievement points were his only source of resources. The player wondered about the fact that past rewards were not given for rental points. He remembered that he sometimes got them through broadcasts. Kim said that he was still in the entrance test stage for now, with that his alchemy power would be 17. Also, the Philosopher's Stone level increased from 5 to 7. He rubbed his hands together, smiled, and said that now it was time for the main course. A system message appeared in front of the guy, showing his inventory. The Hobgoblin Battle Axe was there. From the system message, he recognized its characteristics. This item is favored by players in battle. It is common among such inventory. The young man asked if he had the same items as the Platinum rank, which is also plus 5 points to strength, but the thing is a top-level option. He thought that characteristics tended to increase from +1 to +5 for most items. This guaranteed a high price, which was incredibly favorable. The guy was staring intently in front of him and thinking about something, his pupils very narrowed. And then he said it hasn't been long since his regression, but it feels like he hasn't seen anything like it in forever, and reached out his hand to the inventory system message. And the Philosopher's Stone wondered what the young man was talking about. Kim pulled out a vial of serum and stated that about it. Stone clarified if the man knew what she was doing. Immediately, a system message appeared, stating that the serum contained a dark energy that amplified the poison. Our hero closed his eyes, and the Philosopher's Stone asked if he had used potions before he synthesized it. The young man clutched the vial in his hand and thought about the side effects of not being able to use magic. It was the disintegration of the body during the normal phase, so he used pain relief potions. He thought that one of the key ingredients in these pain potions was serum. Philosopher's Stone clarified why the guy didn't drink it earlier if he had it, but the guy looked at the picture and replied that he had his reasons. Stone remarked that the kid should take better care of his health and thanked that he had been synthesized in near-perfect condition. Kim remarked that if he hadn't synthesized it based on the elixir, this regression would be impossible, and Philosopher's Stone remarked that it couldn't even be achieved by constellations. The guy asked what he had synthesized to restore it and make regression possible, and the stone replied that there was something capable of doing so. This answer surprised the youngster, and the Philosopher's Stone informed him that he could not say anything because the constellations were afraid of it. Kim lay back on the bed and replied if it was forbidden, then there was no choice. Stone was surprised that he gave up so quickly, but the kid remarked that there was no point in questioning at all. Philosopher Stone remarked that the galactic rental would get him in trouble for mentioning it. They're scrambling his message, and then clarified what the dude would do with the serum. The young man smiled and remarked that there was no need to make an anesthetic from her now, so he was thinking of making an elixir. He added that for an alchemist, poison could be a cure. The Stone shouted that he liked it so much. And then he added that it was going to be something special. Kim clarified loudly, wondering if he had said something wrong, and the question hung in the evening sky. The next day the guy went to town. He looked up and noted that the place hadn't changed. Philosopher Stone remarked that this was indeed the case and asked if this place was called the Player's Hideout. And the young man replied that it was called the Galactic Agora. Stone asked if this was the building to which the arena had been given, and the young man replied that the Galactic Arena directly controlled the broadcast channels. Here someone approached our hero asking if he was awakened, a question that surprised him greatly. The girl laughed and remarked that there was a short check to be made and asked if he could put the vessel in his inventory and then bring it back again. The young man agreed to this request and did as the stranger commanded. She reported that everything checked out, thanked him for his cooperation, and gave the guy a wristwatch, and he thought they hadn't seen each other in a while. The kid looked at the watch and thought about the fact that it had features such as saving personal account records, transfer history and data. It was a kind of advanced artifact. The girl clarified if it was the young man's first time at the Galactic Agora and if he needed to explain how the watch worked. The young man replied that it was fine and he had used it before. Stone noticed there were a lot of people in the room and asked if everyone was a player. Kim replied that some might be awakened and you can't come in here without inventory. Toth clarified where they were going, and the guy pressed the elevator button and replied that it was to an area where players exclusively buy, and he had something for sale. After a while, the elevator doors opened, and the young man saw the players in front of him. He walked into the middle as the elevator moved. He heard a guy ask his opponent if he had heard about the new batch of Awakening Academy students. The guy replied that he had heard that those were the best of them all. And he added that Kim Si-Hek and Lee Yu-Jung are special because they passed the diamond and are now the best. They talked amongst themselves for a long time as the elevator announced that they were on the 4th floor and the doors opened. Kim came out and heard one of the guys say he was jealous because some players get stuck on gold for 4 whole years. The Philosopher's Stone laughed at first, but then he noticed that there were a huge number of stores around and asked if they sold and bought ore here. The guy replied that there were far more guild stores than private ones, and the Stone asked why the guy was trying to sell here and not at auction. Our hero looked at the system message that appeared in front of him and replied that it was almost impossible to sell something that fell under the category of school uniforms at auction. And he added that most of the prices were not set and thought to himself that it was easier to deal with the big dealers. He walked into the middle of a small store and the salesman behind the counter greeted him. The young man thought about how big corporations, it's a whole other level, they're so clean and classy. The man squinted his eyes, smiled, and asked if the young man was looking for something specific. Our hero smiled back and said he was here for sale, and the salesman stared at him questioningly. Then he talked about how they hadn't had someone come to them to sell something in a long time, and then asked what the guy wanted to sell, and the guy put a hobgoblin battle axe on the counter. The salesman immediately grabbed the weapon in his hands and began to take a closer look. He realized what it was, and added that the axe also came with high-level options. The young man replied that this was indeed the case and inquired if it could be sold now. The man smiled and indicated that it was possible, and then pointed to his watch and noted that it showed the latest trade prices and details of a hobgoblin battle axe in the Galactic Agora. Kim opened his mouth in surprise as his weapon could be sold for 42 million won. Yesterday it was sold for 38, but it had a strength of +4. The salesman corrected his pince-nez and asked if he could ask where the guy got the axe. He opened his mouth in surprise, and the man noticed that he was a professional player, but the young man didn't look like a high-level player. He frowned, looked intently at the young man, and asked him what level he was. He replied that he was level 7 and thought to himself that the salesman was suspicious. The man rubbed the bridge of his nose and asked if the guy wanted the full amount in cash rather than on a credit card. Kim said the seller probably misunderstood him and remarked that he got the weapon as a reward in the arena. The one pointed his finger at the top hall and clarified if the young man at level 7 had obtained an item that only fell out with a platinum rating. Our hero started to answer something, but the man ran up to the panic button and put his hand on it, and then remarked with a smirk that if he pressed it, security would arrive and the owner of the stolen item would be found immediately. He smiled at Kim and said that people like him usually had some sort of misfortune, and added that he would help him, and said that if the guy sold for 10 million won in cash, he wouldn't press the panic button, and the guy started shaking with anger. The salesman smiled and noted that he would keep it a secret. He reached forward and indicated that it was time to choose. The youngster rubbed his forehead with his hand and couldn't believe what he had just heard, and asked the man if he was mocking him. Just as someone approached him and noticed that the salesman was telling a rather interesting story, the men turned their heads and saw Lee Yu-jung, who said that the salesman had gotten very bold. The girl opened a can of drink and handed it to our hero. The young people were sitting in the park on a bench. The young man looked at the girl's hand and thought about the fact that it was the same hand. 9 years ago, Yu-jung's bloody hand was holding a huge bloody hammer. Kim thought she had smashed the head of her grandfather, Chairman Lee Sung-chul. With that hammer, it was a nightmare. At that time, not only the chairman but also several high-ranking officials were killed, and this case could be considered a turning point on South Korea's path to the end. He thought back to that silhouette and wondered why it had all happened, and it was unsettling. The guy thought about the picture that came on his phone then and remembered the shock he had been in that day. He reflected on the fact that the girl that day was nothing like the Yu-jung he knew. The girl said that Big Brother used to really like cider, and then asked if his preference had changed. He replied that he was just thinking, and Yu noted that he hadn't changed at all when he was thinking about his own, not noticing anything around him. She squeezed her eyes shut and noticed that thanks to Kim, she knew what it was like to sink into her thoughts. The young man smiled, exhaled, and began to sip the drink from the tin can. As suddenly Yu heard someone call out to her, she turned her head and saw a dark-haired girl. She informed Jung that she had sent her the details she had mentioned earlier. The blonde looked at the system message and said there wasn't as much as she expected. The brunette covered her eyes and noticed that this was indeed the reality of the situation. Yu stared intently in front of her, her pupils very narrowed. She thought about something, and then declared that it was a beautiful job. She then told Kim that it was the payment for the hobgoblin battle axe she sold. Then he saw that the amount was 50 million and noticed that it was above the usual price. The blonde replied that it was compensation for a mistake that one of her employees had made, and asked if it was too little and noted that she would give more if she could. Our hero smiled and said it's okay, and added, "Let you be in charge, but we need to separate business and personal matters." The one replied that brother as usual. She smiled and informed him that he hadn't changed at all, and she was so happy to talk to him. The guy stared at Jung and wondered what it was that had suddenly happened to her, and then he began to realize that it hadn't been that long, so it was no surprise. The young men got up from the bench and began to walk somewhere, and there was a long pause between them. After a while, the guy asked the blonde how her aunt was feeling. The latter replied that she was still unconscious, but so far so good, and she decided to visit her regularly and keep an eye on her. The guy stared at Yu and clarified. It wasn't because of the arena. She opened her mouth in surprise, then smiled and said that actually, she was using it as an excuse to frolic in the arena and had installed an access device in her chamber. Jung clarified to the young man if he had indeed gotten a special item in the arena. The young man answered in the affirmative. The girl stared at him and asked if he was fully recovered. Kim replied that he could use magic now. Yu was very excited and informed the young man. He smiled but didn't say anything back. She said she went a little overboard and added that she congratulated him and asked how he had recovered. The guy was quiet for a bit and then informed me that he was just lucky. He started to feel the magic coming back, and then he was cured. Jung said that she was very happy and then added that she was actually worried and had taken a long time to find something that could help him. Yu replied that the effort she had put in over the past time was enough and asked Yu not to blame herself. He noticed that it was random and he was just doing what he could. He fell silent as he thought about something. He said enough of all that and pointed out that it was his choice at the time. The young man noticed that even if he could go back in time, it wouldn't change anything. Shimun thought that it was actually just ridiculous, even though he said he didn't regret what happened. Why did he start answering messages from that day onwards? He realized that the pressure from everything had taken place. It was most likely the reason it had happened the way it did. Kim reflected on the fact that he was the child of an outsider woman. It was enough to get the family in trouble. That's when he lost the opportunity to be a player. He realized that most likely his Kim family wanted him gone. But to stop communicating with his brother and sister, it was his choice. But they continued to write to him even after he left the family. The young man was very ashamed. But if one were to come up with an excuse, then he simply couldn't accept his magical inability at the time. He had a bright future and a good performance, and then in one day he lost everything. So he shut himself off from the world and couldn't even take care of himself. He realized that deep down, he held a grudge against them. After all, if it weren't for them, it's likely his life would have turned out very differently. He had spent his whole life feeling sorry for the people who were around him. There were a lot of thoughts in the guy's head. The young man lowered his head and pressed his lips tightly together. He didn't say anything to the girl, only remained silent. The guy thought about Yu's case. If he had stayed by her side then, she wouldn't have had to live with the stigma of being a traitor. Young asked his brother if he had recently started the arena. He replied that it had only been a few days, and he hadn't even passed the entrance exam yet. The girl noticed that he needed equipment and offered to go buy it, but the young man replied that he didn't need it yet. She wondered very much how a mage didn't need equipment and opened her eyes wide. And the young man replied that he was an alchemist, Yu remarked, which then explained everything. And noting that he was most likely planning to buy alchemical materials with his earnings, he replied that he was lucky enough to get his hands on a couple of recipes. Young replied that it was great and she also needed some supplies. Kim was surprised that she needed something too. He noticed that his sister had a combat class. He wondered what kind of materials she needed. Yu laughed and said that they didn't just swing swords, they also made potions. And Moon was very surprised, and wondered if it might be better to ask an alchemist or other mage. With such skills, she could put together all sorts of potions. But the girl took the guy's hand and pointed out that she didn't have time. She needed to visit her mom in the hospital. The guy offered to postpone it all. But Yu pulled the young man and shouted that he should go faster since he was a mage, and then added that he was so slow and offered to bring him faster. Assistant Zhong, who was watching, frowned, a drop of sweat appearing on her face. She just couldn't believe that the very lady she knew so well was in front of her. Yu laughed merrily at her brother, and the brunette noted that the one had changed a lot. The girl stared intently in front of her, and then said with a smile that this was the real Zhong. She stood back and thought about how she couldn't understand anything, because something had changed. And the brother and sister continued to walk through the busy streets of the city. They passed small stalls. One of the vendors shouted that he sells folk remedies for recovery, and remarked that he had in stock for every taste. His partner remarked that they had affordable prices. People who passed by were curious about who was next to Yu, and the girl laughed and pointed out that alchemists always had a shortage of materials and offered to look some more. Kim reported that this is enough as he has already purchased even more than what is needed. The girl gave a thumbs up and remarked that there was one more very important item to take, and it would be the last one. And the young man stated that his inventory was about to explode, and a system message appeared in front of them with his entire inventory. Yu glowed with joy and remarked that it wasn't true and she would give him something anyway. The young man closed his eyes, a drop of sweat appeared on his face, and he thought about the fact that shopping with someone was scarier than it looked. Young was running from one counter to another and yelling that that item was very small. The other one was too big. There was a color off. The guy wondered how she knew about alchemy. He thought that Young, who does a thorough inspection, is usually not easy to deal with, and yes, got excited and was going to buy something. In just a few seconds, she was already near the young man, hands outstretched with the device on them. The young man picked it up and wondered with surprise in his voice if it was an arena access device. My sister laughed and remarked that was correct, then added that it was the latest model that hadn't even come out yet. The arena access device comes in very different variations, from helmets to capsules to goggles. It was created both in the galactic arena and around the world, resulting from the direct interaction between the galactic arena and the government around the world. From the beginning, only powerful nations like the US and China could produce such goods. However, the Galactic Arena Company appealed to all governments to stop the monopoly and exploitation of these two nations. And as a result, a warning against monopoly was issued. Kim reflected on the fact that they even announced they were canceling qualification for all players from China and the US. He asked with surprise in his voice if he could be given something like this. Yu said that all the players in her guild who had reached the highest level were already using it, but it wasn't on sale yet. The guy clarifies again if he can take it, and Young asks what's the problem, since she's the one offering it. She smiled and said that if Song Sam came to him, he should tell her about it right away. The young man was holding a helmet, and his sister asked if her little brother was okay. Toth crumpled, and then asked if she could get him something more suitable at Cheongsam, and Yu replied that running around the arena without the device could seriously hurt herself. Her sister bit her lip, and the kid immediately remembered the habit she had when she tried to resist. Jung said if it bothers him, he can take it as compensation for the rudeness previously shown by the manager. Kim smiled and thought that was great, because he wanted to get his hands on this device anyway. And he was also thinking about starting broadcasts from the arena, so that worked out even better. The guy told the girl that he had to go now and had to go. She replied that she was also going to visit her mom in the hospital. Shiman wondered if her aunt also had an arena-related illness and wondered what he should look into. When the galactic arena opened, as with his mana weakness, a disease known as arena disease appeared. It only affects the awakened. The young man did not know the exact name of his aunt's illness, but she had once been chosen by the stars, and so must endure. She had treated him, an illegitimate child, as her own. The young man remembered how she had comforted him. The boy reminisced about the fact that he was forced to grow up sooner and start preparing the cure. Suddenly, Yu grabbed his hand again and started saying something unintelligible. She opened her eyes wide, drops of sweat appearing on her face. The girl declared that he should answer her. The guy couldn't understand what she was talking about, and then he scratched his head and realized that Jung was talking about that message. The blonde said that Sai-hek was bragging about the young man's response to him. Si-moon laughed and said that his brother had nothing to brag about at all. And he lowered his head and thought about the fact that they weren't kids anymore, after all, and replied that he would send a message when he got there. Yu folded her hands into fists, laughed merrily, and then asked if it was true, promising her brother. Our hero stroked the girl's head, smiled, and called her little children, and a blush came to her cheeks. Suddenly, he froze in horror, for he thought that girls hated it when someone touched their hair. And he coughed and told Yu to take care of herself and think about leaving soon so she wouldn't make a mess. He waved his hand, said he would go, and started to walk away. Yu and her assistant, who was standing behind him, watched him. The brunette noted that the guy really has no manners, because you shouldn't touch even someone you know by the hair. She wanted to say something else, but she thought about the fact that Jung wasn't moving and came to the conclusion that the latter was quite upset. The girl told Yu not to worry so much and informed her that she would take care of everything. She realized that she had to worry if something happened, because there were a lot of eyes here. And considering all the players present, it would be very difficult to remain silent, and Jung was slumped and continued to stand. Then she cried and asked the brunette to just pretend she didn't see anything. She agreed. And she herself looked away and thought about the fact that today was a maximally strange day. Yu asked the girl what was wrong with that, but the girl couldn't understand what she was asking her. The blonde closed her eyes, noticing it was just them here, so it was okay to talk straight. The brunette asked if Jung was referring to that incident from 10 years ago and remarked that there was still no word, and that was very surprising. Yu opened her eyes wide, her pupils narrowed very much. She began to realize something, and her opponent replied that it looked like the information had been purposely erased and pointed out that it's all strange, a terrorist attack in Korea. But nothing was said about it. Jung said that the media always gagged to publicize a small scandal, but here they just kept silent. The brunette beauty noted that the Saint Group heir recently behaved in an unflattering manner on the broadcast, and the media made a huge fuss and added that there's clearly something fishy going on. You thought he was just a third-generation chaebol with a small gold medal, but even one troll can make the country buzz with excitement, so it's unrealistic. She was well aware that someone was deliberately hiding all this, and he had considerable power. The brunette asked if Jun really felt that way, and remarked that there could be trouble waiting for them next. The blonde was quiet for a moment, then asked the girl if she was scared, and so shouted who she thought she was. She noted that she was just asking Yu if she was doing well, and added that she had more to lose than she did. The blonde closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then exhaled, and replied that she had nothing more to lose. And she began to stare away very long and intently. The pupils of her eyes narrowed. The girl watched as our hero walked. He didn't even think that he was being followed by someone staring intently. You said that she had recently acquired something, so she had some things to figure out. The brunette replied that she knew what she was talking about. She asked if they were going to start the work, because if they did, it would be too late to retreat, so Jung told her to go and start the work. And then added, if she finds any information, let her bring it. She smiled and said, if it is an awakened one, let her bring his head if need be, as she found an entertaining thing. Our hero lay on the bed and said that his house was the best, and the philosopher's stone asked if the person they were talking to was close to the guy. That one was very surprised and clarified. Neither was talking about Yujun, and then added that they are close but haven't talked much lately, even though they've known each other for 5 years and grew up together. Philosopher's Stone wondered how that was so, but the young man couldn't understand what he meant. Stone remarked that the girl looked like someone who wasn't who she appeared to be, and noted that he didn't think his words would change anything if they'd known each other since childhood. And he added that Kim would understand when she tried to trick him and suggested that he start making the potion, and the young man agreed and stretched. He called up the inventory window and began pulling out the gear he needed. In just a few minutes, the table was littered with different crystals, standing vials, and books lying around. The guy picked up a huge piece of wood and remarked that it should suit him. After a while, he turned his head to the side and added that things looked much better there. He snapped 2 fingers to activate his magical abilities. In just a few seconds, a huge desk with a huge number of shelves and a coat rack appeared in front of him. The young man smiled, noting that, as expected, it was alchemy, which fit perfectly. He placed the jars and vials and talked about putting all the ingredients for the potion in the center and placing the potion itself nearby, as it required immediate use. Stone clarified what effect Kim wanted to achieve, and the latter remarked that normally he would focus on increasing the effectiveness of the ingredients, but would change direction. A system message appeared in front of the guy, alerting him that he was holding a poison hobgoblin serum. He said that the materials associated with goblins cause paralysis, and the philosopher's stone replied that this is so because those creatures create poison from their own blood, and added that he would cleanse the poison magic first, and clarified if Kim didn't want to face the effects of the bone-destroying poison, he replied that he would focus on the poison part. Philosopher's Stone yelled that the guy was crazy and remarked that goblin magic shouldn't be used since he wasn't a demon and didn't know basic dark magic, and goblin magic could traumatize his entire body, and added that if something goes wrong, the punishment could be an inability to do magic. Kim put his hand on his chest and told the man not to worry as he had a plan. He smiled and noted that he knew someone who was incredibly good at magic, and offered to create a philosopher's stone by himself, his eyes burning with fire, and asked how he could do such a thing. Stone replied to the young man that he knew how to use his brain. The guy laughed and remarked that he was saying clever things, and his opponent quickly understood the explanation. And asked if this was possible, the philosopher's stone replied that it could not state with certainty, but if they acted as directed, there would be no return. The young man rejoiced, and the stone remarked that it looked like a case for an obsidian tablet, because it wasn't a tool that used abilities. Kim thought that this time they were creating a book filled with knowledge. The philosopher's stone said about if they were to manufacture the second part, the price would increase significantly. And our hero asked with a smile on his face if the achievement points would be impressive. The stone replied that it wouldn't be a problem as long as his skills were top-notch, and added that he thought what they were doing now was going to be a legendary level item, and noted that he had no idea what the alchemy score would have to be to handle it. The young man thought about the fact that if he focused all his stats on alchemy and reached a high level, it would still be impossible. He frowned as he realized that legendary level weapons were items that constellations only allowed if a patron was chosen. The guy asked the philosopher's stone how many alchemy achievement points he thought he needed. Thoth thought for a bit and remarked that it depended on their willingness to dive in, but they'd gotten very lucky with the last obsidian tablet. Philosopher's Stone noted that there was a bonus for being an alchemist, and also because he was cute, and Kim clarified not Toto mean the special nature of the material. The young man clarified whether the stone meant that completion was of great importance. The latter answered in the affirmative. Our hero thought that probably the completion of the Philosopher's Stone could be referred to the rank of replica, and the obsidian tablet was also a replica. He rubbed his beard and thought about the fact that the lower the completion, the lower the cost would come out, and something resembling an astref could work. But knowledge, that's completely different. If you stop halfway, it will be meaningless. Regardless of the amount of knowledge accumulated, you need to publish the ending, but maintain continuity. Kim asked the Philosopher's Stone if he could learn something. The Philosopher's Stone answered in the affirmative. The guy asked if he was connected to the obsidian tablet, and the guy replied that he had absorbed it, and added if it was material, it was still alchemy. The young man smiled and remarked that it turns out that knowledge can also be absorbed if it is material. The Philosopher's Stone answered in the affirmative. Our hero replied that he understood everything and suggested that they begin alchemy. The stone clarified what their goal was, and added that knowledge was different from materials. Kim looked intently in front of him, replied that it was only 10%, and added that it was enough. Philosopher's Stone asked if he knew the structure of alchemical materials. The young man replied that he had a general idea, just as suddenly the record book began to fall. The guy recalled the girl saying that the cursed art of martial sciences consisted of 10 chapters for rank 10, but she was so stupid that she could only master 7. The young man was reading a book, and she asked if he was good at emotions, if he could interpret something like a formula. In his past life, our hero had asked for an explanation of the heavenly demon martial art. He thought about the fact that only the heirs could read it, and he couldn't even see the letters. But he knew that the heavenly demon martial art had 10 chapters. Logically, if you divide, you get 10% for each rank, meaning the part that corresponds to 10% completion of the art should contain the formula for the first rank. The heavenly demon martial art materialized a 7th-ranked high-ranked Malsuk demon. Kim thought about the fact that he was originally going to read and interpret the heavenly demon's martial art directly. But if the Philosopher's Stone can absorb knowledge from alchemical materials, then everything changes, and he doesn't need to struggle with interpreting formulas. He just needs to prepare the body. The young man looked at his hand and thought about how the body must get along with human alchemy. The guy asked the Philosopher's Stone how much it would cost to create with 10% completion. The Philosopher's Stone replied that the cost would be low, about 5,000 points. Kim repeated the quoted cost and remarked that it was cheap. The stone remarked that the next task would not be so easy as it would be legendary level knowledge. The young man snapped his fingers and said they could learn the first rank right away, and that should be enough, and suggested they move on to alchemy. A system message appeared, alerting him that his knowledge of alchemy was insufficient to complete the required process. He read that 5,000 achievement points were needed to establish an equivalent exchange for the Philosopher's Stone. The young man read whether he accepted the offer. It was necessary to choose the answer yes or no. Our hero didn't think for a second, but immediately made a decision. He chose the answer yes. A satisfied smile appeared on Kim's face as he looked in front of him, and then he thought about the fact that everything was ready. A system message appeared in front of him. He read that the heavenly demon martial art had a rank of fake. It could be learned, but for some reason, one could not fully utilize its power. The guy put the sheet to himself and offered the Philosopher's Stone to absorb it, and it agreed. The young man stared intently in front of him and thought about the constellation, not reacting this time. Stone reported that he had internalized everything and added that it was really complicated, and added that some concepts were just hanging in the air. He began to look at his hands and wondered what it was, but he had felt similar things when he regressed. Our hero's eyes began to slowly close. He wanted to say something but couldn't. Suddenly, he was on a green lawn and looked around in surprise. He couldn't figure out where he was. The young man screamed after a while about where he was and what this was all about. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him say that the guy was finally awake. It was an old man who asked the young man how he was, and added that he wondered if his body was okay. The young man stood up and remarked that he was fine. The gray-haired man said that was good, and then added that he didn't look like the typical youth of our day. He waved his hand and told the guy to come closer to him and sit down beside him. In just a few seconds, Kim was beside the old man and fell to his knees in front of him. He wondered how it was that he was instantly in this position. Our hero took a hard look at his opponent, and the puzzles came together. He understood everything. And he himself said he never thought he would meet a constellation in this way, and looked at the old man. The guy laughed and said, "The guy talks like he knows him," stroked his beard. The young man noted that it wasn't surprising since he had mastered the heavenly demon martial art before being here. The elderly man laughed merrily and remarked that he had asked the question in vain, and added that the young man was right. He was the constellation's celestial demon. A system message appeared in front of Shimong, alerting him that he had met the constellation and he was the first person to do so, and received 5,000 achievement points. Kim scrutinized the messages and opened his mouth in surprise. He had no words. And from the next system message, the guy learned that the constellation's celestial demon is a very dangerous creature. The young man became very tense, but was warned that they would do their best to ensure his safety, but advised to be vigilant if he tried to provoke him. The messages didn't end there, and from yet another, Kim learned that in case of an emergency, he would be evacuated to the ground immediately. The young man frowned and thought about the system warning him of danger. The old man, on the other hand, smiled evilly, gritted his teeth, and noticed that this was getting out of hand. He started fending off system messages and shouted for them to leave and not disturb him. And the young man thought about the fact that it was Master Viju's apprentice, Mal Suk. The guy asked his opponent if he had summoned him because of the heavenly demon martial arts. Thoth smiled, stroked his beard, and asked if it was worth getting right down to business, and added that the young ones were also sassy, but Kim was wrong about one thing, and noted that the one-on-one principle was good, but the heavenly demon's martial art wasn't anything outstanding, and then informed that he was more curious about the other thing, who Shi-moon really was. The kid opened his mouth in surprise. He lowered his head and inquired what his opponent meant. The old man noticed at once that what he was talking about. The young man pressed his lips tightly together and thought about whether the constellation was asking him about reincarnation. He realized that even Zeus and Baphomet didn't know about reincarnation, and now the celestial demon was asking about it. The old man laughed and asked if the guy was trying to seem cool in front of him, and added that he was definitely not stupid, and then asked what Kim knew about him. Our hero stared intently at his opponent and didn't know what to say. There were a huge number of thoughts in the guy's mind, but he said that the heavenly demon constellation in front of him, and added that he follows the path of dominance, preferring strong, dominant beings such as demons. The old man laughed and noted that his young friend was quite savvy, and stated that the young man was right. His eyes turned purple in color, his pupils narrowed very much, and his opponent said that before becoming a constellation, he constantly sought power and followed the path of dominance. Our hero stared intently before him, a drop of sweat appearing on his face as he looked at the old man's eyes. It reminded him of that huge eye he had seen in his past life. Then it belonged to a constellation at least as powerful as a celestial demon. And an elderly man sat in front of the young man, squinting his eyes and making incomprehensible noises. As suddenly the guy found himself in some incomprehensible place, he started looking around and thought about how it was like diving into an endless abyss. He stared intently in front of him and wondered for what reason he wasn't afraid at all. The young man looked at his hand and thought about the fact that it seemed very familiar to him to the point of being strange. The old man said that as expected, his marks were left on Kim for a mortal to remain so calm in the face of the void. He touched his beard and wondered if the young man would continue to pretend he knew nothing. Our hero grimaced and stated that his title was most likely the reason. He looked confused. These words surprised the celestial demon very much. He stared intently at our hero. And the one stated that he has the title and is constantly being watched by the other party. After saying that, the old man's pupils turned white and he started laughing like a raving man. He repeated the words after the young man over and over again, laughing very loudly and unable to stop. And Kim calmly inquired if his opponent had met that creature on the other side. The sky demon abruptly stopped laughing, then smiled and calmly replied that he had met. The young man stared at him and noted that he had probably lost and asked if that was the case. The old man laughed again, took a breath, exhaled, and then declared that the kid was very cocky. His eyes lit up and he was quiet for a moment, noting that he was brave for just talking about it. Our hero covered his eyes with his hand. He looked at the celestial demon and thought about the terrifying aura emanating from it. He stared intently ahead, pupils very narrowed, and Kim knew not to worry. After all, if something happens to him, Baphomet won't be left out. The old man started laughing and noticed that now he understood why that constellation was interested in him. He finally realized what that madman was interested in, and remarked that the young man was right, as he had indeed lost, and added that it was very sad but a fact. The celestial demon stated that he was even more intrigued, and then asked what it was about him that caught his attention. He smiled and noted that it had taken a millennium to get him in sight. The guy even asked the old man. But he replied that Kim was immortal and could hardly understand all this, and wanted to say something about that creature. But he was silent. And then he got very angry and started talking in noisy things. Our hero couldn't understand what he meant. System messages began to appear near the celestial demon, but he waved his hand for them to disappear and then stated that their meeting would end here and called the young man Junior. Shimon couldn't understand why his opponent called him that. The old man explained that the guy had inherited a heavenly martial art, and that made the young man his disciple. He turned his back and stated that he had no objections to learning the heavenly demon martial art. The old man turned to Kim again and added that he even welcomed it, for someone who caught his interest was contributing to it, and informed the young man that he was not only his apprentice, and then stated that he had an assignment. Moon looked at his opponent with bewilderment. System messages appeared in front of our heroes. The first that the celestial demon constellation was requesting a quest, and the second that the quest window had been activated. Our hero opened his mouth in bewilderment and read carefully. He thought about what kind of assignment it could be. He perused it and also learned that the reward would be 5,000 achievement points. The old man stroked his beard and asked the young man what he thought about it, and added that the assignment had been shaped according to the system's recommendations. Kim wondered if the man was worthy of the constellation's patronage, and he was still interested in Malsuk. He realized that if he wasn't careful, his actions would affect her future. The old man said the guy must have unique knowledge since he caught his attention, and hoped the guy would fulfill a few conditions. And he added that it would have been much better if the young man had been a woman. This surprised him very much. The heavenly demon said that the girl should be young and beautiful, with a determined character, but a little reckless, because his martial art is very aggressive. The old man kept saying that the girl should have long arms and legs, and he also wanted her apprentice to have fair skin. And the young man remarked that these were not terms of cooperation, but personal preferences, and reflected that Malsuk's future wouldn't change much after all. Just a few seconds later, the young man screamed very loudly. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. He was in his home. Philosopher Stone immediately started asking if the guy was okay, wondering what had happened and why he had fainted so suddenly. Our hero stared intently in front of him. His pupils narrowed and wondered if he had really fainted. He was quiet for a bit and stated that he had actually met the constellation. The philosopher Stone asked if he had met the constellation in an unusual arena. Stone shouted and asked the young man not to talk about the fact that he had met a heavenly demon. Kim wondered how it happened, and the philosopher Stone noted that that constellation was famous for its cruelty and madness, and recognized only strength. And then added that the heavenly demon also shows extreme insolence, and asked if the guy had heard his famous saying that it doesn't matter who you are, male or female, because the most important thing is taste. Philosopher Stone asked if Z-Moon had done something to the celestial demon. The latter replied that there was nothing of the sort. He reminisced about the past, and the stone said that it was a miracle that the young man had returned to form after his encounter with that psychopath. And if he hadn't touched him, then he was favorable to Kim. The philosopher's stone then asked if the young man had learned the heavenly demon's art or something. The young man held his head up and replied that nothing had happened, and added that the latter was grateful to teach him. Stone said that that constellation was rumored to be insane, and it was good for them, and also offered to concoct an elixir since they now had the skill to create magical creatures, and the guy agreed. And the philosopher's stone asked if he needed to be told his recipe. Kim took a vessel, began to pour something into it, and said that he didn't need to say anything. Stone asked if he could hear the serum screaming every time they removed the poison, and said what they did with it. He laughed and noticed that the poison was gone, and wondered where the aggressive look had gone, and called the guy a wimp since he had given up. And Si-moon noted that it was indeed strange. After a few seconds, he noticed that everything was ready, and the philosopher's stone noticed that it wasn't a potion, but a pill. Our hero replied that he didn't have the trained courage to turn it into liquid form, and the stone pointed out that it was based on magical creatures. The young man took the pill in his hand, twirled it, and offered to check its status. A system message appeared, stating that when consumed, the red pill had a high chance of increasing magical stats and was prepared from special blood. The young man smiled and remarked that although he had done it objectively, it was very good. And he added that it had been a long time since he had last prepared the elixir, that he was nervous but in no way expected to be able to extract such permanent performance improvements from it. Philosopher Stone remarked that it wouldn't be easy to get statistics on a magical creature. The odds were 100%, the guy agreed. Kim put his hand on his chest and said that the first stage of the heavenly demon art's secret technique was already there, and asked the stone to handle it properly after absorbing it. The one replied that the young man could trust him, and Moon put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. In just a few seconds, he was already sitting in a Turkish style, eyes closed and meditating. System messages appeared in front of him one after another, stating that the elixir's effect increased strength, agility, and stamina by 2. As the young man suddenly found himself in some dark space, he began to look around and was quite surprised. After a while, he saw some sort of silhouette in front of him and began to realize that he had found what he was looking for. The one began to gradually disappear, our hero at all very surprised. He could not understand what was happening. He realized that he should hurry before he disappeared, so he began to call for the philosopher's stone. The one came to the rescue very quickly, shouted that he knew about everything, and then notified him that he had caught it. The young man, who had drops of sweat running down his face, said it was fine, and it was a good job, and thought about what he said, which was very likely, and he almost lost it. He made the decision that he needed to create the lower dantian first, and then move on to the great heavenly technique. The philosopher's stone started yelling for the guy to stop and wait, and asked if Kim had created a lower dantian around his navel. Our hero looked questioningly in front of him. He couldn't understand anything, and the stone asked if he really needed a dantian. The young man said he had never thought about it. Stone reported that a dantian is essentially a vessel designed to efficiently store and utilize energy, and asked why it had to be near the navel, and added that the young man had a more appropriate area. The philosopher's stone reported that he had alchemical weapons and the ability to absorb knowledge. Our hero smiled cheerfully and said that the stone was by far the best vessel, and then added that he was perfectly fine with using it as a tribute. Philosopher's stone remarked that it would be better than using a normal dantian. The guy agreed and replied that he was an alchemist. A smile appeared on our hero's face, and he closed his eyes and thought about how his life had been changed by alchemy, and thanked him for realizing something. The guy opened his eyes very quickly as a system message appeared in front of him, alerting him that there had been a successful absorption of the characteristics of magical creatures. He also received a special magical characteristic. From the third message, he learned that there was a successful combination of the dantian and the philosopher's stone. The young man opened his mouth in surprise. From the system message, he learned that the power of a magical being was equal to the alchemical power of the philosopher's stone, and he asked if it was an attribute. Not even a minute later, a status window appeared in front of Kim. He was able to familiarize himself with his title, level, strength, stamina, vitality, and other characteristics. He looked in front of him and noticed that this was what attribute statistics look like. Our hero remarked that attribution not only affects the display position. In the philosopher's stone replied that that's right, and it also affects statistics. It's not a symbiotic relationship, it's attribution. The kid said that at the moment his alchemy power was 17, so that statistic meant 8, which was about half of his alchemy power. He wondered what it all meant and turned to the philosopher's stone again. He noted that it came out that as the power of alchemy increased, the stats of magical creatures would also increase. Philosopher's stone noticed that it was similar to how his height affected him, and system messages appeared in front of the guy saying that the attribute characteristic had gotten experience points. Stone was surprised that she wasn't omnipotent and added that rounding didn't apply and statistics had to be clear. Kim clenched her hand into a fist and thought this was crazy. After a few seconds, he smiled and thought about the DEI, that increasing the power of alchemy. Magical creatures duplicated. His eyes burned with red fire, and he thought about what he was looking forward to in the next arena. A system message appeared in front of him, which invited the guy to the galactic arena, and the second one notified him that its main task was survival, and 100 people would participate in it. The young man read the next message. It stated that the arena would begin as soon as all participants were ready. The guy clenched his teeth and said it was going to be survival again, and it really pissed him off. Messages from participants appeared, someone asking about what others would do, because the sea was deep there, and the kid in the cap was carefully reading the message in front of him. He closed his eyes, smiled, exhaled, and told people to be careful with their words, and noted that survival was common for high rank. Some of the participants agreed, while others drew the guy's attention to the words he had said earlier. As suddenly 3 young men appeared in front of him, who were armed. The guy in the cap put his hands at his sides and remarked that surviving in the wilderness was the hardest thing to do for the overall operation, and added that their company had already broken up. The boys were very surprised when they heard these words. They opened their mouths and eyes wide with surprise. One of them swore and said that he had paid 10 million and asked what to do. And the chat continued to post a variety of messages. Someone even decided that the young man should be given a refund. The man who wore the cap said that survival prizes are distributed according to places. He smiled and pointed out that with 100 people participating, the minimum reward starts at 50th place and the highest for first place. One of the guys frowned and wondered if they would have a top 3. The one frowned, smiled, and informed him that this was exactly what would happen, and then added that his opponent had a lot of experience, so the understanding was simply unique. The guy then patted himself on the chest and said it's a money king. Despite being such an expensive endeavor, it's definitely worth it. Viewers started writing comments that the players were obsessed with money. Someone wrote to make the Money King proud of his profession as a bus driver. One of the guys told the young man in the cap that he was assigning him the task because he knew his skills. The latter remarked that he was uncomfortable with the praise. The blonde clarified with the ringleader as he moved them from first to third position. The one smiled cheekily and replied that it was very simple. They would put a team together. His opponent was surprised and frowned, and the other guy wondered about his reputation then. He stated that it is not something to worry about, and then added that it is very similar to the mind map. And he added that if the boys get a good hiding somewhere in the background, others won't even notice they're on the team. The players decided that made sense, with the brunette noting that at this rank it was unlikely they would be noticed. The guy in the cap said that the bus method was simple. He would wipe everyone out, and when there were 4 of them left, he would kill himself. The boys opened their mouths wide in surprise and asked if this meant that the 3 of them would determine the rating. The young man smiled and said that was correct. Since they had all paid the bus fare equally, he could not interfere with the rating. Viewers began to write comments again, some noting the professional approach, and some noting that it was a real confrontation. Suddenly, the boys saw a bluish glow in front of them. They began to stare at it intently. The kid in the cap clenched his teeth and said it was really cool that he was going to collect free kills today. This appeared our hero. The audience began to write about the fact that the prey goes straight into his hands because the stranger has no armor and guns. A system message alerted that the participants were assembled and they were in an area called an abandoned mine. The guy in the cap exhaled and told the kid on his team that they would have a good place to hide. A caustic smile appeared on his face, and he began to stare at his opponent intently. Our hero stared intently at his opponent, a smile on his face. He was completely calm. System messages appeared saying that the start of the competition has begun and you need to destroy all enemies. Then came the announcement that the rules would be amended according to the results achieved and the MMR values measured for player Kim Si-moon. The next message alerted that the rank distribution phase for the alchemist was starting from this arena. The young man opened his mouth wide in surprise and wondered what the hell this was. His pupils narrowed and the guy thought about the fact that they were going to end the selection period with just one match, assign a rank and build on it. He looked at his hands and thought about the fact that before the regression, he was at level 1 and was powerless, and realized that this time, if he reached the necessary level, he would advance further and read the system message. He clenched his fist and thought about the fact that now that his magical power had been restored, he was gaining powerful abilities, and this was a great opportunity. Kim said on second thought he forgot to turn on the broadcast and started watching the message. He clicked to start the broadcast and said that, right now, there probably wasn't a single viewer. The constellation of Zeus appeared to join the broadcast, followed by the constellations of Baphomet and the Celestial Demon. The guy yelled out that could the constellations really be part of the broadcast too. Just then, he heard a kid in a cap shouting to himself to wish himself a good appetite. He did not think long and immediately began to attack our hero, and he defended himself as best he could. He thought about how everything was going well, because before it was a fist that had almost reached the diamond rank, and the deep sea couldn't sustain it. Kim looked at his opponent and knew full well that this was the excitement of the bullying. Just a few seconds later, he caught his opponent's fist with his hand, and the latter was very much surprised by it. The struggle continued. Each of the young men had a different goal they were working towards. The guy in the cap was able to run away from Si-moon. He was clenching his teeth and breathing very heavily. Drops of sweat ran down his face, and he thought about what he was seeing. The deep sea had managed to counteract that. Viewers began to write various messages, curious as to what had just happened. The kid in the cap pulled out his brass knuckles and said his opponent looked harmless, but could still fight back. And Kim thought about whether the opponent was able to minimize the damage the moment he moved. This is, after all, a high-level technique called evasion and involves moving the point of attack to minimize damage. The young man looked at his weapon and thought that he was a martial artist. Judging from the equipment, it looked unusual. The young man who hid behind the hill told the kid in the cap that there was someone else there, and he, of course, guessed it. Our hero looked at his opponent and asked if he was really a bus driver. He asked how he knew about it and added that anything was possible, but the young man remarked that he understood everything from the first time. The kid replied that it was great, and then asked why his speech seemed a little harsh. The young man stared intently in front of him, and then wondered if he should respect a man who was just driving a bus for money. I looked at it closely and thought that people who climb the career ladder with bus rides and bus drivers who charge fares are the same people. The guy's eyes burned with hatred, and he thought that, to be honest, it was the driver who was causing the most trouble. the regular competitors suffering from such petty things. And the kid in the cap yelled that the deep sea has a different degree of confidence, as expected, and added that he knows he's a bus driver and acts like it. The chat was back on, with someone in the audience remarking that he was just crazy and an idiot who couldn't understand the situation. The bus driver laughed and said that calling him an idiot was very cruel, and he was just someone who was rising in rank. He began to look askew at our hero. So important to him was he to get angry. It was a provocation because disrupting the opponent's train of thought and disrupting his rhythm was also a skill. A caustic smile appeared on his face, and he thought that the newcomer probably didn't know that. Then he clenched his hand into a fist and thought about how this kid dared to repel his surprise attack and made a decision that he would definitely avenge the humiliation. Kim said, starting with a low rating and then clearly provoking his foul play. The bus driver smiled evasively and asked if that was really the case, then noted that it worked for him and asked if the guy was pissed off. Shimuyan laughed wickedly and then calmly said that he wasn't angry at all. Then he stretched his hands in the joints and said that his dear audience had just given him a task and he could not fail to fulfill it. The guy in the cap started laughing merrily and remarked that he didn't realize he was dealing with such an important person, and he was thinking about what the mission was. The viewers who were watching the broadcast got very animated and started stringing messages. The bus driver couldn't believe that Kim was getting missions, but he calmly replied that it was all pure truth. He then folded his hand into a fist, used his skills, and asked his opponent if it impressed him. The one looked at our hero from bottom to top. His pupils narrowed greatly. He smiled evasively and answered in the affirmative. And then he clenched his hand into a fist and thought about the guy's immediate response. Once again, the battle between the young men began, with no one planning to back down from their goals. The guys looked at each other with hatred. Their pupils both narrowed very hard. The fight went on, with players hitting each other to end it quickly and become the winner. Suddenly, the bus driver screamed very loudly. He frowned. Blood started pouring out of his mouth. He leaned over and thought about his opponent, dodging all attacks and taking risks. The kid in the cap looked at our hero, who was determined and thinking about who he really was. He clenched his teeth, sweat dripping down his face, and his self-confidence began to leave him as he finally realized that his opponent wasn't as simple as it seemed. The players behind him were very scared, and the bus driver was thinking about the fact that everyone was looking at him, so he should end it properly. He started running towards Kim with thoughts of doing what he was supposed to do so he wouldn't fall face first into the mud. The guy in the cap attacked our hero and was very surprised that he dodged again. And the man looked at his opponent with a smile. He was relaxed and pleased with himself. The young man looked intently in front of him and wondered if that was it. Without waiting for a response, he folded his hand into a fist, brought it over his opponent's head, and said it was his turn. He hit him so hard that the bus driver rose several meters above the ground and hit his back against the walls of the cave, and rock began to fly off of them. The kid clenched his teeth and thought about how this was impossible. How could he even lose? He also wondered where Kim got all this power from. The guys who arrived here with him ran up and started asking if he was okay. He didn't answer them anything, only clenched his teeth harder and thought about how very humiliating this was for him. Just as suddenly, he rose to his feet, and with the speed of light, he began to approach Shimong, who was standing with his head tilted. He jumped up and shouted with all his might for him to stop running away from him and start fighting him. And our hero began to call out the divine technique of the heavenly demon and talk about martial arts. His opponent clenched his teeth, his pupils narrowed and became like dots as he berated Kim. In just a few seconds, he started screaming like a madman and didn't know what to do. The young man watched carefully and thought about it being an A-level trait, charging and covering himself with his hands. The bus driver clenched his hand into a fist, started approaching the guy, and yelled for him to die. And Kim thought he was finally putting his best foot forward, and always dodging was the right choice. The young man gave a thumbs up and thought about the fact that he couldn't miss this mission. A message appeared in front of our hero that he had taken advantage of the ogre's bodily shell, and he began to attack the opponent with the heavenly demon divine technique. Just a few seconds later, his opponent began to scream very loudly, the pupils of his eyes narrowing very hard. He yelled so much that the blood ran cold in his veins. Rock began to fall to the ground where he stood. Kim's attack didn't go without a trace. A stream of blood flowed from his opponent's mouth. Viewers who watched the broadcast wrote that the bus driver is crazy. Someone missed this important event. The kid in the cap was really hurt. He was on his knees and couldn't believe what was happening. Just kept saying it was a lie. He was in a state of affect, and could not believe what was happening, and after a while he asked if he had really lost. Our hero watched carefully and saw his opponent collapse to the ground. A system message appeared, alerting that first blood had been spilled. He also learned from the message that the rewards for passing this arena would increase. He put his hands in his pockets and talked about how difficult it was to lay out the grass himself anyway. Kim read that the heavenly demon constellation was satisfied with his staggering progress, and it had donated many achievement points. The young man noticed that they were giving him assignments when they were no longer enough. He smiled and thought about trying to do his best to fulfill the celestial demon's mission. He read about the constellation, nodding satisfactorily. From another notification, he learned that the galactic arena would suffice him, the one who was supported by 3 high-ranking constellations, and he would receive 1,000 achievement points. The guy thought that was very generous, and maybe it was because they were high-ranking creatures. The next message alerted him that he had won the Choice of the Year award. He was puzzled as he read that he had attracted the attention of the high-ranking constellations, and as their interest grew, his future would evolve. The young man was shocked by such reports. He wondered if the title could be renewed. He read carefully and thought about the fact that every time he got an endorsement, his stats would increase by 1 point, and that was only one possibility. The guy realized that there was a trick to it, and if the supporting constellations disappeared, the options with a plus sign would correspondingly decrease, and also a decrease was also possible here. And he asked for the status window to appear in front of him and began to scrutinize it. Shimuyang saw that he had obtained endurance points, vitality points, as well as spiritual strength points. A slight smile appeared on the young man's face, and he said that it looked very much like his mana wasn't changing, and decided to think positive, and added that he wasn't losing characteristics. Kim thought about the fact that he didn't know how picky the constellations would be, but he would have to take missions as often as possible from now on. The blonde guy who was in the company of the bus driver said it couldn't be, and then asked if the Money King had lost. He asked his partners if everything that had just happened was a lie, and our hero looked bewildered at them. The boy was thinking about how he had forgotten that these people had been there behind the high ground all this time, and he put his hands into fists and began to approach them with determination, and they were confused. 2 of the boys put their guns forward and shouted at him to stay back because they would slaughter him. Shimun clenched his teeth, looked at the speaker, and thought about how he had even gotten through training with such skills. He thought his opponent was pathetic, clenched his fist, and wondered if it's because of people like them who just purchase bus tickets that all the problems are there. Because of such tricky ones, real players are getting killed in regular arenas, and realizing this fact made him very angry. The young man looked hatefully at the boys and kneaded his hands, and just seconds later, screams were heard. The opponents, even though they were armed, could not do even minimal damage to Kim. He quickly disposed of them. Suddenly, he heard someone behind his back tell him that he was very strong. It was a brunette from the bus driver's company who stated that he liked that he had no mercy for the weak. Jimin gave him a hard look and stated that he had misunderstood something, and added that this was an arena where there was no room for mercy. His opponent smiled and replied that that was right, and he liked him even more, and noted that the guy knows there are some people who can't use their advantages. Our hero stared intently at the brunette, his pupils severely constricted, and thought about who was in front of him. Thoth smiled, informed him that that wasn't the case, and began pulling a paper rectangle out of his pocket, adding that the world wasn't built on strength alone. The brunette began to hold out a piece of paper to the young man, something written on it in small letters. Kim frowned, stared at her intently, and then asked what it was. It was a business card. The man's name was Hu Yong-ren, and he was the head of the mainland province's Human Resources Department. The young man looked at his opponent, who was smiling demurely, and asked him if he was a scout from China. The one said that his original suggestion was for the Money King streamer because his talent is too good to be a bus driver. Simon clarified why he shouldn't be given to the Money King. The man smiled and said that was the plan, and in case he ran the broadcast again, he would tell him. Our hero began to scrutinize the business card. He didn't even think that he would see an employee of the Continental Province here. Mainland Province, one of the 2 largest guilds in the world, the largest in mainland China, it rose to the top, becoming one of the most influential guilds in the entire world. Shimuyang lowered his head. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek. He didn't expect that he would have to face them again. The guy stared intently in front of him. He thought they were going to get into action very soon. They had probably been recruiting talent for some time now. The man smiled and said that he understood perfectly well that Kim needed to think about it, and then added that he knew what the opinion was about China and Korea. Our hero said he assumed he must have had a post-transmutation match in the Korean arena. His opponent laughed and replied that there was nothing he could do about it, and added that player recruitment is available starting at rank platinum, and then clarified whether he was uncomfortable scouting in this way, and replied that it wasn't particularly enjoyable, but it wasn't inconvenient either. And the guy thought about the fact that, after all, intelligence is what all the great powers around the world secretly do. He eyed the man intently and realized it was a common tactic for finding promising candidates. And the brunette who stood before them belonged to the category of such scouts. The man smiled broadly and asked how the guy knew. After all, there aren't many countries where one transmutes just to become a scout. Our hero opened his mouth in surprise, and then informed them he didn't think he had to tell him everything. The scout took a deep breath, then exhaled, closed his eyes and agreed with Shimong's words. He put forward his palm and 5 spread fingers and asked how about it, and said he was offering 5 million won. He smiled and said it was about 920 million won at the current exchange rate, and added that the payment was immediate. The young man looked at the brunette carefully, and the brunette noted that it was as a token of gratitude, and said that weapons worth 500 million won and armor would also be provided. The man said with a smile that the contract was for 3 years with an option to renew, and after the contract expired, all items presented would remain in his possession. And he added if the guy transmutes in China, he'll pay an additional 50 million won, which is 10 times the original fee, which is about 9 billion won. Hu Yongren thought to himself that the young man couldn't refuse. After all, such offers don't come to mid-level players. Kim lowered his eyes and remarked that it was an amazing offer and let out a heavy exhale. His opponent smiled and asked what he had decided, and noted that it was very tempting and over 90% would accept such an offer. He held out his hand to the young man, while he thought about the fact that for such a low rank, like the deep sea, it was an offer that should not be refused, and the term of the contract was only 3 years. Guy realized that there were no conditions that acted like shackles, but he was familiar with the methods of the continental province. But he still extended his hand to Hu Yanren, and the men shook their hands in agreement. The man stared intently at our hero and thought happily that everything was perfect. Shimong also smiled and said that as a human resources manager, Mr. should be better at discerning talent, and he looked at him in surprise. And the young man did not think for a long time, began to attack his opponent. The latter screamed as he was not ready for such a development of events. Hu Yanren frowned, drops of sweat running down his face and blood gushing from his mouth. He knelt and wondered if the young man would refuse such an offer, and asked why. He asked again why Kim would turn down such an offer, and Kim smiled and informed him that there was nothing wrong with that. The young man clenched his fist and informed the personnel manager that he just didn't like the conditions. He said that he knew from his own experience what Hu Yong was like before the regression, so he understood it perfectly. The man grimaced when he heard these words, whether from anger, pain, or hatred, and the young man informed him that he wouldn't fall for it again. He turned around, stretched, and told himself it was time to move on instead of dwelling on this. And viewers who watched the broadcast began to express their anger and bewilderment at what was happening. The chat got very lively, with viewers asking a huge number of questions of each other. Some posted about how they had never heard of Kim Si-moon, while others reassured viewers. The kid in the cap was holding on to his virtual reality goggles. He looked bad, to say the least. He looked at the cap that was on the bed and thought about how Kim had died a while ago. But why was he only showing up now? And in the chat room, the discussion continued. Most of the viewers were wondering who massacred the bus driver. The broadcast consisted of loyal viewers, so the kid was sure that everything would be fine. He said he didn't know what happened, but based on his experience, his opponent was definitely not up to that level. Viewers began to write that his opponent was likely using hacking software, and the bus driver was happy to see opinion leaning in his favor. He said that, first of all, he owed his viewers an apology and noted that there are usually no full refunds, but this was totally unexpected. The kid promised to give the money back, and the viewers in the chat room got really excited when they heard that. He took off his virtual reality goggles and set about going, and thanked me for watching the broadcast today. The kid laughed, then took off his goggles, threw them down and swore, then shouted how it was possible that an opponent at such a rank used martial arts. He stood up and thought about using martial arts. At least level 100 characteristics were needed. He couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. The kid took his head and realized that his opponent either had a natural talent or he was a prodigy and most likely had the highest diamond level and could not be in the bronze-gold grid. He clenched his teeth and realized he'd seen a lot of guys while he was farming, but this one was the first time he'd seen him. And after all, he'd come all the way from platinum elderly finds not to experience such humiliation. The kid was well aware that there was something, either a trick or an artifact. He wondered what the entity was. Then he remembered what his opponent had said about him getting an assignment and opened his eyes wide with shock. The bus driver grabbed his phone and yelled that there must be a recording of the broadcast saved somewhere. He stared intently at the phone screen, his pupils narrowed, and thought about what the hell this guy was doing. The kid was very surprised as he began to realize that his opponent didn't even have a rank. He looked at his cell phone and thought about the fact that the unrated status meant that his opponent still hadn't completed the ranking competition. The bus driver was sitting at a loss and decided to press the button to enter the streamer. He saw a huge cavern in front of him and heard heartbreaking screams. The blonde guy, who looked angry and confused, said that a guy with no equipment was incapable of doing anything. The kid saw his condition on the cell phone screen after Kim's attack and remarked that it was all just crazy. He then watched as the fight went on and mentally noted that his opponent's skills were truly incredible. He appreciated that Kim's every move combined attack and defense, subtle principles, and even martial arts theory. The kid opened his mouth in surprise and wondered what kind of training his opponent had. For then, when they fought, the guy was very much confused, as he did not expect such an intense attack. He also wondered how Shi-Moon, in complete darkness, found enemies so easily. He realized that the map of the abandoned mine was like a complex maze that resembled an anthill, with areas of absolute darkness known as black zones where even torches didn't work. The bus driver noted that our hero didn't even stop in black zones. He remembered over and over how their fight had gone, and then asked how the enemy had gotten there. The kid stared intently at the cell phone screen, thinking over and over again about how it could be that this guy didn't have a rating. The young man looked at his cell phone screen and noted that if you pay attention, there were no comments at all from the 3 viewers here. So he decided to write a message if anyone was here. His hands were shaking very badly. Someone in the audience replied to him. He wrote that he had something to report and noted that it was a coincidence. The bus driver frowned and opened his mouth wide in surprise. He couldn't understand who was writing to him. And he himself wrote that if it was a question of a refund, he would transfer the funds today, not his account. But the opponent replied that no refund was required and remarked that he had sent a letter with the details and remarked to the kid to look at it later. The kid got very excited as he was expecting a letter from Hu Yong-ren and shouted that he would definitely check it out. He stretched out in his computer chair, exhaled with relief, and said the fire had passed. As he suddenly heard the alert and saw the constellation managers chatting, he was very much surprised. The kid asked if they were constellations and remarked that these guys are definitely crazy for daring to use constellation names, and added that it doesn't matter how low quality the concept is, but using constellation names is over the top, and asked in chat why they have those nicknames. He was given no answer and again clarified why the managers were using constellation names. And those in response to the young man sent only question marks, but did not hurry to answer the question. The kid laughed and said they had decided to play dumb and were racking up views on purpose, and wrote in the chat that the conversation stopped because the managers have some conscience, and added that they are doing the unthinkable. That's when the manager of the Baphomet constellation showed up and asked the bus driver what the fuck he was writing. Toth clenched his teeth, clutched his cell phone to his chest, and said the managers were now swearing. The bus driver screamed very hard from pain and surprise, and blood started pouring out of his mouth. The kid was lying on the ground with his hand to his chest and kept yelling. He had hit his back really hard. Our hero clenched his hand into a fist, glared at the dude, and then wondered if he was the last one. A system message appeared in front of him, showing the arena board. It indicated which seats the players had taken. Shimu was on the first one. He cheerfully announced that he had 20 kills, and his opponent lay nearby with no signs of life. The young man smiled and remarked that at this rate, even if he took his time, first place was behind him. He read the system message carefully and said the earlier assignment he had received had not yet been completed. He wondered what was missing and read that he needed to demonstrate dominance. The young man realized that if you think about it, it's a vague mission. It's not about taking first place or achieving an overwhelming number of kills. He rubbed his beard and reflected on the fact that dominance probably meant showing off one's skills. Guy stared intently in front of him and thought that subjective tasks were usually harder than objective ones. Kim said he would be fine when the arena was over and kept looking at the system message. Suddenly, something distracted him, and he turned his head to the side and looked closely. Then the guy lifted his head up. His pupils narrowed and asked what it was. In just a few seconds, his eyes turned a bright yellow color. They burned with fire. A system message appeared informing that the Moon Owl's bodily shell was a skill that was 13% complete. He looked in front of him and realized that he could use it to replicate the physical abilities of the Moon Owl. The crystals were eye-catching. They shimmered so much that our hero made a point of getting close to them. The boy took one of the crystals in his hand and thought about the fact that it was most likely silver ore. Philosopher's Stone asked what the object was, and the young man was very much surprised. And the stone shouted that it knew and it was the exact item. Our hero's pupils narrowed very much. He thought about it being the same mineral and asked as an information window appeared in front of him. The Philosopher's Stone began to ask question after question as to whether or not this was it, and our hero only sighed heavily. After a few minutes, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he shouted that this was it. The Philosopher's Stone was also smiling. He started to jump, and then told the young man to grab it quickly. The boy stared intently at the object and thought he didn't expect to find this in an abandoned mine. He made the decision that he needed to finish the arena first and get that checked out properly. The young man heard the sound of a system message coming in and looked up questioningly. He noted that he left the broadcast on and forgot about it and thought he had given permission for 3 constellations to be controlled. Our hero stared intently in front of him. Suddenly his pupils narrowed and he opened his mouth in bewilderment. There were messages in chat, someone asking to be killed if they wanted constellation cosplayers, and he was threatened in return. Another viewer wrote that this is the first time he's seen douchebags cosplaying constellations. Then there was a message from Baphomet's constellation manager that he would kick the blasphemous bastards out of here and became very active in excluding viewers from the broadcast. The manager of the Zeus constellation wrote about how it's incredibly refreshing and he really likes it. The young man, however, opened his mouth in surprise and thought about what was really going on. He didn't expect things to escalate like this. He just granted manager privileges to constellations to maintain the title Blood of Kings, and the whole thing turned into a keyboard battle, with constellation managers bickering with each other in the audience. Our hero took a deep breath, then exhaled and closed his eyes. He was very upset. He clicked the icon on the system message screen and thought about the fact that he had blocked 1,000 people out of 4,000. But this commotion had attracted even more people. Kim realized he had to deal with the constellations. He asked if his opponent was saying that he was first insulted by the Money King and then Hu Yongren supported him. A system message appeared in front of the guy, alerting him that the constellation of Zeus was slowly nodding off. Shimun clarified if they tried to ignore it, but the Money King's audience pounced on them and escalated the insults. He read from a report that the constellation of Baphomet was frowning and nodding, and from a second he learned that it had said it would tear the Money King apart if he offered achievement points. Our hero covered his eyes and said that he couldn't do that, because if the constellation interfered before the official arena, the galactic arena wouldn't tolerate it. The guy thought about how dangerous it was, but if he ignored Baphomet's displeasure, he would lose his status as a Blood of Kings. All stats, at worst, can drop from +3 to +2, and that's strength, agility, stamina, and even fusion power, for a total of 4 stat levels. The young man stared intently before him. His pupils became like dots, and he thought about what he should do. Kim smiled and suggested that Baphomet take a moment to catch his breath as he realized what was wrong, so he would restore the manager's rights and reopen the chat room and asked him not to take the messages personally. A message appeared in front of the guy about Baphomet saying that he doesn't care about the common people. Shimong replied that it was a matter of course, and then added that he was very happy that he cared about him and smiled. One by one, the messages reappeared, informing the young man that Baphomet was turning redder at those words and then nodding in embarrassment. Then there was a system message that the constellation Zeus and Chameleon were smiling strainedly. The young man, however, exhaled and thought he had diffused the situation. He told the constellations that he preferred their existence to remain secret for the time being. In a world where even a single player selected by a constellation is used to gauge the strength of a nation, it leads to various shenanigans, and trying to move up in the rankings under such circumstances can be premature. The young man looked in front of him and thought about the fact that if they couldn't have it, they would destroy it, such is human nature. He wanted to say something, but thought about the fact that anything to do with constellations should be kept from people at all costs. Our hero was thinking about something. The pause dragged on for a while he searched for the item he needed on the screen. The guy said he was counting on them, and a message appeared in front of him that the constellations agreed with his opinion. He held his hand out to the screen and said he was turning on the broadcast screen and would start over. There was a huge amount of messages from viewers on the screen, all wondering if the managers would be punished, why they did it, and if they acted on their own accord. Our hero was already live. He was smiling and reading the messages carefully. He then greeted the audience, smiled and told them there had been a mix-up, and said that the managers tried to prepare something for him, but something went wrong, and apologized and apologized, while he thought about the fact that it was a made-up scenario they had come up with together with the constellations. Viewers began to write in the chat room their opinion on the situation. Some were amused and others were still indignant. The young man watched the chat carefully and smiled, he thought, as the mood improved. A person with the nickname iGold sponsored Kim and wrote a post about streaming more often, and he would support. The young man received a system message that he had reached the intermediate stage of first sponsorship, and the second that he had earned 100 achievement points. The guy was very surprised, smiled, and thanked the viewer for the support. And I thought to myself that constellation support is impressive, but in the long run, the support and interest of regular viewers is necessary. He stared at the monitor screen as a system message appeared in front of him, saying that the intermediate milestone of exceeding 5,000 spectators had been reached. The young man had earned 500 achievement points and thought if the broadcast grew, he could earn achievement points regularly. Viewers began chatting about how attractive he was, and his easy smile made them smile back. Kim, on the other hand, offered to focus on the game and noted that he was still new to streaming, so he would turn off the chat for a while and ask the viewers to behave correctly. The young man began to put on his virtual reality goggles and thought about how having a proper access device would really make it easier. The first system message notified of a successful sweep of the Frozen Mines arena, and the second announced that a staggering record of 25 kills had been achieved as the last survivor. Just a few seconds later, the messages began to appear one after another, and Shimong looked confused. He read that the reward for passing increased depending on the results and that he had completed the Chameleon Constellation mission. From the third message, Kim learned that experience points had been distributed. He then familiarized that he had earned 500 achievement points, and his bound trait Philosopher's Stone also gained experience points. Also, a system message informed our hero that the level of the Philosopher's Stone had increased by 3. The young man shouted that it was incredible, and the rewards were amazing, and that even though it was just a level test, he was surprised that the level had increased by 5 times. He thought about the fact that on top of all the Philosopher's Stone gained 3 levels. See what it was. How to earn experience for level B. The guy looked at the monitor and started reading the viewer's messages and was very much surprised. T wrote about how the player didn't prepare any waiting screens, and C Moon thought that there really weren't any illustrations or anything. He laughed and said he remembered that he didn't have a screensaver to wait for the broadcast, and added that he had only recently started streaming and hadn't had time to set it up yet. He promised to get it ready soon and add it to the broadcast. Viewers started texting again. Some asked to just post selfies, and there were some who were ready to do everything for Kim. The guy thanked the audience and thought to himself that it was the first time he was getting so much attention. He realized that for someone who was stuck at the first level due to magic inability, it all seemed like a dream, and it was all unbelievable. The young man put a hand to his chest and thanked him for watching his fast broadcast. He waved his hand and stated that this was the end of today's broadcast and that he would be back next time with even better content. Viewers began texting him not to leave, since it was over so quickly, and others began to say goodbye. Kim sat upright on the floor and exhaled with relief as the broadcast finally ended. He smiled and remarked that this was something he could get used to, and Philosopher's Stone remarked to the guy not to get too used to it. Jimong put his hand on his chest and told the little prankster not to worry, and the latter reported that he wasn't joking, but was serious. The young man began to look for something among the system messages. He had something he needed to check. He reasoned that Kim's player placement stage will now end. The second message informed that based on MMR, the platinum rank is considered the most suitable. The young man watched carefully as the settings loaded and said that luckily he didn't hit platinum right away. The guy walked over to the fridge. He thought about the fact that although his results had been stunning in every game, it had only been 3. He took out a can of drink and realized that when he thought about the average level in the platinum rank, it didn't make sense to transfer him there right now. The young man looked at the system message and said the settings were taking time. After a short time, he was notified that the customizations were complete, and he was presented with two options. He had to choose either silver rank, where he gets a 30% reduction in experience and rewards to gold level, or gold level, where he gets a 10% bonus to experience and rewards. Our hero looked carefully in front of him and could not understand why he had to choose between two options. He said it was clear to anyone that the first option was much better and wanted to press the select button already. Suddenly, the young man shouted a stop to himself and began reading the messages again. His pupils narrowed with exertion. He thought that the condition, the 10% bonus to experience and rewards in the first option, seemed clear. So why was there even a second option? A bead of sweat appeared on his face from the exertion, and he thought that the second option only had penalties. The young man was well aware that the arena must have some reason to offer this. The Philosopher's Stone asked the guy why he was procrastinating and asked if he could just confirm his choice. Kim pressed the button so hard his hand flopped and wondered if there was a reason the system couldn't put him in gold and had to assign him to silver instead. He was still wanting to think about something when he pulled out a huge silver-colored crystal from his inventory. It was an S-grade mithril ore, a light metal whose strength surpassed steel, had high mana permeability, and Philosopher's Stone said that the frequency was quite high. And Seamoon suggested he check it out, and the man noticed that he already had and asked why waste the effort. Our hero stared intently before him and replied that he had to make sure of everything. Philosopher's Stone agreed and remarked that one should remember that mithril ore consumes a lot of fusion energy. A system message has appeared saying that Doria's mithril ore is bound to Kim Si-moon. Using it during arena combat allows you to enter the Nightmare Stone mine. Our hero read it carefully and remarked that he didn't know that, and the Philosopher's Stone remarked that this item was for entry. He was looking at the crystal and couldn't even think that it was an entrance item for a special arena. The mithril itself was amazing, but if it was also an entrance item, it was simply unbelievable. This item allows access to a special arena outside of the normal selection of players in the Galactic Arena. Of course, the explicit rewards for such an arena are on another level compared to the normal ones. The guy remembered the two options that had been presented to him and began to realize why the second option had been created. He recalled it intently and thought about the fact that it had even obtained an X-class rating. The young man hadn't expected it to appear at this stage. As a rule, the world knows the highest class, only SSS level. It's been that way for a very long time. But based on Kim's past life, Class X will appear in about 2 to 3 years. The difference between Class X and SSS is quite simple. This was all well understood by our hero. Class X is kind of unique, proof that this item is one of a kind. Seamoon thought that having such a grade attached to an entrance item implied that the special arena would have an exceptionally high difficulty. He rubbed his beard and said that the problem was the condition that limited entry, given that the system had specifically tied the option to silver rank. The young man looked at the system message and noticed that this item would probably become useless once it went above the silver rank. He understood that the best plan was to maximize his performance and enter before advancing to the gold rank, and already wanted to make a choice, but realized that he needed something more exciting to attract viewers, just as a system message popped up saying that the selection was complete. A system message notified that player Kim Si-moon's trial had been completed. The second message alerted that the young man had chosen option number 2. He read that a silver rank was assigned, experience and rewards were reduced by 30% until the promotion game to gold rank took place. The system message that player Kim Si-moon has been given a silver rank has appeared again. Our hero read everything carefully. He was very serious. His eyes were burning and his pupils narrowed to dots. His lips he pressed hard. Then he read a message that due to the changed MMR, a penalty was applied. A 30% reduction in experience and rewards. This penalty only applies at silver rank. A system message appeared, notifying that the young man had received 500 achievement points. He stood very serious, clenched his hands into fists and pressed his lips together. He thought about it starting. The man said the following man created a sensation everywhere, and his partner remarked that there was no one who didn't know about him. It was said by the anchors of the TV program, representative of the national program. One commented that it was truly amazing. This year's graduating class from the academy is just extraordinary. The other added that 2 of the graduates became rankers and it's a big deal for their country. The host talked about how Kim Si-hyuk's broadcast, where he recently killed a raid boss, was overwhelming with over 500 million views. The viewers were very surprised since the broadcast was a few days ago, and already so many views they talked about Kim Si-hyuk being a recognized ranker. The guy reported that he was able to watch the live broadcast. His opponent said he was jealous of him, and he himself was very busy. The young man turned to Sun Bai and remarked that there was no need to repeat himself. He could hear everything perfectly well as it was. The one clambered up, smiled, and said only to look at his opponent. The same one asked where his injury was. The guy in the white jacket stretched and noted that this was one of his rare respites. The man in the dark shouted that he should be saying that and asked why he was chilling in his office. The one replied to Sun Bai that he was his client. The opponent laughed and asked if their dear Kim Si-hyuk could look convincing, and added that just because he's his client doesn't make him the boss. The guy laughed and asked to be given a break since he has nowhere else to do it. Sun Bai frowned, closed his eyes, put his hand to his forehead, and noticed that he really had a busy life. He poured boiling water into a glass, handed it to Si-hyuk, and told him to drink the coffee to lift his spirits. Toth became indignant and remarked that he wanted to take a nap, and Sun Bai offered coffee, and Sun Bai replied that he was giving it to Kim to cheer him up and stomp out of here. But the guy in the white jacket said he would sleep. His opponent remarked that he was very difficult to deal with, and then he threw a paper bag on the table in front of the young man. He opened his eyes in surprise, then asked what it was. Sun Bai asked what he thought about it, and then stated that it was the information he had asked to find. Kim pulled some documents out of the bag and asked the guy how he was able to gather the information he needed quickly. The man put his hands behind his head and said that even if he was humiliated by an important ranker like him, he would still remain a professional. Si-hyuk laughed and told the guy to calm down and asked him when he had ever treated him like Night Hunter Park Jin-wook. Sun Bai said then, enough asking for favors, and should start making normal orders instead of living off him. He added that the guy had a lot of dough, and then stated that rich people are evil. Kim said he was hurt to hear that and noted that he had paid for his last AP order in full. Young asked if he realized what he was saying, and then added that he preferred cash, and if AP was worth it, he wouldn't have resigned and continued with the arena. Then asked if Si-hyuk knew why he left. The latter didn't answer the question but remarked that his offer stands. Sun Bai replied that he would only hurt his reputation. But Kim smiled and noted if anyone spoke up, they could easily get rid of them. Sun Bai asked his opponent if he was planning to destroy the Korean Association or something like that, and remarked that the little guy's face and character don't match at all. Then he asked him to wait a second and yelled for him not to speak as he began to guess something, and Kim asked why the man was so surprised. He smiled and said that he was only just trying to regain his original position. Sun Bai only frowned in surprise and opened his mouth, a drop of sweat appearing on his face. The young man thought about the fact that this kid was really thinking about taking over the association. He looked at his opponent and began to guess that Park Jin-wook knew all of this very well. The man regarded the guy in the white jacket, who was reading the paperwork carefully, and thought about his smile. Just like that, Si-hyuk asked Sun Bai if that was all he had found and looked at his opponent intently. He clenched his teeth, frowned, answered in the affirmative, and asked if Kim had a problem. He realized that the kid was very dangerous, that his aura was enough to make a diamond ranker like him sweat, and a normal person would have passed out long ago. Si-hyuk remarked that he found something interesting and added that he knew someone was behind it, but was it really Sung Sam? The young man continued to look very carefully at each document that was in the folder. Sun Bai covered his eyes and thought that they were true to their name, Sun Sam, covering his tracks so that further investigation would be impossible. Kim rose from his seat and said that he had given a clear lead, and his opponent was only able to figure out the fact that Sung Sam was involved. The man yelled that the other couldn't find that either. The guy closed his eyes and suggested Si-hyuk to find out for himself, and then remarked, if it's related to Sung Sam, maybe Yu Jung could dig up something. The man continued to study the documents further and calmly replied that the girl didn't know anything, then added that she didn't know then or now. Sun Bai says he doesn't know what it's about, but it's likely that Jung is investigating something. Si-hyuk stared at his opponent and revealed that Yu had no idea that Sung Sam was involved in that incident. The guy in the black t-shirt scratched his head and asked since when he and Jung had been on bad terms, and Kim replied that it had always been like that. Then he looked intently at the doors and asked Sun Bai if he was waiting for someone else. Sun Bai asked, wondering why, and noticing that Kim was so reluctant to show up every time, that he was resting on days like this. Si-hyuk interrupted his opponent. his pupils shizzing, and said that it was most likely that the famous night hunter had been tracked down. As the doors suddenly opened, the man who entered apologized and clarified if he had gotten into Park Jin-wook's office. Sunbae apologized and remarked that they were closed today and offered to come back tomorrow at another time. He looked in the direction where Kim Si-hyuk had just sat on the chair and wondered where he had gone in such a short time. Park Jin-wook thought that the guy's stealth ability had improved since last time. Even he, the assassin, was amazed by his stealth. And after all, he wasn't a rank-level player for nothing. The stranger said he didn't know it was their day off, and Sunbae wondered if it was a sent son Sam or a regular bloodhound. He began to look closely at the young man who was smiling achidically and wondered if this could be the assassin who was sent to eliminate him. And the stranger smiled broadly, apologized again, and remarked that since he was already here, how about leaving them a request, and added that it was a very simple task. But Park Jin-wook didn't even want to hear, immediately told the man to leave. But the hooded guy started talking about finding one person. But Sunbae shoved his hand under the table. His pupils narrowed very hard, and he shouted with all his might for the stranger to freeze. He started to pull out his knife and mentally swore that he had no choice but to use it. Suddenly, Kim Si-hyuk suddenly appeared in the room from nowhere. He was very tense, pressed his lips together, and stared intently in front of him. Park Jin-wook clenched the weapon in his hand harder. He was already ready to pounce on the intruder. Thoth stood calmly in front of the men, though he could see that they were both armed and ready to pounce on him. Our hero pulled the hood off his head and stared at the weapon that was a few centimeters from his throat. Kim Si-hyuk looked at the guy. His pupils narrowed greatly. A drop of sweat appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth in surprise. And when he turned on the light, he was even more surprised. This was not a development he was prepared for. Yes, and Si-moon was very surprised to see Si-hyuk here. He also opened his mouth wide. Park Jin-wook, who was standing to the side, frowned. He couldn't understand what was going on. A few minutes later, the young men were sitting at the table drinking tea. Sunbae asked Si-moon what request he had come to him with. The latter said he was looking for a man. The man laughed and remarked that the young man had come to the right place, and added that they were very good at this sort of thing. The young man looked at him, smiled demurely, and replied that it was a great relief to him. For the night hunter, finding a human is no problem. His SS-level trait, Blessing of the Night, is optimized for killing. Si-moon thought about how, like most in the assassin class, it was useful for spying and gathering information, which was why he came to Park Jin-wook. He looked at the guy sitting beside him and thought about why he was here. He wondered why he was hiding his gaze from him, and wondered if he felt guilty about the magical incapacity incident 10 years ago. Moon turned his head and asked Hyuk what was wrong with him, noting that he wouldn't eat him, and asked him to look up and clarified if he knew Park Jin-wook. He began to make incomprehensible sounds, scratched his head. A drop of sweat appeared on his face from worry. Park noticed that Si-hyuk was not only a student at the academy, but also one of his main clients. Si-moon sipped from his cup and thought about how it was very strange since in his past life, Park Jin-wook was not related to Si-hyuk at this time. He put the cup on a saucer and said he didn't know the guys were cooperating and added that they must be close. And the men grimaced and spoke of being mortal enemies. Our hero could understand nothing. Apak frowned, took a heavy breath, and remarked that due to Rankahek's status, he was forced to serve him like a slave. That one folded his hand into a fist and asked in Jin-wook what he was saying, and Moon noted that it must be hard. Our hero smiled and remarked that, to be honest, this guy could be a real pain in the ass. Park laughed and said that, as expected, he knew Heck well, and the latter was very surprised. The guy in the black t-shirt started laughing like a raving man, then remarked that he hadn't had a customer like this in a long time. And he asked Moon who he was looking for. Someone from overseas. The latter replied that the person was from Korea. The man said that was good to hear, as internal matters were much easier to handle, and clarified if there was a description or any other information about the person. The young man smiled and stated that he was looking for a girl named Gomal Suk. The room became very quiet. Our hero thought for a moment, folded his arms in a house, and added that she lived in Busan and was 24 years old. Puck repeated the data and noticed that the girl's age matched that of their annoying student. He looked intently in front of him and stated to the guy sitting across from him that he probably knew her. The guy smiled, a drop of sweat appearing on his face. He crumpled a little and replied that it wasn't quite like that. His pupils narrowed very much, and then he informed her that he had known her before the regression, but not yet now. Jinwook replied that if the opponent doesn't know her, just giving her address is enough. Kim asked if the man can find her. Puck laughed and pointed out that if he couldn't find someone with that information, he was free to leave the job, and added not to worry the young man. The guy in the white jacket picked up some paper from the table, pointed his finger at it, and said it was time for Sunbae to retire, and the guy got very angry. Then he calmed down and said that the search would take a few days. Not too long. Si-moon replied that it was a relief for him and asked if only cash was accepted and how much the services would cost. Puck thought about something and said that given the amount of information provided and that the request wasn't complicated, plus it was his first time applying. He thought for a few more seconds, looked intently in front of him, and informed me that he would do everything for free. Our hero threw his hands up and remarked that he appreciated his offer. But why was it all for free? And stated that he would not accept such a thing. And after all, Jinwook has a diamond rank and cannot use his services for free. Puck laughed merrily and said that the young man was really different from his younger self, and added that now he was even more willing to do the work for free. And added if it bothers him so much, he'll charge the pesky junior, and asked Heck what he'd say. He said he was fine with it. Moon was against it. He said it was his request, and added that he wouldn't let his junior pay, but he insisted, saying it was okay and he had the money. Our hero told the guy that it didn't suit him, and then added that it wasn't about the money. He looked intently in front of him and stated that it was about relationships. Puck was very surprised and asked the young man if that meant he wasn't just a one-time client. Moon agreed and said he planned to maintain a long-term relationship with Night Hunter. The opponent smiled and asked if that was why he was refusing the free request, and added that the one was completely different from his brother. Our hero was surprised after these words. He closed his eyes and asked how about covering the request fee under other conditions. This question surprised Park Jin-wook very much, and he wondered with surprise what the other conditions were. And the guy said he had heard about the man's recent purchases of high-quality materials, and the guy immediately asked how Moon knew about it. Our hero smiled and asked that Puck not to worry, and added that he wouldn't hurt him, and added that he just thought he could help him. Jin-wook interjected with surprise in his voice, wondering if his opponent could help him, and he answered in the affirmative. The man stared intently at the young man while he thought about the fact that the Night Hunter had skill on Diamond's level. Kim glared at his opponent and thought about the fact that Pak had suddenly decided to leave the arena and was now taking private orders, while only receiving orders in cash. He realized that this was essentially a private detective agency. He wondered why such a specialist would choose to go down this path. From his past memories, the young man knew that the reason for Park Jin-wook's sudden resignation at that time was due to magic hardening syndrome. This syndrome is an arena disease in which magic gradually becomes hard. At the moment, there is no cure for this disease, so it is considered incurable, but the recipe for a cure is very simple. And he's very familiar with this recipe, having been subject to magical incapacity himself. Kim has researched every possible cure. But also, he has another reason to help Park Jin-wook. The day Soo-hyuk was killed by Jong-rich, he stayed with the little guy until the very end. If the Night Hunter joins Heck at the beginning, however, it can help with a huge amount of problems. Our hero was well aware that the internal problems of the country would be solved, as well as those of the continent, including association, and himself told Puck that, based on the list of materials, it looked very much like he had magical solidification syndrome, and clarified if he was right. The young man stared intently at his opponent, his pupils very much narrowed. Soo-hyuk stood up from his seat and shouted for all his might, "Did Sunbae really have arena disease?" Pat grabbed his head and asked if the black market had gone too far. How dare they divulge his transaction history? Min remarked that this is how the black market works, and all he cares about is money. The man asked the young man what help he could offer for his magical hardening syndrome. The guy replied that it was very simple. If he gave him those materials, he would create a cure for magic hardening syndrome. Park Jin-wook frowned and looked at the young man in surprise. He couldn't understand what he was saying. Si-hyuk was also very surprised and asked if there was a cure for this disease, and it would help. The Night Hunter covered himself in drops of sweat and said that he found it hard to believe, and added that even a diamond rank alchemist couldn't create this medicine. Moon closed his eyes and replied that he saw no point in going into detail, and remarked that he could say with certainty that he was capable of doing so, and added if Puck wasn't interested, he could just decline the offer, or he'd open his mouth and remark that it was unbelievable. He told Moon that he wanted to cop something from him his voice trembling and tears streaming down his face. He asked the guy why he was offering it to him and informed him that he had said he would fulfill his request for free. The guy smiled and said that he really liked Jin Wook's straightforwardness. The man had drops of sweat running down his face in hail, thinking about his opponent driving him crazy while being unable to read him. Our hero held out his hand to the Night Hunter and inquired about his decision. The one put his hand to his forehead and asked if he had a choice, then asked for the young man to make the medicine. The guys shook hands, with Park saying he would pass on all the ingredients as Moon had previously suggested, and his opponent saying he had made a wise choice. Our hero looked at the young man and told him not to worry, because he would still have some surplus left over, and added that he was waiting for the ingredients and then said that he would contact Jin Wook as soon as the medicine was ready. The latter bowed and said that he would wait. After a while, Kim Si-hek and Kim Si-moon were outside. They came out of Night Hunter's office. Our hero asked his opponent if he was leaving too, and he said he didn't understand and called him brother for the first time ever. Moon asked if he didn't understand how he could make a cure for magic hardening syndrome. The guy said that too, and then clarified why he was suddenly looking for someone. He wondered why his brother was investigating what happened 10 years ago, but he didn't listen to it for a long time, but immediately hit the kid on the head and he screamed. Moon noted that he was saying that it was an accident. His opponent grabbed his head and questioned him again. The young man repeated that it was an accident. The suspects were known repeat offenders, and they were caught by some lunatics, that's all. He thought about the fact that he didn't keep in touch with Yu Jung and Si-hyuk before the regression, and he told himself that it was all in the past and wished that his brother and sister would stop thinking about it. The guy realized that some part of him still felt guilty, but not now, and told Huck to stop dwelling on the past and look to the future. He had already told his brother everything in his previous life, and he stood there looking at Moon in surprise. Then he smiled and remarked that he never thought he would say something like that. Our hero smiled and remarked that he was surprised too. He realized that they couldn't dwell on the past if they wanted to change the immediate future, and his younger brother should move on. Our hero lowered his head and thought about how important it was when he was about to become a trustworthy land. Moon asked if the brother knew that power was divided according to rank and had high expectations of him. The latter replied that he didn't know the guy was such a patriot. Young remarked that he was worried about losing membership, a category in the status window. Heck remarked that it was the only useless category and asked if it affected anything. The young man thought about what influences and his brother would realize if he lived as a detached man. A system message appeared in front of Moon that he had lost access to this category, and he thought that with this system, everything leads to stagnant growth. He was well aware that from this point on, they didn't understand the importance of membership, and Si-hyuk even less so, and he thought about the fact that he needed to come up with a plausible excuse. Our hero told his brother that he had some information about membership. The latter was very much surprised. Heck smiled and remarked that given his access to Sunbei's transaction history, he must have a good informant, and then said, if his source of information is so good, why ask for help from Sunbei? And Moon thought about his brother being as sarcastic as ever. He did not answer his opponent's question, looked at the bracelet that was on his arm and indicated that he did not want to tell him about it, but then reached his hand to the system inventory window and reported that his brother was generous today. A system message appeared saying that the young man had gotten the mithril ore. Heck asked what it was for, but Moon interrupted him and told him to look up the information. The younger brother began to speculate about something, and our hero said that he was lucky to snatch an entry item. The latter was very much surprised and remarked that he himself had managed to get entry items several times. Suddenly, he began to guess about something. The kid opened his mouth, drops of sweat appearing on his face. The young man smiled and stated that he had gotten rid of his inability to use magic and had recently completed his rank distribution. Heck was very much surprised and asked his brother if his inability to do magic was cured. The kid was thinking about the arena disease he got because of him and Yu Jung, a disease that robbed him of an incredible future with 10 points in magic stats. He couldn't even believe that such a disease could be cured, so he asked how it happened. Our hero lowered his head and said his brother was making him repeat himself and asked if he hadn't told him to stop worrying about the past. And then he wondered if he had grown up and was now going to contradict his brother. Heck had a smile on his face and said something about being excited either way. Moon pointed to the system message and said he learned the membership information when he received that item. The kid was surprised. He asked if it was true and then remarked that it was the first time he had seen the X-ring. He said it looked suspicious. The young man agreed with him and remarked that he had never encountered such objects. And he added that he won't know the details until he gets in, but they say there's nothing good about losing a membership, and Heck noted that specialty arenas always provide useful information. Moon waved and remarked that he needed to get ready for the arena anyway, so he would go and ask to call him if his brother needed anything. No sooner had the young man taken a few steps than the kid started calling out to him. He scratched his head and remarked, since his brother had said about completing the distribution, he thought and wanted to add something else, but blanched. Our hero smiled and said if Heck said that, he would rumble him, and then asked if he didn't know that boosting interferes with proper growth. The younger brother laughed and said that he just wanted to give Moon some items, and added that magic equipment was hard to obtain. The latter replied that he was an alchemist. He started to walk away, waved, and asked the kid to keep in touch. As he suddenly stops and calls out to Shi-hyuk, he asks him to wait. The young man asked what he does with the material items he gets in the arena. He replied that he saves them to go to the agora and sell, or he throws them away if they are just trash. Our hero thought it was expected, because when you become a ranker, you don't pay attention to tangible items, which mostly sell for cash. The boy told his brother that he had thought of something he could do to help him. Heck was very much surprised. After a while, he would open the doors, his eyes covered and his mouth creased. Puck, it was to him that he turned back, looked at him in surprise, then asked if the man had left. Toth asked if he was supposed to leave, then remarked that he wanted to take a break for once. Jin-wook took his head and said that the guy better take an example from his brother. The guy replied that it's impossible and he will never be like his brother. The night hunter thought the kid was a little shit, started pulling cigarettes from his pack, and asked what he planned to do. Puck clarified if Heck planned to boo his brother, and thought to himself that no one would refuse to be booed by a rancher. But the interlocutor said that Moon doesn't want it. Jin-wook opened his mouth in surprise and almost lost his cigarette. The kid closed his eyes and said that his brother told him bluntly that he didn't want to be booed because it interfered with proper growth. The room became very quiet, and after a few minutes, Puck started laughing like a raving man. Heck looked at him questioningly. Night Hunter remarked the more he learned about Moon, the more he liked him, and clarified, "Did someone who had just finished distribution know that?" The guy said with a smile about how his brother has always been exceptional, and added that he's like that since he was young. Puck thought about the fact that despite the differences, blood played a part, and said to himself that judging from the way he had tested him before, he was an unusual person. He also asked if Moon had given up the gear. The kid replied that his brother had stated that alchemists didn't need gear, and instead discounted him some of the materials. The night hunter smiled and informed him that materials, that's smart, and alchemists are known for not being very reliant on equipment. And he frowned and thought about the fact that the young man clearly had his own reasons for refusing help at this level. He also thought about the fact that the guy also had the courage not to be cocky in front of the diamond ranking, and he even mentioned a cure for magic hardening that didn't exist. Mun was interesting in many ways. Heck asked the guy if the girl's name was Mal-suk by any chance. Pak replied in the affirmative and wondered why he was asking. The kid's eyes lit up, pupils narrowed very much, and he asked his opponent to study her well. Jin-wook spread his hands and said if he took the job, he doesn't do it superficially. And then asked the guy if he was asking to investigate him separately from his brother. The guy confirmed his speculation and asked to look into everything from her origins to her past. And if she was a player, her stats as well. Puck smiled and said that he didn't think the kid had such tastes, and remarked that he shouldn't steal a girl from his brother, but his opponent got angry and shouted. He became as red as a beet. Night Hunter told Heck to relax and claimed he was joking. The latter remarked that he thought his brother was hiding something. The one frowned and asked if Moon could really be hiding something, and then told him not to talk about the medicine being a lie. The kid smiled and said that he didn't mean it. He just felt like there was something he didn't know. Puck asked why he was digging into all this then. Heck rubbed his beard and didn't know what to say, and then informed him that he thought it had to do with something that happened 10 years ago. The door to the room opened, and the young man told the boys to sit quietly and not worry about anything. "This is Moon speaking." Heck was looking through the slit. He noted now that he had the same feeling now as he had then. Jin-wook stared intently at his opponent. He frowned with tension, and the latter stated that he didn't like it. The kid looked at the man and said he didn't like it if someone tried to protect him from the shadows. Our hero heard the Philosopher's Stone ask him if the young man was so happy. The latter inquired who would not be happy about the unexpected harvest, and reported that he went there with the purpose of completing the heavenly demon quest, and ended up with all the ingredients collected by night hunter Park Jin-wook. The young man thought about the fact that now they wouldn't have to worry about the ingredients of the medicine and said that as soon as he thought about it, he immediately drooled. Philosopher's Stone remarked that Appa may look naive, but he always has a trump card or two up his sleeve. The guy said he'd take that as a compliment. The opponent said that was the compliment. That's why he was worried, because unlike him, their handsome master really does look naive, and asked what would happen if he got cheated somewhere. The young man remarked that Heck was naive, and also added that the fellow was still very cunning, and the Philosopher's Stone asked if he was jealous. And he added that the guy wasn't worried and noted that he was only his, and his heart was pure, and Kim asked him to calm down. A few minutes later, our hero came home and looked at the reagents that were on the table. Moon rubbed his beard and thought that they should set aside the elixirs, and if they played their cards right, they could make a good profit on the cure for the magic hardening syndrome. The arena disease is dragging down all ranks. High-ranking members such as Park Jin-wook are suffering. And after all, they all wish to cure the disease. The guy thought about the fact that it's not that he only wants money from his patients. He realized that when considering his future endeavors, a steady income was of utmost importance. But his main task, to stop his brother's killers, also responsible for the destruction of the land, Zhong Likyu, the young man was sure that that mystic eye and the other offenders must answer for everything. He remembered how his brother had died then and realized that he had to live no matter what. A huge number of system messages appeared in front of him, and he thought it was all related to Heck's characteristics. The young man realized that he needed to get stronger so that this information would not happen again. He clutched his chest, and then called for the Philosopher's Stone. As he wanted to tell him something, he was quiet for a while and suggested to start synthesizing. The one got very excited, started jumping up and down, and said that he had been waiting for these words very much. As suddenly, a system message appeared in front of our hero, alerting him that his fusion power was insufficient to achieve the required fusion. The guy looked carefully in front of him and thought about the fact that he now had 10,450 achievement points. A system message appeared in front of him whether he agreed with such a proposal, and he had to choose an answer. The young man's pupils became like points, and he thought about the fact that he wanted to keep about 1,000 points at first. He realized that the obsidian tablet would become more powerful as a result of this fusion. The guy found a whopping 20% increase and thought about the fact that even now the growth was visible. Kim made the decision to go along with the system message and thought about what would happen if he made a 40% increase. A system message appeared in front of our hero that the fusion process was beginning. A purple star lit up in the chest area. From the next message, Moon learned that the synthesis was complete and the obsidian tablet was 40% complete. This pleased him very much, for these figures were much higher than before. System messages appeared. The first that the constellation of Baphomet was sending a look full of pride and approval, and the second that the constellations of Zeus and Celestial Demon were licking their lips. The young man then read that Baphomet constellation was donating 500 achievement points. The guy was surprised that constellations could write messages to donuts and laughed. He reached for the virtual reality goggles that lay nearby waiting to be used. The young man put them on his head and talked about starting then. The system message that welcomed him to the galactic arena immediately appeared in front of him. He was informed that he was entering the Nightmare of the Glowing Mine arena. Also, our hero has read that entering the arena consumes the entry item, Mithril or Doria. Then a system message appeared that according to the rules of the special arena, unlimited waiting time was granted. The young man was very much surprised that waiting time was provided in the specialty arenas. He looked at the system message screen in front of him and said that there was nothing in the waiting area. The Philosopher's Stone said that it was just a temporary space, and asked if he was really going to enter the special arena now and clarified if he was in no hurry. Kim assured that he was planning to go out when the obsidian tablet reached 40%. Stone said that should be enough with human fusion, and Moon reported that his achievement points had nearly doubled. He smiled and said that it should be enough for a special silver-level arena. A drop of sweat appeared on the young man's face, and he wondered what he should call the broadcast. He remembered that the constellations had argued a lot at the last broadcast. The boy thought about that correspondence. He wondered if it had ended with the broadcast of aggression from the abyss. He pressed the button to start the broadcast and decided, as before, to keep the lights off. The young man realized that after all, he still had a low rank and was still independent. And then he saw the chat messages. Viewers immediately began to write a huge variety of messages. Some asked if the guy was booed, some demanded constellations here, and Kim was glad he didn't use an aggro name for the broadcast. When he looked at the monitor, he saw that more than 1,500 viewers were watching his broadcast, and it surprised him very much. The guy smiled as he read that someone had posted that the waiting screen was still the same. He figured it would have to be changed soon. The young man cheerfully greeted his audience. Those were very happy to see him. Kim clapped his hands and said they would be going to a special arena tonight instead of the regular arena. The audience became animated again, some asking if it was possible, and there were some who called him crazy. Our hero asked to be sympathetic if he couldn't check the chat during the arena. The guy lifted up Mithril or Doria and thus produced an arena launch.
In front of the young man just a few seconds later, a message appeared that informed him that entering the arena consumed the item entrances Mithril or Doria.
He looked at her and thought about the fact that you couldn't enter the special arena without an entry item, and the audience would see and understand everything. A system message appeared in front of the guy, alerting him that a location called Nightmare of the Fiery Mine was waiting for him. Then he familiarized himself with the assignment. It was very simple at first glance, and stated that the young man must survive the Nightmare of the Mine. The young man stared off into the distance, and just seconds later a system message alerted that the arena was starting. The spectators were very surprised. Some couldn't understand why the player immediately entered the arena. Others were aware of the entrance item, and there were those who were worried about Moon. Our hero lifted his head up and thought about the fact that such a task as surviving the Nightmare of the Mine is hard to call a survival event. He reflected on the fact that, as expected of a special arena, it gave no clear purpose, only abstract hints. The guy rubbed his hand on the mine wall and thought, if you don't know something, but if you understand the terms well, the net reward increases. He stared intently in front of him and realized he couldn't feel the mana in the walls or in the air. The young man began to look around, looking up and thinking about the Nightmare of the Mine. The thought arose in his mind that some terrible event had probably occurred in this mine. He wondered if there was some entity living here that was causing the nightmares. Our hero heard a strange sound and glanced in the direction it was coming from. It was a huge monster with a fearsome face, and in its paws was a weapon. The young man immediately realized who was in front of him. He was very frightened as he saw the dragon. Draken, it's a special kind of dragon that is only shown to high-ranked gold. No wonder this arena is called that. For silver level, it's a real nightmare. The spectators also realized who appeared in front of the player. They knew it was too much for a special arena. System messages began to appear, that the constellation of the celestial demon was frowning, the constellation of Zeus was expressing displeasure, and the constellation of Baphomet was gritting its teeth in annoyance. Our hero read them frowning. A trickle of sweat appeared on his face and he pressed his lips tightly together. And at this time, the monster pointed a huge weapon at the young man who was ready to strike. His eyes burned with fire. He growled so that his sharp teeth could be seen and shouted that he would kill him. The young man folded his fingers, looked intently in front of him, and asked something to check. And Draken clutched his weapons harder in his hands and ran towards our hero. He was very belligerent. Our hero was completely calm. He smiled at the monster, simply putting his hand forward. Draken was waving his weapon with all his might. He was not happy that a human had come into the mine. A few seconds later, the huge axe slammed into the ground, dust rising up. And the beast looked ahead and looked for where its victim was. It was very angry. After a while, the dragon lifted its muzzle up and saw a young man hovering. This he was able to do thanks to a skill like Panther's body shell. The guy smiled and asked the monster if he happened to be looking for him, and remarked if he didn't catch it, he would hit it. The dragon was very angry. It paid no attention to the young man's fist, but roared and bared its huge fangs. And a system message appeared in front of our hero that he had activated the ogre's corporeal shell. The dragon began to yell something to the guy, but he was not going to listen to him, and began to strike with all his might. The beast began to scream very loudly in pain. It opened its mouth wide and its eyes burned with hatred. He gathered himself quickly, clutched his weapon harder, and breathed very heavily with anger. The dragon began to swing around and yelled very loudly to Kim that he was going to kill him anyway. Our hero calmly replied that this would not be the case, and at the last moment was able to dodge the huge axe. The monster did not give up. It struck again and again, but the young man masterfully evaded them. The guy got tired of dodging punches and decided it was his turn to attack. He put all his strength and ability into the punch. The monster screamed very loudly. Just a few seconds later, the monster was lying in a pool of blood and posed no threat, and Moon was standing beside it, the onlookers very surprised at what had just happened. Kim stood in front of the system messages and thought about the fact that he couldn't imagine killing Draken with a single blow, and realized that it was really useful to switch between body shells in a timely manner. The obsidian tablet's completion reached 40%, unlocked the bodily shell ability. As the name suggests, it allows you to use multiple shells at the same time. The guy smiled and thought about how it was definitely different from standard use. And yes, the increase in strength was very noticeable. System messages appeared in front of him. From the first, he learned that the constellation of the celestial demon was smirking faintly, and from the second that the constellation of Zeus was nodding contentedly. Then the young man read that the constellation of Baphomet was cackling. All the constellations began to whisper among themselves. Kim got very excited as they collectively donated 1,000 achievement points to him. He didn't expect to get them for killing a single dragon, because usually it's really difficult. The boy looked at the monster that was no longer a threat and thought about the fact that it wasn't just Draken. He scrutinized the system message and concluded that the constellations basically hated the dragon race, and came to the conclusion that the Dragon Lord most likely had some sort of conflict with them. The young man recalled a mass outbreak in his past life in Germany. It was then that dragons first appeared on Earth, and there were a huge number of them. The creature, before which even mighty dragons bowed their heads, destroyed not only Germany, but half of Europe in just one day, a moment the whole world remembers. Kim thought about whatever the reason was. If the constellations hated dragons, it was only to his advantage. He walked forward and thought about the fact that dragons appeared in the arena as raid bosses all the time. Because of their tense relationship, he would get a lot of donations. Suddenly, our hero stopped and began to listen. There in the distance, he heard strange screams. Just a few seconds later, the dragons appeared in front of him. They rejoiced. They thought they had met their prey. One of the dragons had already raised his arm with a weapon to strike his opponent. But just seconds later, he screamed in pain, his chest pierced by a huge spearhead. The other dragons heard some sounds and turned their heads at the noise and froze in bewilderment. They saw the man, and our hero with a smile on his face extended his hand to them. Since the monsters weren't prepared to see him here, they began to shout as if frantic. The guy heard those wanting to kill him, snapped his fingers, and noted that it was all so reckless. In just a few minutes, the monsters were already lying face down on the ground and only moaning. Some of the dragons started screaming how a common human dared to behave like that to them. The monster rose up and screamed that it was about to tear the young man to pieces. He started to look at what kind of weapon the guy was holding and couldn't believe his eyes. Kim started laughing and then asked the dragon if he expected this, asked if his paws were shaking, and then remarked that he hadn't tried for nothing. He clenched his teeth and began to shout, shouting with all his might. How could an ordinary human wield such magic? He saw the gun stop a few millimeters from his mouth and yelled for the guy to stop. Our hero's eyes glowed with excitement. He stopped, but literally for a minute, and then said goodbye to the monsters and struck. A system message appeared, notifying that the use of bodily shells of simultaneously high complexity had been successfully completed. He looked at the dragon and thought that there was no weakening of monsters in this particular arena, like the last battle with the hobgoblin. Kim realized that even a low-ranked dragon species could be lost with double the strength. After all, dragons are dragons. And viewers actively wrote comments. They admired the young man as he destroyed 3 dragons. Our hero watched the correspondence closely and wondered what was going on there again. He thought about the duel with the Money King and had only used the capabilities of his body so far. And viewers wrote that Moon was using magic. Some insisted it was something else. But whatever the case, the chat activity was at an all-time high. The guy covered his eyes. A drop of sweat appeared on his face. He thought about the fact that the chat room definitely needed a moderator. But he remembered what had happened before and knew full well that calling the constellations would be too much, and made the decision to tell the audience all by himself. The young man announced that he was not a fighter, but actually a mage. The chat room got very hot again. Kim scratched his head and said that he used non-spiritual magic. The viewers began to write a huge number of messages. Our hero squeezed his eyes shut as the audience continued to pee and thought about the mess again. He came to his senses and told the guys to calm down because he can't reveal his ability, but he can confirm his class and remarked that he really is a mage. Then he heard some sounds, and with the edge of his eye, he started to look away. He tensed up a lot. He saw a man lying there covered in blood and faintly begging the guy to spare him. The young man was very much surprised. His pupils from surprise became like dots. This was something he definitely didn't expect. It was a gnome girl. She was lying in a pool of blood and moaning in pain. The guy wasn't ready to see her here, but he remembered that upon entering the place, it had been mentioned that it was sacred to the dwarves. While the guy was thinking, the girl started coughing really hard. She got a vapor on her face. Our hero was startled and noticed that this was not the time for this at all, and the little girl was bleeding and moaning. She opened her eyes, drops of sweat appeared on her face. She wanted to say something but couldn't, but a small shiver ran through her body. Kim noted that she had serious wounds and added that the fact that the girl was alive was a miracle. He thought, judging by how cruel dragons could be, he wondered if they had tried to make her suffer as much as possible before she died, since the dwarf had fractures and cuts all over her body. The guy started tearing at his clothes as he realized that if he left her in this condition, she would definitely not survive. While he was bandaging her wounds, Philosopher's Stone said she could die at any moment and suggested looking for another survivor. Our hero was very much scared and said about it not being an option, and it's not about any sympathy. He said it wasn't that he felt nothing and began to stare intently at the wounded woman, and then said that the entrance item Mithril or Doria clearly indicated that this place was sacred to the dwarves. This means that the gnome must be a key figure in this particular arena, and he was watching to see how the girl felt. It bothered him that after the old arena, it was simply impossible for a silver rank to get here so quickly. And by that I mean it should be dead before any player arrives. He looked at the girl, a drop of sweat protruding on his face, and thought he had to save her. System messages appeared that the eyes of the constellation of Zeus glittered with interest. The constellation of the celestial demon watched with anticipation, and the constellation of Baphomet sighed. Our hero did not think for a long time, but began to examine the inventory he had present. The Philosopher's Stone asked what he planned to do with these materials, and added that he had set them aside for alchemy. The guy smiled and said that he could create something, and asked if he had forgotten that he was an alchemist. His opponent said that he had managed to forget since he had been using human transmutation a lot lately, and Kim smiled and said he would focus on alchemy. He started looking at the inventory and added that he would also focus on saving this girl. Philosopher's Stone asked if the young man was serious and asked how the deal was then, and added that it was not worth it to succumb to the seduction of that dastardly Baphomet. Kim laughed. The guy said he remembered about the deal and asked what the guy was so afraid of and started staring intently in front of him. The girl felt very sick. She closed her eyes again, breathed heavily, and started coughing. He was well aware that the dwarf was holding on with his last strength and put a hand to his forehead. Looking sideways at his inventory, he thought about the fact that he had prepared all the materials, but if he tried to brew a potion, it would take too long. He thought about the fact that he needed another way. There was an overwhelming amount of thoughts in the guy's head. The young man put his hand on his chest and told the Philosopher's Stone that he needed to transform something. The Philosopher's Stone asked if Kim would use it to cure the girl, and added that her injuries were too serious. Normal transmutation wouldn't be enough. The guy said he knew that and wanted to use achievement points. Kim remarked that external wounds are not the biggest problem, so we need to find something for that. And then it dawned on him that John Wick's staff should definitely help, and a satisfied smile appeared on the young man's face. The staff has incredible healing powers. It was the most important weapon of John Wick, who in his previous life was the second-ranked healer. The sacred artifact of Asclepius that sponsored him, our hero was content to remember it. And the staff, after all, is the very tool that helped John take second place in the rankings. Our hero snapped his fingers and thought to himself that this should be quite enough. A system message appeared in front of him, alerting him that there was insufficient transmutation power to complete the required transmutation. Then a message appeared that the Philosopher's Stone required an additional equivalent exchange. An additional 500 achievement points were required, whether he agreed or not. The guy was surprised since Asclepius, a constellation that is lower than Zeus in rank, but it's worth the same as Astrophus, and it was a lot more expensive than he thought it would be. The Philosopher's Stone noticed that his assumption was correct at first. His cost was 300 points, but it wasn't enough to save the girl. He spent more points to become stronger. And he added that it wasn't usually the most effective method, but Kim had to guess why the stone did that, and he was upset because he thought he couldn't transform something strong at that level anyway. The Philosopher's Stone calmed him down, and noticing that he had specially adjusted the exchange rate and 500 points was enough, our hero exhaled with relief. He knew that when trying to create something beyond one's abilities, the exchange value increases and reflected on the fact that he became stronger when he beat a platinum-ranked bus driver. Moon thought about what would be, because compared to his past life where he was completely deprived of the ability to magic, this was much better, and smiled. And then he said the rest. It was just a matter of time, since his growth was already crazy, and pressed the button. Literally seconds later, a message appeared saying that the transmutation was beginning. From the next message, he learned that the staff of Asclepius was capable of bringing the dead back from life. Our hero looked that the level of the artifact will be less, and it is 33%. The Philosopher's Stone noticed that he spent 200 extra points, and at first it was 25%. The guy asked if Astrup wasn't worth more than 500 points for 10% completion, and added that the staff of Asclepius was much better in comparison. The young man believed that constellation rank directly affected how well artifacts could be created, and the Philosopher's Stone asked him to never say it out loud. The young man had read that the constellation of Asclepius was taking an interest in this unexpected creation. Then a system message appeared, alerting that the constellation Asclepius was scrutinizing the wounded gnome. The boy held the staff up to the girl and read that the eyes of the constellation Asclepius sparkled as he acknowledged his presence. The girl's face was illuminated by the greenish light of the staff. There were droplets of sweat on her face, and she was breathing from her last strength. Our hero pointed his staff in her direction and waited for it to take effect. For just a little more, and the victim would have died. From the outside, it might have seemed as if green light was shooting through the dwarf's body like lightning. But in just a few seconds, her wounds began to heal, one by one. The young man was very much surprised, he thought to himself. This is simply amazing. The girl seemed to float, and the scratches and wounds on her body disappeared one by one. Kim thought it was amazing. He was more impressed by it than what he had seen on the streamers from his past life. Meanwhile, the staff in his hands began to melt like a snowman in the sunlight. After a few seconds, he had nothing in his hands, and the guy thought that it was a shame that it was no use to him. But it was good that at least everything worked and the girl was alive, and that was the most important thing. And the chat was revitalized because the audience had a chance to watch what was going on. They couldn't figure out what was going on. As suddenly, the girl began to slowly open her eyes and then asked where she was. Our hero got very excited, smiled, and asked the stranger if she was awake. The girl sat up abruptly, her eyes became huge, and asked if the man in front of her, not getting an answer, stammering, asked how he got here. Drops of sweat appeared on her face. She stared intently at the young man, and then began to remember what had happened. The dwarf grabbed her head and screamed that they were being attacked by Draken, and looked at the young man in horror. Kim smiled and asked for the girl to calm down, and added that she was safe now, but she asked what he meant. The guy turned his head to the side, and the dwarf looked over there. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. She was quiet for a moment and told him not to tell her that he had killed them all by himself, and Moon claimed to have dealt with each one. And then he added that the girl was safe now, and the girl ran up to the young man and grabbed his legs, grabbed at her clothes and began to cry. Tears streamed from her eyes, and she begged the young man to help them. Our hero looked down at the dwarf. He was very much surprised and couldn't understand what was going on. The girl, along with the young man, approached the dragons. Her mouth opened wide in surprise. She opened her eyes wide and said it was amazing and unbelievable that a guy could kill all those drakens. The young man said nothing, pointed his hand in the direction, and asked Marnell, that was the dwarf's name, if they were going the right way. The one came closer to him and informed him that everything was correct and they were almost there, and added that it wasn't much longer and they would reach the center of the mine, and told him to follow her. The boy smiled and thought about the center of the mine and the fact that his guess was right. He looked in front of him, a huge passageway gaping in front of him, and wondered if there must be something very important in there for the sweep of the special arena. The young man asked that Marnell wait a moment, and himself looked up and asked if the girl was sure they were going the right way, and added that the place they needed was enclosed by a wall, and asked again if that was where they had come. He stared intently in front of him and thought about the fact that it looked like someone had shut him down on purpose, and realized it was strange. And Marnell smiled and said, did he know there was an old saying about a wise dwarf digging 9 tunnels? She put her hand in the wall and asked our hero to give her a moment. Doors began to gradually open in front of the young man, and he wondered if this was a secret passage. The girl reported that only elders could use it, but it was an emergency, and Kim noticed that she said it would take forever to get to the center. The dwarf smiled and said that this place was crawling with dragons right now, and noted that the elders would understand. Our hero smiled, looked intently at the girl, and thought about what a bright and energetic child was in front of him. And Marnell ran forward and shouted that she must hurry, and the lad hoped that her hope would remain unshaken. The girl said that when they got to the center of the mine this way, they would need to rebuild the defenses to keep the Drakens from wandering in here, and added that they would then wait for reinforcements from the Iron Anvil, and remarked that maybe even the attentive guys would hear about it. Suddenly, Marnell's face changed, and she shouted very loudly that this couldn't be happening. She shouted that phrase several times, all because she saw the ruined mine. The girl ran as hard as she could towards her and screamed that not this, but there was only ruins in front of her. She ran closer and screamed that the core had to be intact, tears rolling from her eyes. Suddenly, the dwarf froze, opened her mouth in surprise, and large drops of tears began to flow from her eyes. To my great regret, the core was not whole, it split in two. Marnell sobbed, and Moon looked at him and thought about the fact that repairing him was out of the question at this point. He took a closer look and thought the design seemed familiar, and was glad he had gotten the exact same item from the last arena. The girl was sobbing as hard as she could. She said it was the end, and they were doomed. Tears were streaming from her eyes. Our hero approached her and started asking about the core the dwarf was talking about, but she couldn't understand what the guy wanted from her. The young man reached out with his own whole core forward. A system message appeared in front of him that it was a vanished mine core. Tears instantly dried in the girl's eyes. She stammered and began to ask him what it was, while the young man thought about how the item was meant to be used here. The viewers continued to watch everything that was happening. They actively wrote comments. Kim smiled and thought to himself that it looked very much like he'd gotten lucky this time. Marnell took the core and told our hero that this core looked very similar to the one in the center of the mine, and noticed that they couldn't use it. The guy asked if it was all because the item had no mana. The girl replied in the affirmative, and then added that it was about earth energy, and added that the core of the mine was a crystallization of the earth's energy, and our hero agreed with her. He smiled and thought about the fact that normally a mine core that disappeared would be recovered by replenishing mana. The young man understood that earth energy was connected to the earth. The onlookers began to actively write chat messages again, and Moon thought about the fact that if they filled the core with energy, they would see the true power of the mine core. The young man looked at the screen and thought about the fact that at first there were 2,000 viewers on the stream, and now there are more than 8, and realized that sharing information is useful. He smiled as he knew full well that he was getting stream revenue and achievements in return, so he wasn't losing anything. Viewers, on the other hand, wrote thank you notes, while others sent large donations. There were a huge number of such messages, and the young man realized he was getting a lot of them. The Craft Guild had donated 100,000 achievement points. The guy realized that these were huge numbers. He stared intently at the screen and saw that he had gotten huge donations and was very surprised by it. Many system messages appeared in front of him. The first was that he had received 100,000 donation points. The second was that he had earned 500 achievement points. And the third was that 10,000 viewers had watched him. Indeed, Moon's stream was watched by more than 11,000 viewers. He also got 1,000 achievement points. He learned this from the system message. Our hero smiled broadly. He couldn't believe his eyes that so many spectators were watching him, and thought to himself that the special arena was something. The boy rubbed the bridge of his nose and began to talk himself into concentrating. After all, they were still in the arena. He held out his hand to Marnell and said they had a chance. She wanted to say something about the mine core, but the young man reassured the girl and said he could restore it completely and asked her not to worry. The dwarf lifted her head up. Her eyes grew huge, and she wondered if it was all true. Marnell pointed her finger at the ruined mine and asked if the guy could handle it, because without this device, there was no way to activate the mine core. The girl looked at our hero with hope in her eyes. She waited for an answer with tightly pressed lips. She clenched her hand into a fist and said that she realized that the Earth engine was not yet fully destroyed, and she needed to subdue it. Marnell began to run and shouted that she was off to get her tools, and our hero looked on in amazement as she followed. He squeezed the core and turned to the philosopher's stone, asking it if the core of the mine could be restored. The latter replied that anything was possible. If you transmute the Earth's energy, it would immediately return to its original form. The guy asked if this was possible. The stone replied that it wasn't for all types of energy, but with Earth energy it could be done. Kim couldn't believe it was actually working, but decided to proceed with the transmutation. Stone stated that there was nothing complicated and he would quickly figure out the task. The guy lifted the core closer to his face and closed his eyes. The core illuminated everything with a golden color. It hovered in the young man's hand. and he thought that was how pure Earth energy felt. A description appeared before him that the mind core, a crystallized form of Earth energy, was able to regenerate itself thanks to dwarven technology. Moon thought about it. No wonder the core has the ability to regenerate. After all, it's used as a power source. Just then, Marnell came running in with a huge hammer and struck it with all her might, then shouted to the young man to watch. Then the girl started wiping the drops of sweat on her face and asked Kim if he needed her help. Here she looked at the core and opened her mouth in surprise, then wondered if he'd had time to repair it. She walked over to Mind, started wielding a tool, and said she would be done soon. Moon laughed and asked how she could lose to Draken with such strength. Marnell didn't hear the question and asked for a repeat, but the young man asked where he should put the mind core. She asked if he could see that groove in the center and told him to put the yarrow in there and the engine would start. Our hero held the cannonball stronger in his hands, agreed with the girl, and began to approach the mine with a smile. The young man began to put it in and alerted Marvel that they were beginning the process. Everything around them lit up with a golden light. The guy looked at everything that was happening with astonishment, and the girl smiled. A powerful beam of light came from the mine to the very top. The young men saw everything around them light up. Marvel shouted that it was a relief because everything was working as it should, but our hero wasn't so happy. He looked up and opened his mouth in surprise. He couldn't even get a word out. The guy saw a cannon, but the girl corrected him and said that it was a defense tower, for here was an important place with an intelligent engine. Our hero, with drops of sweat appearing on his face, pointed his finger in the direction and asked what the creepy thing was. The girl said it's a melee device to eliminate invaders that the tower can't handle. It's always set up next to the towers. Marvel smiled and said that they were ultra-high temperature blades. Even a sturdy dwarf could be cut in two with a single blow. The dwarf began to say something in an incomprehensible language, and our hero only laughed merrily. She noticed that when the entire defense system of the place is activated, the mine's defense system just turns on and starts attacking unregistered invaders. If necessary, the melee device is activated and all cannons start working. And opponents such as dragons, for example, get what they deserve and die. The guy remarked that efficiency was at an all-time high, and the girl smiled and replied that that was the plan. A system message appeared in front of our hero that he had passed the special arena Nightmare of the Glowing Mine in a completely unexpected way. He read that due to passing, this arena's fate would change significantly. From the following system message, he learned that all maps related to abandoned mines would be removed from the arena. The young man was very much surprised, for this had never been done before, but after thinking a little, he realized that it had happened once. He stared intently before him, and drops of sweat from those memories ran down his face. In his past life, Psyhek had passed a special arena related to the forest. The map was called the Fated Forest. It was unpredictable, with a strange climate. It was crawling with a huge amount of monsters. This map was considered the worst. But then his brother, one of the best players, destroyed the main target of the dragons and their source, and then the map disappeared. Kim thought about the fact that this was a few years after the main arena had started, and now the arena hadn't even started, and the maps were already being deleted. A system message appeared that the Galactic Arena was calling an emergency meeting, and a second that the council was demanding a final decision on the case of player Kim Si-moon. Our hero opened his mouth in surprise, as this request was supported by the majority of the members. The young man read that the total would be announced the next time he passed the arena. Kim read that the constellation of Baphomet began to laugh, and noticed that the lizards were furious. The constellation of the Sky Demon said it was no time to rejoice, and then asked what if they acted. The constellation of Baphomet replied that they would not do so, and the constellation of Zeus supported it. The young man read the constellation's messages carefully. He was very much surprised. What the constellations were saying took him very much aback, for it was very much not simple. The guy was scared. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought about the fact that after this event, he might become the target of the Dragon Lord. He realized that those were his enemies anyway. The Baphomet constellation noticed that Moon was a promising guy, and the Heavenly Demon constellation agreed with him. And the three constellations donated 5,000 achievement points to Kim. The guy opened his mouth wide with bewilderment. He thought about whether it was because of the special arena. Just then, he heard Marvel calling him. She was very scared and started asking what was happening to his body. The young man looked at himself and couldn't understand what was going on. The dwarf began to grab at his clothes. She could do nothing, she cried out of helplessness. Kim tells her not to worry, and he's just going back to where he belongs. The girl was crying hard. She asked if he was just leaving like that and wanted to add something else. Then she closed her eyes and thought that her savior should return to his place, for she was a dwarf, and dwarves do not forget kindness. Marnell folded her hands into fists and asked that the young man at least tell her his name. The guy, who was already almost half gone, smiled and called his name, and the dwarf repeated it after him. Though the girl still had tears in her eyes, she smiled back and let him know she would remember him. Our hero also smiled back. He waved and wished Marnell good luck. The girl waved back with one hand, wiped her tears with the other, and wished the young man good luck. A few seconds later, she found herself alone in a huge hall, repeating the guy's name over and over again. And in the chat room, viewers were texting very actively. Kim said that was it for today, and he cut off the air. He got up from his chair, turned to the window where it was already very heavy, stretched, and remarked that he was done for the day. The guy laid down on the bed and said that when there are so many onlookers, it's hard to respond to everyone. He thought about the fact that he now understood why the streamers didn't read all the chat messages, because he couldn't even think that there would be 18,000 viewers today. The young man thought that the more one reacted, the more people would pull up, and in the future, he would have to be more careful, and decided to prepare the background and music to finish the broadcast. A message appeared in front of Kim that he had passed the special arena Nightmare Glowing Mind Nightmare in an unusual way and received 1,000 points. But then he was informed that the award was being reconsidered because it was an unconventional way of doing things. Our hero scratched his beard and thought that they didn't even expect him to recover the intelligent engine. He smiled and reflected on the fact that saving Marnell had been the right decision. Even this great galactic arena of theirs couldn't have predicted that he could handle dragons so quickly. And she hadn't even counted on the option of Arnell staying alive. It was surprising for a young man. He thought it was possible that they couldn't interfere with such events at all, or they would have done so long ago. Moon heard Philosopher's Stone tell him about having no self-awareness at all. The guy asked what the guy meant. Stone said Kim didn't just pass the test in this arena, but did it in a unique way. Then asked how the guy even perceived the passage. The guy replied as off-topic, and Philosopher's Stone replied that he had no self-awareness. Our hero asked if the man knew anything about this arena. The man answered in the affirmative, but said he would not tell the young man. The lad asked why this was so. The young man remembered the system message and thought about how the constellations also spoke of a reason. The Philosopher's Stone asked if the young man had received the award. He replied that it was still being reviewed. He told Kim that this was actually a serious event. The young man, however, was staring intently in front of him. And the Philosopher's Stone remarked why he himself should not claim the reward for himself. Moon was very much surprised. He said he had never thought of claiming a reward from the galactic arena. Even high-ranked players, infallibly, never claimed anything. Stone said that normally it was impossible, but the situation was different now. And the young man noticed that now that he said it, it sounded quite reasonable. Philosopher's Stone noted that it was okay to try, and the young man thought if they were so concerned, he had a chance of getting what he wanted, and that there was nothing to think about. Our hero stared intently before him. His pupils narrowed and became like dots. He was looking at the system message, was just going through the award review, and said that if the award was undefined, he wanted to pick it himself. A message immediately appeared in front of him that the review was temporarily suspended. The young man smiled and thought that the Philosopher's Stone was right, and they were confused. The young man said he wanted the mithril and informed him that it was a mine, and that was what he used to enter. Kim scratched the back of his head as there was no answer, so he asked why he was not there and came to the conclusion that apparently nothing could be demanded. Just a few seconds later, the guy read that Kim Si-moon's player request had been accepted. The next message about what he should receive as a reward was loading. Our hero's eyes burned with fire, and he asked for processed mithril in the form of ingots. A message appears saying that the request has been accepted and that the reward for the special arena Nightmare of the Fiery Mind Nightmare is being paid out. The guy read that he got a mithril ingot and the Philosopher's Stone got part of the experience. The young man was very much surprised as the level of the stone increased by 8. Our hero couldn't believe it. Then he read that the level had gone up by 10. It wasn't all very clear to him since he was low level. Also, Kim read that he was rewarded with dragon blood for passing. He laughed happily, and Philosopher's Stone told Moon to check the mithril ingots faster and remarked that how could they know? Suddenly, they were cheating on purity there. The young man told the man to be honest, and asked if he had specifically offered to take the mithril simply because he wanted it himself. The guy remarked that he didn't need it, and the Philosopher's Stone remarked that it was for the future and it could be used anywhere. The young man held it in his hands and examined it, and the stone noticed that the mithril had 100% purity. And adding that he'd lick him to bits if he had a tongue, our hero only laughed wickedly. And then asked how to use mithril at all, thought about it for a bit, and noted that it would be an interesting experiment. The monster asked her opponent what he had just said, and clarified how they had suddenly disappeared like that. The kneeling Drakons replied that they honestly didn't know the reason themselves. And then they added that half of the dwarves who were working had suddenly vaporized. The monster clenched its teeth in anger and wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Just then someone called his name, and then he noticed that Sargus was just as testy. The Deviless fixed her hair and told the monster not to scare the kids. But he clenched his teeth, frowned, and asked what brought Mrs. Defina to his backwater. Toss smiled and remarked that she didn't seem particularly welcome, and added that if there was a problem, it wasn't surprising. Sargus replied that it wasn't something she should worry about, and the Deviless only laughed in response, and then inquired if the fresh report did not concern the Black Cousin, and the monster hesitated after these words. Sargus said the Black Cousin is under his jurisdiction, and he serves the 3 Dragon Lords. Defena noted that the Black Cousin belonged to their Mr. Nidhogg, and asked if her opponent had forgotten that. She moved closer to Sargus and told her not to get so worked up, and remarked that she didn't come here of her own free will. Toth clenched his teeth, frowned, and thought about the fact that a wily snake never appears without a reason. He looked at Defina and thought that she was the herald of the 5th Dragon Lord Nidhogg. A messenger of that level would not move without a good reason. Sargus asked if the Dragon Lords had already, but he didn't get a chance to finish, as the demoness said they were aware of the problem with the Black Forge. And the monster lowered his head and thought that the disappearance of the dwarves was the information he had just gotten. He wondered how the Dragon Lords knew about it and sent a messenger. Defina smiled and said, "How is it that Sargus still doesn't understand them?" She looked at the monster and smiled evilly as she felt her superiority, and then added that, to great regret, a communication channel had also been destroyed. Defina asked Sargus if he knew that the Dragon Lords knew everything, and added that it was natural since they had reached the level of gods. She looked at him intently and said that especially their Lord Nidhogg was extremely annoyed that such a thing had happened in his domain, and asked if he was afraid of something, and then remarked that it wasn't the least bit his fault, and told Sargus to relax, and then informed him that the source of this problem would be fixed by another person. The monster interjected Defina, and she repeated the suggestion and added that he, as manager, should just make up for the gnomes who had disappeared. She handed him a round object and told him it listed places where dwarves might be. Sargus' eyes lit up, and he said with surprise in his voice that there were more than he expected. The monster folded his hand into a fist and said that since Madame Defina had personally pointed them out, it wouldn't take much time. And the demoness began to walk away and remarked that this was the way it should be, and added that if additional labor was needed, let Sargus know. Toth asked if Defina would go with them. She smiled and asked what was wrong. Was it hard for them to part? And then adding that it was fate, and she had others to meet, Sargus asked if she meant those very others, and noticed that the source of the problem is related to one of the work zones of the earth, and it's quite interesting. Defina began to lick her lips, then smiled and noted that things were working out much better than she had expected. Our hero was pouring something from a test tube into a flask and talking about needing a little more. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The guy's hair stood up on his head, and a drop of sweat appeared on his face. Philosopher's Stone was surprised, and the young man said it was fine, and added that he had prepared a stabilizer. Kim began to cover his mouth with his hand. He frowned, began to cough, and a shiver ran through his whole body. But he didn't think to stop there. He started to add something else from the test tube to the flask, and the stone said it was as expected, perfect dosage and perfect timing. The young man smiled and said that he had survived the first level in that world. So it was small things to him, and Philosopher's Stone remarked that he lacked self-awareness, and added that you need to tell yourself often what a great guy he is. The guy immediately said he was great, and the rock complimented him. Kim began to pour from vial to vial, and noticed that it was time to call it a day. He took the pipette, and a system message appeared in front of him that he was using 2 drops of purified basilisk venom. He wondered if it was definitely 2 drops. The guy squeezed the vial in his hands and said that now all he had to do was mix everything well, and then took and closed it with a nice lid. The stabilizer was ready very quickly. A description of the filling of the vial appeared in front of him. It stated that it eliminated the symptoms of magical hardening in the body. The young man told the Philosopher's Stone to look at that color, and the Philosopher's Stone remarked that it turned out just perfectly. Kim started looking at the vial of solution, smiled, and said he liked everything. He thought that, just as expected from the diamond rating, the ingredients that Park Jin-wook sent were not only of excellent quality, but also in abundance. The young man knew it meant that his desire to be healed was justified. Then he looked at the ingredient and thought about the fact that because of this, he had enough for other elixirs. Moon reached out and said he would make the other potions later, but for now he needed to pick a name. He began to type letters and thought about what was natural. There was no cure for the mythical hardening during this period, and he just wrote that it was a cure for magical hardening and confirmed it. A system message appeared in front of him saying that he had created the first unique item, and he had also received the Pioneer achievement. The young man was overjoyed, and plus he got 500 achievement points. He remembered that he got the same for his first crafting. Kim smiled and thought about the fact that it still worked repeatedly. He had heard about it somewhere and remembered it was on a famous player's stream. He looked at the vials and flasks and thought about the fact that, considering no one had ever created cures for the diseases of the arena, there were quite a few that could be made, and decided to look into it on occasion, but made the decision to take the medicine to the Night Hunter first and began to examine the vial. He pulled some clothes out of his closet and started to get dressed, and Philosopher's Stone asked if the guy was going to take it to him right away. The guy replied that while he was getting it ready, Puck contacted him. The young man looked at his cell phone screen. There were messages from Kim Si-hyuk and Lee Yu-young. Our hero stared at the screen, exhaled, and said when they had time to write them to him, and decided to reply so they wouldn't write notations. He was about to go when he received a message from Park Jin-wook, who wrote that he had found the object of his request. The young man's face changed. A system message appeared in front of the young man with an invitation to the Galactic Arena. He also read that it would be a dungeon with 50 people in it. There were a lot of messages. The first informed that a cooperation condition had been added, the second that teams would have 5 people each, and the third that the arena would launch when everyone was gathered. Our hero began to look around and said that this time he was in a forest. Indeed, the locations were varied. The guy started looking around and thought about the fact that it looked very much like no one was here yet. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket that had an address on it and began to read what it said. Kim froze in place, his pupils very much narrowed. The young man began to think about something. Park Jin-wook gave a note to our hero and said that it contains information about his subject. Moon was very much surprised, as there were other details besides the address. The Night Hunter smiled and remarked that this was an added bonus, and added that it appeared that the young man was going to visit the facility, and remarked that it was important to be aware of the situation to avoid problems. The young man lowered his eyes and thought about the fact that, as expected, there was a professional in front of him and thanked Jin-wook for his work. The guy pulled a vial out of his inside pocket and said he owed Puck a thank you, and the guy couldn't understand what he was talking about. Our hero held out his hand and told the man to take it. The man stood at a loss and opened his eyes wide with surprise, and then shouted that it couldn't be because it was a cure for magical hardening. He held it in the palm of his hand, examined its bluish color, and stammered and began to ask something. Then he clenched his hand into a fist and thought about the fact that Kim had really made him, and he was finally free of this damn disease. Jin-wook asked, but why all this, and remarked that even if it was a deal, why did the guy make such sacrifices, and asked if he wanted something Kim. Moon lowered his head and noticed that the nickname Night Hunter was given to Puck for a reason, and remarked that he had a suggestion for him. He held out his hand and asked if the gentleman wanted to do business with him. Jin-wook looked at him with surprise. Our hero was walking through the woods, and the Philosopher's Stone was telling him that Pa didn't inspire confidence in him because he uses night powers and looks like a gangster, and added that he thought the Night Hunter was up to something behind their backs. The young man put a hand on his chest and clarified, he just didn't like the man's looks. Philosopher's Stone said that Puck looks suspicious and he believes in physiognomy. Moon said not to worry, as the man is capable and very reliable, and suggested that they just focus on creating a cure, because they need to make as much of it as possible to get a good lab. Suddenly, our hero heard some sounds, became silent, and began to listen to them. He saw 3 young men walking through the forest. Someone asked about the outer card. The second player replied that they didn't have anyone with the detection ability. Kim watched the strangers and thought about the fact that they were most likely from the same guild, and he had bad memories of team play in threes. He approached them, and one of the guys noticed there must be 5 of them and asked where the other one was. The girl pointed her hand in the direction and shouted for everyone to look that way. The young man in the white shirt opened his mouth in surprise and asked if it was definitely a person. Our hero also opened his mouth in surprise. He was in a stupor and could not even utter a word. A pretty girl appeared in front of them, fixing her hair and reprimanding her for being an external card. Kim opened his eyes wide, his pupils narrowed, a drop of sweat appeared on his face, and he thought about what Mal Suk was doing here. The players were assembled, but there was tension between them and there was a pause. Everyone was thinking about something. The newly arrived girl looked intently at those present and asked why they were staring, and then told them to lower their eyes before she nailed them. The guild youth didn't know what to answer. Kim smiled, opened his eyes and mouth wide, but didn't say anything to the girl. He was shocked. Viewers who watched the broadcast wrote about her being the most whacked out and psychotic person ever. The guild guy told Mal Suk to try to break out a little more politely and added that she was being rude to strangers. But the girl stomped her foot and yelled for the young man to shut up. She looked intimidating. Then she looked at the young man with hatred and asked who he even was. The guild players stood and looked at her, their mouths and eyes wide. The girl was bolder and yelled that they were just her teammates and asked if she hadn't seen the system window. Mal Suk opened her mouth in surprise, raised an eyebrow and said, "What else is a system window?" And then I noticed that it turns out to be team mode. The guild members bellowed after saying that. The girl asked Suk if she realized they were on the same team and added that they needed to communicate without being rude. Mal put her hand up, frowned and apologized, much to everyone's surprise. Mal frowned again and wondered if she needed to apologize twice and added that she was sick of it all. And the viewers wrote unflattering comments about Suk. Our hero smiled and thought about what was wrong with them. The guild player put her hands to her sides and asked her opponent if she knew how to apologize and clarified if she was truly remorseful. The one frowned and said she really apologized because she was sorry and asked if the girl thought she was completely stupid. Tao remarked that she didn't need that kind of apology and said they would move separately. Suk said to do what they wanted and she was more comfortable alone too. System messages appeared. They notified that all participants had been allocated and the arena was starting up. Players could familiarize themselves with the task. It was to get to the center of the evergreen forest more often. They all stood in bewilderment, eyes and mouths wide open. No one was prepared for this particular assignment. Then a system message appeared, alerting that only 4 teams would be able to get into the center of the forest. The young man heard someone call him by name and asked if he was really a Shimoon player. He was very much surprised and asked if the young men knew him. Those answered in the affirmative and said they had watched his past stream. The young man asked if he was popular, and viewers began to write a huge number of comments, some noting that Kim wasn't even aware of how popular he was. The guild members suggested that he go with him and added that he could see for himself that it was impossible to deal with that girl. Someone remarked that Gomal Suk, a famous bronze-silver ranked troll, and that one laughed and remarked that she could hear everything. One of the guys noticed that the girl is called crazy for a reason, and his partner said that the main problem starts in the battle. There she gets mad at all. The young man replied that it was for sure, and the guild members asked what he was waiting for and offered to go with them. After all, Suk was a famous person, and the guy lowered his head and thought that everything said was true. The young man smiled and thought about the fact that if the truth be told, he was just looking for a way to meet her, and realized since they were here, we should take the opportunity, and Mal Suk read the system message and swore she didn't like the command mode. A system message also appeared in front of our hero, and he thought about the fact that he still had to fulfill the heavenly demon quest. He read that the constellation of the celestial demon laughed and wrote about Malwench that, and the constellation of Baphomet watched Suk with admiration. The boy thought about the girl getting attention. He was surprised that Baphomet was interested as well. A system message appeared in front of him saying that the manager Heavenly Demon had donated 100,000 achievement points with this person on the team. Our hero opened his mouth in astonishment and thought about the fact that such a huge amount of achievement points for just one task. The blonde touched Heck and told him that if he went with Mal Suk, he would only be wasting blood, and added that they had worked together a long time ago and knew how to act. But the young man did not even finish listening to the guy, and immediately replied that he rejected their offer. Those very much surprised. Kim apologized and remarked that he should be on the same team as that girl. The young man couldn't understand a thing. Suk went somewhere to the side and the viewers began to write various comments in the chat room. The guy, on the other hand, said that one of his viewers donated 100,000 achievement points for him to join her. In the chat room again, viewers began to actively write messages. They were surprised by such information and the amount. The guild members opened their mouths in astonishment and unanimously said that it was unbelievable. The girl remarked that 100,000 achievement points was more than 100 million, and the guy remarked that it made sense now. And Kim, who was standing on the sidelines, thought he just had to sweep the arena with Mal Suk, but the sponsors just went nuts. He looked after the girl who was moving away and thought about the fact that the celestial demon cared about her a lot. It was no surprise to him that things had turned out this way. The guy looked at the system window and thought, if you add the achievement points from the last stream, how much it would come out to, and came to the conclusion that after that he would definitely not have time to rest. And they set off, Mal Suk walking ahead and expressing her displeasure with all her appearance, and our hero walking a few meters behind her. The girl turned her head, looked at our hero, and said that the bastard had followed her again. The guy was surprised by those words, but he calmly said that he had already talked about how it was all about the assignment. Mal Suk grabbed her head, frowned, laughed, and noticed the young man mocking her. Her eyes burned with hatred, and the girl said she had warned him and noted not to whine when he got what he deserved. The young man began to smile, squinted his eyes, and began to agree with what the girl was saying. She swore and said he was annoying her. Suddenly they heard some sounds above and raised their heads in bewilderment. The boy heard the voice of the philosopher's stone, and Kim thought about the fact that he also felt it. He realized that they were the guardians of the silver rank evergreen forest, so the young man stopped. Mal Suk also stopped and stood wary. The young men heard someone talking about being humans. It was the elves asking how such a harmful creature to nature got here, and the most important one suggested dealing with the humans. Our hero tensed up, drops of sweat appearing on his face, and thought about the fact that for keepers this could be dangerous. Anyone who has ever encountered these guardians will never consider them cute and harmless. And one of the monsters shouted that it was cleanup time, in order that not a piece of flesh be left behind, and added that they should kill everyone. The young man thought about the fact that they call for 2 thorny vines for each keeper, so 8 vines. He realized that along with the keepers, that's 12 enemies, and these 2 on the team were a real deadly bunch. The chief among the monsters began to laugh and shouted for his vines to attack. Kim looked at the girl and thought about the fact that now he would get to see what Mal Suk was capable of. And the girl took the fight. The viewers who watched it all wrote about how she was holding up beautifully. There were those who wished the trolls dead, and those who asked the guy to help Suk. But the young man folded his arms across his chest and thought about the girl having to activate her ability. One of the keepers laughed, pointed her finger in the direction, and told everyone to look at how much blood there was. Mal Suk was there, and the monster noticed that it was a piece of trash that needed to be removed. The guardian shouted to the vines to finish the girl as soon as possible and bid her farewell. But Suk was able to put her arm out at the very last moment and stop the thorny vine. She felt very bad. The guardians of the forest watched it all very carefully. They opened their mouths in amazement and could not believe their own eyes. And the girl rose from her seat and began to run forward, while destroying everything in her path. The monsters also got in on the action, with the audience watching it all closely and some even feeling sorry for the monsters. Moon ran forward like lightning and destroyed everyone and everything in her path. Our hero thought about the girl fighting even more fiercely than in their first meeting. He hadn't seen her in a long time, but she was still just as scary. The vines lay to the side, battered to pieces. They no longer posed any danger to the players. One of the guardians of the forest was still alive. She looked at everything that had happened and said that this couldn't happen, and it wasn't human that did it. She looked at Mal and talked about being a monster, the girl's eyes glowing with hatred. The behemoth rolled its 2-toothed maw and shouted for Suk to stay away from it. It looked around, began to ask the vines why they were standing, and ordered the girl to stop. But those did not react in any way, so the guardian of the forest made a decision to run while there was a chance. She was well aware that alone with this monster cannot cope with this monster. She thought to find help as quickly as possible, but suddenly began to cough as a huge spike pierced her small body. Our hero pointed his hand forward, smiled caustically, and asked her where she was going. Just a moment later, his expression changed and he thought about the fact that if Mal Suk's fight dragged on, It would be bad because she was holding on thanks to her specialty, but after the fight, she would collapse. The guy turned his head and saw the girl. He was surprised to note that the girl had dealt with all the vines. The young man held his head and laughed, though he had anticipated this outcome. It was a heaven-killing star, the highest and most dangerous of all SSS-level features. There was either a cloud of fire or tongues of flame around the girl, and she was heading towards the young man. He began to cover his face with his hands and thought about how it was such a deadly feature. It awakens the most primal fear in living beings, and Kim has come to the conclusion that it would be more accurate to say survival instinct. Philosopher's Stone remarked that now was not the time to admire the sky-killing star. The guy apologized and noted that this was the first time he'd seen Mal use the ability. The young man stared at the bright light and the stone asked what they should do, but Simong didn't understand what he meant. The Philosopher's Stone was very much surprised. He cried out whether the guy was serious now, for Moon looked intimidating. Suk was running very fast toward our hero, and the rock was screaming that she was just crazy. Mal was getting closer, and the Philosopher's Stone was screaming for what they would do. Kim had to think faster. Our hero smiled, his eyes burning with fire. He snapped his fingers and thought about the stone, worrying over nothing. A system message appeared in front of the guy saying that a Black Panther shell had been used. And Malsuk had already approached the young man. She yelled, and her eyes burned with the fire of hatred. The young man started to laugh and then noticed that the girl was definitely not joking. Philosopher's Stone asked the guy if he was going to dodge all day. The guy mentally said no, and the girl gritted her teeth so that steam was coming out of her mouth. She was very angry. Literally seconds later, she screamed and started throwing herself at Kim again. Toth actively defended himself against her very intense attacks, for she was unpredictable. Then he grabbed the girl by the neck and threw her to the ground, telling her to forgive him, and she screamed like a madwoman. After a few minutes, Shimong said that she was indeed overly assertive, and the viewers in the chat became very active again. Someone wrote that the guy pretends to be a simpleton, someone that he stood up for himself. Mal Suk lay face down in the ground, wheezing with anger and clawing at the soil with her huge fingernails. Philosopher's Stone said it looked like the star power wasn't gone, and to be careful, and Kim replied not to worry, the girl wouldn't touch them in that state. He thought about the fact that she had at least 20 stab wounds, multiple broken fingers and ribs, and massive blood loss. The young man stared intently in front of him and thought about the fact that a normal person would have died long ago. He thought that Malsuk really did have amazing resilience, and she threw herself at the guy again. Our hero clenched his hand hard into a fist and thought about the fact that it was time to end it all. A system message appeared in front of the young man. He read that the heavenly demon constellation was frowning slightly and asking if Kim was going to kill her. Our hero continued to squeeze his hand. Then he smiled. He stared intently in front of him and thought he wouldn't do it. And after a few seconds, he screamed. The boy wiped the sweat from his face, sighed heavily, and thought that Mal was a damn tenacious fighter, fighting to the last man until she passed out. He thought about the fact that he needed to heal the girl's wounds first. After all, she was holding on thanks to the star. If her power faded, Suk would be in danger. The young man began to look at the system window to see what inventory he had. Philosopher's Stone asked if Kim was going to treat her to a pour. The latter asked what the big deal was. Stone informed her that it was E-class from leftover ingredients and asked how he was going to save her. The young man stared intently in front of him and thought about the fact that it looked like he only had one way out, and it was going to cost him some achievement points. A system message appeared in front of the young man that 300 achievement points were required for an incomplete equivalent exchange with the Philosopher's Stone. He thought of the 300 points needed, because Suk's injuries were easier than Marnell's were, since fewer points were needed. He looked at the system window and thought about the fact that wasn't the usual equal exchange originally intended, and Philosopher's Stone noticed that the highest rank of the Asclepius constellation was asking for more. There was nowhere to go, so the young man agreed to such a proposal. The boy looked with a smile at the staff, which illuminated everything around him with its light. And onlookers were chatting questions about what it was in the young man's hands. Our hero approached the girl who was lying face down and pointed his staff at her. Thus he healed Malsuk, and the audience did not stop and kept writing chat messages. Kim thought about how the star's power was weakening, and the staff of Asclepius only healed physical injuries. Philosopher's Stone remarked that she was weakening because the reason for her activation was gone, and the young man agreed. He thought about the star being activated when there was a clear threat to life or intent to kill. Malsuk was on her knees, twisting her head from side to side, looking at her hands and asking how this all happened. The young man smiled and thought about the fact that, judging by the girl's reaction, she was having all of this for the first time, and made the decision that she needed to be set up with the celestial demon as soon as possible. Monsters in the form of wolves were also in the clearing. They were screaming and growling as they didn't like the presence of humans. The guardians of the forest also screamed in terror, their muzzles contorted, so displeased were they that their peace had been disturbed. A huge wolf grinned its mouth with huge teeth, and someone shouted to run. But he did not damage anyone. Our hero very quickly dealt with him, only asking why there are so many monsters here. Malsuk rubbed her face and thought about how the guy was pretty good at swinging his fists. She wondered if he was a mage or a fighter, and the young man had called her along. Ta smiled and thought she didn't know what kind of creature was in front of her, but she wouldn't lose to this lowlife. Suddenly, there was a huge polar bear in the clearing, which was canting its huge maw. The girl thought she was going to show who was boss. Her eyes burned with a fire of hatred, and she had a caustic smile on her face. But just a few seconds later, her expression changed. She opened her eyes wide. Malsuk stood confused and scared. She opened her mouth and didn't know what to do. She stood at a loss. Literally a few meters away from her, a huge bear fell with a huge noise. Our hero looked towards the girl and calmly told her to finish the monster. Malsuk started yelling that it was her booty and asking why the guy was picking on her, and Kim calmly replied that the two of them would have to go downtown. The girl got angry, clenched her teeth, frowned, and asked what other nonsense he was talking about. Jimun said that those three from the same guild died. The skip ran failed. That's why there are so many monsters here. Malsuk noticed that she was still wondering why the place was so crawling with monsters. She called the players assholes who get smart and then die like that, and remarked that they'd better wait since they're so weak. A system message appeared in front of them, announcing that the entrance to the center of the evergreen thicket was open. The guy offered to come in, since they are the main thing to take the first place, but the girl did not answer his questions. The young man began to walk toward the entrance, and Malsuk shouted for him to wait and not leave her alone. The young man didn't answer but began to enter the portal. The girl following him, she said Moon was a traitor. System messages appeared in front of them, saying that they were the first team to enter the center of the evergreen thicket. Due to this, the reward for clearing the arena has been increased.
Our hero smiled and said it was a good thing they got in here first, and Malsuk said nothing.
As they looked around, spectators began to write chat messages, some donating achievement points. Kim pressed his lips together and thought about the fact that it looked very much like the same boss would be here. The girl seemed to read his thoughts and said they still had time to stretch. She called out to him to come with her, but Si Moon shouted for her to wait and she stopped. She then turned her head and asked what else, and then added that they would take first place. She stood arm in arm and asked if he was getting cold feet, then added that the sooner they got the boss down, the sooner they could go home. Suddenly, the girl turned her head as she heard some extraneous sound. There was an explosion a few meters away from the young men, and dirt and dust flew in different directions. The shock wave made Kim's hair stand on end, and he looked on in horror at what was happening. Malsuk started spitting and screamed, "What the fuck happened?" and was really scared. Our hero noticed that the girl managed to dodge. She didn't hear what he said to her. That's when they heard a voice saying that the boss had appeared. It was the trunk of a huge old tree. The girl repeated the word boss, and then noticed that it was very scary. The young men were looking at that monster. The guy told the girl to keep her distance as there was a dangerous enemy in front of them, and started saying something about strategy. He saw Malsuk rush toward the monster and shouted that she was going to attack the mountain-sized monster herself, and added that she was dead. The young man grabbed his head and said that the girl was very stubborn and he had already forgotten about it. And Malsuk, screaming like a madwoman, she immediately pounced on the monster and started attacking it. Our hero thought about what people had said earlier, that the girl lived as a lone warrior until she met a heavenly demon. He looked at the frantic face of Suk, who was screaming like an eel, and thought about how glorious it was that nothing had changed. Guy heard the philosopher's stone tell him to stay away, for she had a star that killed the heavens, but their tainted tree spirit could smudge them. Kim watched everything that was happening and thought about the fact that he knew everything, but he would intervene anyway. He knew perfectly well that now Mal, even his intervention, would not be able to stop him, but he tried anyway. Suddenly, the girl stopped. Her expression changed. She couldn't understand anything. She was surprised that the boss was still intact. While she stood there bewildered, the monster struck her hard with its huge, thick branch. Jimong watched everything that was happening and thought about the fact that the tainted tree spirit had a high resistance to physical attacks. He looked at the girl and realized that for a melee enthusiast, this was a real blow, and to defeat the monster, one must follow a strategy. The beast began to scream and thrash about, for the tainted spirit of the tree seeks a body of water after awakening. The boss screamed that he was thirsty and needed water urgently. He's a defiled tree spirit. But pure water is like poison to the defiled, as it is to the unclean or to demons, so everything is meaningless. This ash giant will purify itself no matter how difficult, and regain its original form, and also lose its high physical immunity. The guy thought about the best way to defeat a tainted tree spirit. Attack it when it was drinking water, but you have to wait until it starts drinking. Mal Suk clenched her hand into a fist and yelled at the monster for being a bastard, asking what he saw out there and where he went, since they had a battle to fight here. And she rushed, screaming to the monster, because she was very angry with him and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Our hero opened his eyes and mouth wide with surprise. He thought of the monster swayed by her attack. His pupils narrowed and he realized that only for a moment, but he felt the power of the heavenly warrior. System messages appeared in front of the guy that the heavenly demon was piercing the space with its rumble of laughter and complimenting the quest find, disciple condition, player Gomal Suk. And Kim also read that the heavenly demon is pleading that no one but this girl will be good enough for him now, since she is the chosen one of destiny. The young man looked at the message and thought about whether the quest could really be changed. And the monster at this time began to yell with all its might. It was asking who dared not give it a drink. He turned and saw Mal Suk standing not far from him. She was even a little confused. And then the monster, with all his might, threw himself in her direction and started screaming that he was going to kill her. The young man grabbed Mal Suk by the scruff of the neck and said he barely made it. She was either surprised or scared. Kim told the girl to get out of here because now Na can't do anything. The same one screaming with all his might that he didn't see the bastard stagger from her blow. The young man smiled and told the girl that she would definitely not be turned away then. He let her go and told Mal Suk not to die. She turned her head and asked what that meant. Just a few seconds later, the girl felt a very strong thump and started coughing. The beast used its thick branch to lift her up and flung her back a few meters. Our hero stood back, watching everything going on and thinking about the fact that the ability had activated, so Mal was definitely not going to die. He closed his eyes and knew perfectly well that even in this state the girl had managed to defend herself. He couldn't expect anything else from her. The guy thought about the fact that it was his turn anyway, and a system message appeared in front of him that he had activated the Black Panther's body shell. And the monster was tearing and throwing. It was marching forward with such force that the ground trembled. The young man realized that the boss was very resistant to physical attacks, but his base stamina wasn't that great. A system message appeared in front of him again that he had activated the ogre's bodily shell. Our hero folded his hand into a fist and thought about the fact that this is really a chance. One punch and the monster is finished. The monster continued to rage. It shone its eyes and repeated that it was going to kill the guy. The young man went on the attack and shouted for Mal Suk to watch and learn. Near the monster itself, he stopped and said that that punch should have looked like this. Our hero shouted that it was a heavenly strike and struck the opponent with all his might. And this strike was also called the Iron King strike. And from the monster, small pieces of trunk, dirt, and dust flew in different directions. A system message appeared in front of the guy saying that the boss had been killed in one hit. The young man was very excited as he received the One Punch Man achievement. He read from the system messages that he had received 500 achievement points and that the dried shell had not had time to drink the purification source and had fallen with one hit. The guy has familiarized himself with the fact that he has fulfilled the special conditions and the hidden boss. The maddened forest guardian Mori is about to appear. The young man was definitely not prepared for this. He opened his mouth wide in surprise. Hidden bosses, these are creatures of a higher level than is assumed for the current rank. The young man realized that this time was different. A much stronger creature was approaching, and it was much stronger. Kim lifted his head up and looked at the drops that were falling. He was very much surprised. The monster laughed like a madman, then said that the long-legged uncle was dead and had finally been rumbled. In front of our hero was a maddened forest guardian Muri. She said that the boss is lucky and she is jealous of him. Kim looked at it and thought about how it was probably dragonborn. then read that the constellation Zeus wrinkled his nose in disgust. From the next message, he learned that the heavenly demon constellation was frowning its eyebrows, and the Baphomet constellation was smiling with bloodthirsty pleasure. The boy looked in front of him and thought about how these constellations didn't like dragons. He looked at his opponent and thought that this hidden boss was most likely related to them. He mentally reprimanded himself as he added to his problems. Muri shouted that she recognized the guy and added that he was the one who took down the long-legged man with one punch, and added that he should be thanked. She laughed, began waving her clawed paws, and yelled for the young man to hold a thank you from the bottom of his heart. The forest guardian attacked him with all her might. He coughed and clenched his teeth. Drops of sweat appeared on the young man's face, and he thought about the fact that his opponent had attacked without warning, and he had almost caught it. Muri smiled caustically and noticed the guy duck. This was surprising to her. Our hero looked at her and thought that she was also a magic boss, but if the fight dragged on, there would be trouble. He immediately made the decision to attack her and threw himself at the monster with the thoughts that he needed to end this all quickly. The forest guardian started laughing and said it was very cheeky and she liked it. The young man was approaching the monster and she was screaming at him that she would stab him through. Literally in a few seconds, the guy fell to the ground and started coughing. He was not prepared for such a development. Kim clenched his teeth and thought about what was going on. He wondered how the one that attacked Muri head-on was nothing. He folded his fingers and decided enough joking around because the monster was about to smash him to the floor. The forest guardian began to ask what it was, if the guy was using natural magic, and then wondered if he was one of theirs by any chance. Shimuyang clenched his teeth and thought about how she had dodged so easily. He was also curious as to who else was their representative. Monster started laughing and said he should definitely be killed and started yelling for him to come to her. But she did not think, but began to fly to the young man and shouted that she would eat him and not choke on his bones. Muri slapped her hand on the ground and was surprised at how he dodged that attack as well, then noticed he was pretty good at dodging. Our hero frowned, clenched his teeth, clenched his hand into a fist, and thought about the fact that the flattering keeper was very quick. He began to rise from the ground and came to the conclusion that she was probably a lot sprier than he was. She started to approach Kim, laughing very loudly and saying that Muri was kind and she would make sure he didn't have to suffer. The monster clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that the young man was just like him. And Simun thought that she was faster and stronger than all the previous monsters and made a decision that he needed to change tactics. Suddenly, the guardian of the forest shouted to some guys to kill their friend. The young man clenched his teeth and mentally cursed the monster as small monsters, such as locusts, began to approach him. He began to dodge them and thought about the fact that they were pushing so hard that he didn't have time to think. If he wasn't a mage, the fight would have been over long ago. The young man clenched his teeth and tried to turn away from the attacks of the little monsters. The viewers watched everything closely and wrote various comments in the chat room. Some were amused and some felt sorry for Kim. The guy came to the conclusion that it was useless to attack with his stats. Then an interesting thought popped into his head, and the guy made the decision to bet everything on alchemy. He pressed his lips tightly together and stared intently at the monster. He thought about the fact that if Muri was too fast, he would attack all over the area and summon the Philosopher's Stone. A system message appeared in front of the young man. He was warned that 500 achievement points were needed for an equivalent exchange. Kim decided they'd have a blast properly and pressed the button, confirming his choice. He stood and a yellowish light emanated from him. The little monsters didn't stand a chance. The forest guardian, who was watching everything that was happening, was very much surprised. Then she said she was tickled and asked if it was lightning, and then remarked that Moon shouldn't have that skill. She said with disappointment in her voice that the guy wasn't theirs, and our hero asked with a smile if she was just now realizing it. Muri started laughing and then screamed that he had tricked her. She repeated this over and over again. The forest guardian rushed to the young man, screaming for him to die now. He pointed a huge golden weapon at her and spoke his line. The beast screamed as if furious. It hardened its huge, sharp teeth. From the outside, the monster seemed to be electrocuted from all sides, Muri shaking like a leaf in the wind. She started talking in scraps so the guy wouldn't think she was going to die from this. Our hero cheered, a smile on his face, and the forest guardian asked if he thought she was going to die, then added that she had one last card left. But the young man used the heavenly demon divine technique called lightning. A system message appeared in front of the guy, alerting him that he had completed the hidden achievement victory over a hidden boss, and from the second one he read that he had done everything alone. The young man then read that the constellation of Zeus gaped as he didn't think his lightning bolts could lead to such a thing, and the constellation of the Sky Demon noticed that they were in on it. Kim read that Baphomet constellation screaming, then everything was colorful and annoying. Mal Suk, who had been watching, opened her eyes wide with surprise and said it was crazy. She watched the young man and noticed that he was just crazy. She also wondered if the guy had a silver rank. Her hands were shaking, and the girl thought about the whole attack being magical, but her heavenly killing instinct told her it wasn't magic. She frowned and concluded it was a technique. She was also curious if she could replicate it. Malsuk was well aware of being branded and fined in the arena, but still she was able to hold on and make it to silver and all because of her ability to mimic. There were a huge number of players stronger than her, but she watched them closely. Malsuk watched not only their actions, but also their technique and breathing, and then imitated. This time she was watching our hero, but she knew perfectly well that it was impossible to repeat it. The girl held her head, closed her eyes, and thought about how she was going to communicate with him now. She remembered perfectly well that she had said some nasty things, and now the end of her reputation. Suk thought the guy would deal with her now. But Kim walked over to her and looked at the girl carefully. She was mentally prepared for the proceedings, but the young man held out a vial of greenish liquid to her. Mal looked at it in surprise. The young man apologized and asked if Then was sick and offered to drink a potion, all of which surprised the girl. Kim said it couldn't have been otherwise then, and asked if she understood that, and then told her to drink and let it go. She tilted her head and wondered if that was all he wanted to tell her, and added that she couldn't believe it. The guy looked at the girl in surprise and asked what she even meant. Mal screamed that Seamoon had called her crazy and an idiot, telling her to go home if she was going to play. The guy took a deep breath, then exhaled and laughed with relief and noticed that she meant it. Then he said it was all because of her peculiarity and added that he realized he couldn't have it any other way. The girl wondered why the young man was acting so friendly. She felt uneasy. She looked at the young man and thought he was acting as if they had known each other for a long time. What was also surprising to Mal was that she wasn't completely disgusted by it, a small shiver running through her body. She opened the potion vial, mentally cursed, started drinking, and thought the guy wasn't so bad. Then the girl asked our hero if she could ask him one question. She wiped her mouth and asked if Kim knew her, and the young man wasn't ready to hear Suk ask that question. The girl frowned and remarked that she hadn't told anyone about her peculiarity, but it was as if he knew. Kim smiled and thought about how Suk was always so perceptive. He wondered if she had figured it out, and he didn't know she would ask. The guy thought about coming up with something, and then stated that it was his features too. She wondered if there were any that allowed her to recognize the abilities of others. The young man noticed that it was something like that and informed Suk that she had figured him out. The girl put her hands on her hips and asked why he still hadn't come out since the fight was already over, and told Simong to go get the awards. A system window appeared in front of the young man, and he noticed that he still had one more thing to do. Malsuk stared intently at the system message that appeared in front of her and asked what it was. She read that Grok Kim Si-moon had sent her a friend request. The girl was very much surprised. The guy smiled and noticed she wanted to know about his technique as he threw a punch and broke through the shell. The pretty girl blushed and screamed how the young man knew all this. She was quite confused. The young man told her to accept the request and promised to tell her everything. The girl clarified if he was telling the truth. The young man replied that it wasn't him, but his mentor who would report everything. Suk was all very surprised by this. Kim told the girl not to worry and remarked that his mentor was very strong, and again asked that she add him as a friend. Mal smiled broadly and said she would add to that in a moment, then asked if the mentor was really stronger. A system message appeared in front of our hero that the heavenly demon constellation was shaking its head because the arena system would not allow it and would have to meet in person. The guy got really upset. He looked in front of him and thought about why it was necessary to meet in person. From the next message, he learned that this was not an official arena. Connecting with patrons outside the rules required a cost. It was a pity to waste effort. Moon began to smile after reading it and thought about the fact that there was such a prohibition there. It came out who used to meet constellations did it at their expense, and he got new information. The girl, on the other hand, shouted that she had accepted the request and demanded that the young man tell her everything quickly. The young man went ahead and waved his hand and said that he would send contacts later and for her to come in person. Suk was really pissed off by this. Kim turned his head, smiled, and calmly said he couldn't explain it any other way, and the girl yelled that he was making fun of her.
A message appeared in front of the guy saying that he had successfully completed the Evergreen Thicket Arena and had single-handedly defeated the boss in a 5-person mission.
Jimun was at home. He reached out and read that the rewards were increased according to the contribution. He had increased the level by 8 and the level of the Philosopher's Stone by 6. He stared intently in front of him, smiling and thinking about what was about to fall out. A system message appeared in front of him, saying that he had obtained a spring from the center of the Evergreen Thicket, and there was an additional reward for defeating the stealthy boss. And the young man received a fragment of the defiled seed. This information he learned from the alert. The young man was very surprised as he couldn't figure out what it was and made the decision to check it out. Messages appeared in front of Kim again. From them, he learned that he was getting the sacred branding feature. Our hero opened his mouth wide in surprise, his eyes burning and his pupils becoming like dots. He knew that this was Si-hyuk's third characteristic. He wondered why he had gotten it. After all, it was very surprising. The guy lifted his head up, took a deep breath, then exhaled and repeated the name of the feature. It was then repeated by the Philosopher's Stone, and then shouted what the damn bastards were up to. Zimun, on the other hand, grabbed his head. Drops of sweat appeared on the guy's face, and he asked the stone if he knew anything. He replied that he wasn't familiar with the details, but since the young man had been given the sacred brand, he was sure they were up to something. Kim said he could feel it, and remarked that as far as he knows, branding is a unique ability. It must be one for the whole world. Philosopher's Stone said that's right, but can't tell everything due to limitations. Our hero thought about the fact that he expected to be restricted, but instead he was given another ability, and a unique one at that. He smiled and thought about the fact that the arena wanted him to fight Si-hyuk, but after all, that sounds like nonsense, and decided to think about it later, and made the decision to disassemble the rewards, learned that the remaining points were invested in the power of transmutation. From the system message, he recognized the characteristics of the tainted seed fragment. He wondered if this was the reward for the hidden boss, because it was kind of poor, and the Philosopher's Stone noticed that someone had messed it up on purpose. The boy began to examine it and came to the conclusion that it had been destroyed on purpose. The stone said it was an unusual seed, and he guessed what force had destroyed it. The young man asked what kind, and the Philosopher's Stone replied that the dragons, it was used with great power, destroying everything in its path. The young man thought that dragon power was like magic, but only used by dragons. He put his hand on his chest and talked about seeing why he was messed up. The Philosopher's Stone replied that it looked like the family had been influenced in various ways, but luckily alchemy was among them. The guy remarked that was great and suggested he do it. The rock said he could count on him. The characteristics stated that when used in the arena, a fragment of the seed of a destroyed world tree allows one to enter nature's decay. Our hero opened his mouth wide in amazement, asking if this was also the object of the entrance. He put his hand on his chest and remarked that he had said that this seed was destroyed by magic, and the Philosopher's Stone agreed. The young man put his sweatshirt on, hood over his head, and thought about the fact that they would go in there. Then they could figure out why they did it, and thought about the fact that if the entrance is only possible from the gold level, it is necessary to upgrade as soon as possible. A conversation could be heard outside the door of Park Jin-wook's office. The people there talking in raised tones. The man spoke of how he didn't think the Night Hunter would treat them with such disdain. The man replied that they were the ones who had no respect for themselves. Park added that he didn't have to say anything and asked to leave. But the visitor asked for a hint, at least for old time's sake. This all made the young man very angry, and he asked if the man thought his words meant nothing, and then added that even though he's been out of commission for a long time, he has leverage. The visitor started to stammer something, but Jin-wook shouted with all his might for him to roll out of here. The man frowned, covered in drops of sweat, and began to say something unintelligible, shaking with anger and fear. He ran to the door and noticed that the Night Hunter had actually been cured of the magical hardening. Puck clutched his head, clenched his teeth, pounded his fist on the table, swore, and said he was sick of it. Si-hen smiled and asked if Night Hunter had contacted the Scorpion Guild for old memories. Thoth yelled why he was even here and added that he was ferreting out information about the treatment and rubbishing all sorts of nonsense, and then added that rumors were, as always, ahead of events. Puck sighed heavily and noted that the Scorpion Guild hadn't been like this before. and added that until the previous guildmaster died, it was an okay guild. Shihyun smiled and noticed that Sunbai had indeed fully recovered, and added that he didn't think petrification could be cured, and added that there are consequences, and Puck remarked that he didn't believe in his powers. The young man laughed merrily and informed me that he didn't mean that at all. The Night Hunter also smiled and asked then why he didn't believe in a good outcome. Park laughed and noticed that his opponent was only calling him Sunbae, but was actually looking down from above. He took a deep breath, then exhaled, and said it was the first time he'd ever seen a guy get so flustered at a joke. Our hero entered the room. They greeted him and said they were expecting him. Moon clarified if they knew he was coming. Jin Wook replied in the affirmative and added that if their VVIP is moving, they will dig up the earth and find out. And the young man clarified since when he became a VVIP. The Night Hunter laughed and replied that the guy was not a client but a partner, poured coffee, and added that they were honored. The young man smiled and asked if Puck remembered what they had agreed on last time. The man smiled and replied that he had memorized everything by heart, but suddenly his expression changed. He saw our hero's inventory, began to scrutinize it, and then asked if that was it. Puck then asked Moon if he had time to create so much. The latter replied that it didn't take long to assemble. He smiled and added that the main thing is a couple of hemorrhoidal ingredients that require fine-tuning. Night Hunter frowned, gritted his teeth, and thought about how the silver rank could clean materials after all. It was platinum level and above. He knew full well what a hassle it was. But considering he was showing top skill on the air, that meant Kim's purification was God's level as well. Those were Puck's thoughts. Our hero held out his hand to the man and asked him, as they had previously agreed, to sell it on the black market. He said that he would do everything and that he could charge a hefty price. And then he said that he had one thing in mind and added that he had recovered thanks to his medicine. Our hero's eyes lit up and he asked the Night Hunter if he wanted to know where he got it. Puck smiled, drops of sweat on his face, and he noticed that his opponent was guessing and added that there was no shortage of visitors. Everyone wanted to know where the cure came from. Moon lowered his head and remarked that treating the incurable was cool, and added that it was expected that people would pop. The young man heard Heck say that he could help and checked with him to see if he was serious. He said he would let everyone know that he was the one who gave him the medicine, and after that everyone would back off, and the guy remarked that he was setting himself up for a hit like that. Heck spread his arms out to the sides, smiled, and asked if there was anyone who would venture to him. Our hero agreed and decided to entrust it to him. The latter laughed and told the young man to relax. After all, he had suggested everything himself. And then he added that he wanted to offer him this as well, and various implements appeared on the table. The young man scrutinized it and thought about the fact that there was fairy pollen, snake mushroom root, and a mysterious polyhedron. Moon's mouth drooled and he noticed that it was all pulling in millions. And Heck asked if that wasn't a bad thank you. The guy told him he was just gold. A gray-haired man spoke on the phone about what he knew about the recent noise and added that it was the subject of an opponent. It was Lee Sun-chol who said to sort it out themselves, at least disguise it as an assassination, at least stage an accident, and then just send a shipment of finished goods. He turned off his phone and angrily threw it against the wall and said that a fucking awakened man had decided he was a god, and then added that it was because of Chinese people like that they were suffering. Yu walked into his office and remarked that heads could fly for such remarks. Lee Sun asked the girl why she suddenly appeared and added that she was usually unreachable. She clarified with him if he understood that. The man said dogs stay dogs. One little thing you can't settle, and yet you call yourself a granddaughter. He wanted to add something else, but the girl threw some papers on the table in front of him. Chol immediately began to study them, and Yu said whatever he did there, not to use the name of the Sung Sam Guild for double contracts and shenanigans again. She put her hands at her sides and minted that Sung Sam, this was her guild, and Lee Sun asked her granddaughter if she knew that Sai Moon possessed special powers. Yu replied that he wasn't, because after that incident he was magically helpless. The man calmly replied that he was, but rumors had reached him, and that meant things had changed. Chol looked intently in front of him and wondered if the guy was really cured. The girl said that everyone said it was true. The man asked if she was joking, and Yu wondered why he was suddenly curious about Moon, but she knew she shouldn't let the old man near her brother. She was well aware of how tough he could be. He would chain a guy up and treat him like a slave. Yu stared intently in front of her and wondered if this might be a way to get her out of the way, and came to the conclusion that she should finish her investigation soon. The presenters talked about how the interest in the current selection for the controversial is prohibitive, because there is still news that Korea's most popular ranker is participating. They also noted that interest overseas is also huge, and Moon asked Heck if he was involved in the selection. The man answered in the affirmative and asked if he hadn't told him about it. Our hero smiled and remarked, "How could it not be understood if he was looking so intently at the arena?" Hyuk reached out and replied that at first, he wasn't interested in all this. But Yoo Jung had prepared everything in advance. Although, what else was there to expect from this vixen? He started to yawn and said that Moon knew he wasn't in the guild, unlike her. Suddenly, the young man stood up abruptly and called his opponent by name. The latter was very much surprised, and the young man inquired if he had placed bets, a question that surprised Heck very much. He scratched his head, smiled, and replied that there was nothing to hide from Moon, and then asked how he would know everything thoroughly, even though he wasn't telling anything. And then he said that he thought about other matches and decided to make a small bet on his own. And our hero noticed that the guy pretended to be lazy and quietly pulled it off. The young man looked intently at Heck and asked what he ended up betting on. His opponent closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then exhaled and replied that he had bet on a complete victory, and then added that there was no one among the contestants who could beat him one-on-one. The Night Hunter started laughing and called Heck cocky, then added that he had bet on him too. Pak said although the guy is cocky, he's definitely not short on ability, and he thinks it won't come down to a fourth match. Our hero laughed and then asked if that was the case. His opponent didn't know what to say. Moon's pupils narrowed and became like dots. He smiled and said he had a different opinion on the matter. On selection day, the young men were talking about how the crowd was yelling. A guy asked Heck if he had changed his bet. He said he hadn't. His opponent frowned and noticed that he ignored the words of his older brother, whom he respects like him. Toth asked if the guy listened to his VVIP client, who is like a deity.
The young man laughed and remarked that it was the first time he had ignored their VVIP customer.
And the audience was screaming and waiting for the competition. The guy at the time said that Moon is an amazing person, but he can't imagine Heck losing. His opponent agreed with those words, and the man noticed the young man standing smiling at the camera. And Heck's opponent wasn't anyone there, but the deputy guild leader Scorpius, who could hear the fans shouting. He turned his head at the guys, and his opponent said to Heck, "Can he lose to such an old first-generation veteran?" The host of the competition shouted that the long-awaited selection for the national team was now beginning. The spectators started waving their hands and cheerfully shouting. They wanted to see the competition very badly. The opponent told Ki Si-hyuk that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he had a weapon in his hand. The man noted that this was the first time they would be fighting. His name was Kim Young-jun. The young man smiled and remarked that it was very strange that they had never crossed paths in the arena, and added that it would be fun. The deputy guild leader of the Scorpion Guild smiled eagerly and replied that the guy had risen to the top in a short period of time. But the guy looked calmly at his opponent. A smile appeared on his face and his pupils narrowed. He didn't bother to respond to the guild deputy head's backpedaling and began to bare his weapon. He only needed a few seconds to attack his opponent. Night Hunter opened his mouth wide in surprise, a drop of sweat appearing on his face. The viewers in the audience were also shocked and talked about how Kim Si-hyuk surprised them a lot, ending everything with one punch. They were shouting how he even used such a sword technique, and the guy at the same time was thinking about his brother's money that he had lost. But before Heck could even finish his thought, his opponent pierced him through with his weapon. The deputy guild leader smiled caustically and said that this was why the youths were worthless. Kim Si-hyuk was covered in drops of sweat and thought about what was going on. He wondered how his invisible cut technique failed to work. He remembered his brother saying that no matter how hard a guy tried, he wouldn't be able to finish the tournament with a clean win. The young man remembered how Moon had stated that he would lose the first fight, and that was impossible for a player. The deputy head of the Scorpion Guild stood and looked at the defeated Heck. The hall became quiet. Some of the audience closed their eyes, some their mouths. Some had drops on their faces. They were shocked. Just a few minutes later, they came to their senses and started yelling the names of the players. The presenters of this action shouted into the microphone that it was an incredible turnaround and reported that Kim Jung-jun won the first match. They pointed out that Kim Si-hyuk wasn't bad. It was just that Kim Jung-jun was too good. Our hero watched the broadcast of the fight and thought about the fact that he was a little worried that the future would change because of the information he bawled to him. But luckily, everything was fine. The guy smiled and thought about the fact that his brother had even used the invisible cut technique. The young man continued to watch the broadcast further and heard the presenters talking about Heck looking confused, all because of the huge gap between the players. The young man smiled and thought about the fact that C. Heck would now be fighting at full strength. Divine Martial Body, one of those SSS class SI Heck abilities, is an insane ability to understand and interpret the nature and form of all martial arts. Our hero was thinking of a real cheater ability that his younger brother had. Just as suddenly, the young man heard his brother chop the enemy into 4 pieces. The anchors reported that, as expected, the swift victory was given to Kim Si-hyuk, and the young man was very happy about it. And the reporter added that this was how the first-generation giant fell from Olympus. So the guy decided to check the bet. He exchanged 175,000 AR, which is about 200 million won. The young man familiarized himself with the fact that most were betting on his brother's total victory. He stared at his cell phone screen and tried to calculate what his winnings would be. Literally seconds later, he screamed very loudly and then started swearing. He read that he had won the jackpot, namely 4,600,000,000. The boy opened his mouth in surprise as he couldn't believe what was happening. And then he told Philosopher Stone that if he needed rare ingredients, he'd let him know, and remarked that today was his treat, and the man shouted that he had enough of what Moon had already given him. The young man came home, looked around and thought about the fact that 4,600,000,000 can buy a bigger apartment. He closed his eyes and dreamed of a spacious place to live, for he had struggled to get this place too. Philosopher Stone remarked that he realized the young man was very pleased, and then remarked that everything was worth checking out, and walked over to the device for which he used the achievement points and stood in front of it. Our hero began to consider how the fermentation had gone. The Philosopher's Stone noted that, on the face of it, everything was just perfect. The guy opened the device, pulled out a tray of potion, and Stone told him to look at the color. Elixir Moon Color increases dexterity, increases flexibility when first taken, created from moonstone dust and shadow herbs. The young man took it in his hands, began to look at it with surprise, and noted its B+ grade. He was very much pleased by the fact that the elixir had an additional effect. In front of Kim, there was a report on the characteristics of the elixir, Fury of Bestiary. It increases stamina the first time it is taken. The effectiveness is enhanced by high-level alchemy. The third elixir had the name Elixir of the Immortals. The first time it was taken, it increased stamina and regeneration. It was created on the basis of purified mithril, suitable for consumption. The Philosopher's Stone noticed that the grade of the elixir had increased significantly. Moon laughed and said that the potion now had a grade A rating, and noted that it was likely the mithril that played the key role. Stone remarked that he was very much surprised when the guy said he could recycle it back to its natural state, since people didn't recycle mithril. Our hero opened a vial of elixir, said he would pump, and began to drink it straight from the throat. Several system messages appeared in front of him, which he began to read with great interest. He gained additional points to strength, agility, endurance, increased flexibility, and enhanced his own regeneration. The guy got really excited and said he could feel himself getting stronger. Moon remarked that he was very glad he had emphasized on endurance. Now the strain of transmutation on the body would be less. He read that he had gotten 1,000 achievement points and that his title of Alchemy Pioneer had been improved. He was pleased that the title improved and he received points. Also, the young man was able to familiarize himself with the characteristics of the updated title. Our hero said it's a buzz and remarked that he'd look into the arena now to check out the pumping.
He began to put on the mask and indicated that he wanted to see how much stronger he had gotten.
A few seconds later, a system message appeared in front of him, inviting him to the Galactic Arena. And then the young man read that today's mode was Arena Survival. He looked in front of him and then familiarized himself with the fact that the number of participants was 100. He looked at those gathered and the system message in front of him reappeared, announcing that the game would begin when everyone was gathered. Viewers immediately started reading the chat messages. Someone wrote about waiting for the stream. There were also those who wrote off topic. Kim smiled and told the guys that this was his first time in survival and he was a little nervous. Not everyone believed it, and someone asked if the guy wanted to take the top spot, and Moon remarked that the matches have gotten tougher lately. A message appeared in front of our hero that he was in a promotion match. The young man was not prepared for such a development and could not believe it. He even screamed. Someone in the audience was also surprised, and the young man was thinking of rank promotion. The guy got a system message in front of him that he couldn't be regulated by the MMR system at the silver rank, and from the second he learned that he would be promoted to gold if he made the top 10. The young man smiled and thought about the fact that he would get a fine if he failed. He realized the pumping was already too strong. He didn't care since he planned to do it anyway. A message appeared saying that the match was starting, and a second one saying that the location was called Dark Sewers. The player began to cover his nose and mouth with his clothes as he couldn't stand that nauseating odor. His partner told him to keep his voice down because someone might hear them, and the guy noticed that it was very dark. The guy told the other player to stick close by and he could handle it. The guy replied that he wished he had eyesight like his. The young man remarked that this is a dark area and you need to score points while you can, and then when the players are down, they will pile on. The kid asked if they were playing for survival. The kid replied, "How could it be otherwise?" and asked if the kid had seen the arena rankings. The main man noticed that two monsters had come into the match. He frowned and gritted his teeth. His partner asked why they were ticking so openly, since they could run into a known area at any moment. But the young man replied that it was a dark zone and let them not snap their teeth. The guy started asking again what would happen if they spotted them first, and the ringleader said there was a corner. Whoever took it first won. The kid stood scared. He changed in his face, pointed his finger forward, and noticed that there was something scary up ahead and asked if his partner saw it. The young man was shaking with fear. He blinked, his pupils narrowing hard, asking over and over again if his partner had seen it. He said something was moving, but the guy in charge said he couldn't see anything and asked if the guy was sure. He replied that he had definitely seen it and wanted to say something, but did not have time, and drops of blood splashed on the leader's face. The young man turned his head back and saw the kid lying in a puddle and yelled frantically. After a few seconds, he himself fell into the water and saw the monster approaching him and yelled at him to stay back. The guy put his hand forward, his face covered in droplets of sweat, and began screaming as hard as he could to keep the monster away. But the assailant had no thought of retreating, so the kid looked at him with fear and shouted as if frantic. Our hero was staring intently in front of him, and the audience wrote in the chat that even in this mode, he takes everyone out. Kim stood quietly in front of the system message and said he needed to check something. He found out that first place went to Choi Jin-soo, who had 13 kills, and second place was him with 10 kills. The guy didn't expect the first place to be taken away from him. The guy looked in front of him, then changed his face as the name of his opponent was familiar to him. Then he remembered it was the King of Beasts, a former UFC heavyweight fighter. He is a member of the Sacred Trinity, second only to Sun Sam's guild. He had an SS-class beast form that allowed him to transform into any animal. The young man thought about the fact that back then he was still a silver rank, although he also had a slow start. But even then his physical strength was below level. Our hero rubbed his forehead and swore. He thought about how he wanted to enjoy his improved stats. Then he started laughing and began to realize that it looked like things were taking a different turn. Kim closed his eyes and turned to the Philosopher's Stone to make a preliminary calculation. A system message appeared in front of the young man, stating that 10,000 achievement points were required to make an equivalent exchange that exceeded the power of the Philosopher's Stone. The guy had to choose an answer. He didn't hesitate for a minute at all. He immediately agreed to the suggestion. And a bright yellow eye appeared in front of him, with light coming from it in different directions. It was the Eye of Odin, the constellation of the Lord of Asgard. The main feature of it was that it could be misused. Moon had read that the constellation of Thor and Heimdall had shown interest in the sudden appearance of the eye. Our hero began to consider the eye and thought about the fact that this object, like other artifacts, was not fully formed. He had read that the constellations of Asgard were taking an even greater interest in all that was going on. The guy started to look at it and thought about how it was expected, since he had the original. As the young man suddenly screamed very hard, Odin's eye was drawn through the guy's eye. He held his face, clenched his teeth in pain, and screamed for all he was worth, while viewers actively wrote comments about the guy being attacked by the eye. Literally seconds later, Moon felt fine, but his eye was completely different from before.
System messages appeared before the young man. From one, he learned that Odin's constellation was smiling innocently, and from the second that Odin's eye was requesting a binding.
The young man was very much surprised. From shock, he even opened his mouth and examined his hands. Philosopher's Stone asked if the guy would agree to such a proposal, and the guy smiled and answered in the affirmative. Odin is known for wielding many artifacts. Of all the powerful artifacts, Odin's eye was chosen, and for a reason. It happened a long time ago, back during the Dragon Emperor's coming to Europe. It destroyed half of Europe in just one day. The continent was on the verge of total collapse. At the order of Fabian, who used the Eye of Odin, the Emperor was driven away. They were then able to eliminate the core of the adventuring. Thus it was brought back. Fabian had a very high rank back then. This young man was a patron of the Odin. That's when he revealed why he chose Odin's eye as his primary weapon. Kima thought to himself. He opened his eyes and thought about what was the best choice for him right now and smiled. A system message appeared in front of our hero stating that Odin's eye was bound, and that synchronization with the Philosopher's Stone had occurred and a new ability was being registered. The guy was insanely happy about it. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He thought about how his vision had become much clearer. The system message that he was receiving the ability of Odin's eye reappeared in front of the young man. Kim was well aware that it was crazy, and viewers started chatting about his eye glowing. Our hero began to guess how Fabian had found the Emperor's weakness and thought about looking for the type. The one was just looking around and noted that he had cleaned up the whole neighborhood and added that at this rate he would take the top spot again. A system message appeared in front of the guy, and he saw that Kim Si-moon had 24 kills and noted that he had just been in second place. So how did all this happen? Choi Jin-soo clenched his teeth and said that it looked like his opponent knew how to fight. Just a few minutes later, he turned into a wolf and remarked that he hoped Kim was a fighter and not a mage. The beast began to move its head from side to side and listen to different rustles. It gazed into the darkness and thought that there was someone there. The monster's eyes burned with the red fire of hatred. It bared its huge, sharp teeth and realized that it had detected an enemy. He tossed to where he felt his presence and thought to himself. The wolf thought that his opponent was most likely a mage, and it made him very angry because the latter was hiding his aura, yet predicting his movements. The monster was very angry. It was darting from side to side and wondering where Kim was hiding. It rejoiced greatly as it saw the silhouette of a young man there in the distance. With cries of lousy, ratty wolf began to approach our hero. Just a little more, and he will devour him. But just a minute later, the wolf stood back and only coughed, all his spunk gone. And Moon said with a smile that it was incredible, because he could see even better at close range. Although he wasn't used to the artifact, he already liked everything. The wolf wondered what it was that the enemy was completely reading his movements. He wondered what this ability even was. But he himself threw himself into the attack and began shouting that such cheap tricks wouldn't work on him, and called the young man a cursed mage. Kim, on the other hand, smiled, gave his opponent a hard look, and replied that he wasn't a mage, snapped his fingers and asked if he could take it. And our hero used his skills to attack the wolf. But suddenly the young man couldn't move. He started screaming like an eel, as he was also frightened. Choi Jin-soo said he caught the rat cub and asked if Kim Moon was in front of him, and remarked that he had to fumble because of our hero. And he screamed for all his might that the guy should die as quickly as possible. But the one used a skill like Ogre Body Shell, and thought that the opponent was going to fight with such dead hands. The wolf gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his muzzle as he wondered what kind of man was standing in front of him. It wasn't easy for our hero either. He clenched his teeth and thought that, as expected of the Beast King, he was a strong opponent. It was good that he was able to fight back now. The guy was well aware that he needed to find his weak spot as quickly as possible. And the wolf wrinkled his nose, his eyes burning with hatred, and yelled very loudly that Moon was a loon. His jaws were over the young man's head, and he was asking if the guy thought he would fall for the trick again.